Well, good morning from the Seat Unique Stadium, where it is glorious. It won't be a surprise for you to know that, because it's just about glorious everywhere in the country. But it's a lovely cricket day for this home game for Gloucestershire in the Royal London Cup. Their opponents today are Notts, who have played 2 and won 2, including in that an extraordinary win at Taunton, where they chased down 120 to win by 10 wickets in only 12 overs. And the two men who got those runs, Ben Slater and Sol Buddinger, are going to bat for Notts today at the top of the order, and they're going to bat at 11 o'clock as well, because Notts have won the toss and they decided to make first use of this. Morning, Dan.
Morning, Ian. How are we?
I'm all right, thank you. I must confess, driving on the way down, my view about Notts is they tend to back their batting, so I'm not surprised they wanted to bat first.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing. Is it Buddinger or Buddinger?
Buddinger, I think.
Buddinger. He's an Essex boy, originally born in Colchester. He moved out to Australia aged 6, and then he was picked up over here playing in the Sussex League for Brighton. And I think he's supposed to be a white ball biffer, isn't he? He likes to get on with it early doors.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to seeing him, show off his skills out there. But yeah, this should be a good game of cricket. Gloucestershire confidence will be high after winning the West Country Derby on Sunday. Not that we like to talk about that on this stream at all, any victory over Somerset. But it was a fantastic win. Jack Taylor absolutely outstanding. Aided and abetted by a few others as well. But morning mid-ducks, if you're joining us from Nottinghamshire as well, which is a term of endearment up there, Ian. It's in no way having a pop at your batting average.
No, indeed not. and I have a very good friend of mine who hails from that part of the world, and he is absolutely au fait with that particular turn of phrase. So I'll give you the full Nottinghamshire side, and they are batting first. So Ben Slater, Sol Buddinger, Hasim Hamid, Matthew Montgomery, Lyndon James, Ben Martindale, young 19-year-old who was signed on a pro deal to cover the rest of this tournament. Averages 28 in the second team. Might bat higher than 6, actually, depending on how Notts start. Dane Chuddendorf, the wicketkeeper, and then the bowlers: Brett Hutton, Zach Chappell, Fateh Singh and Dane Patterson. Gloucestershire are unchanged from the Somerset game. So Chris Dent, Ben Wells, Marcus Harris, James Bracey, Ollie Price, Jack Taylor, Zafar Kahar, Tom Smith, and then the three seamers: Dom Goodman, Paul Van Meekeren and Jared Warner. Now on Sunday, Gloucestershire literally did, I think, fool everybody by asking Zafar Kahar to open the bowling. Now he may do that again today, but he's not going to do it first up.
It's going to be Ben Slater facing the first ball, and it's going to be Dominic Goodman bowling it.
2 left-handers, of course, to open for Notts.
So Goodman's going to take us away from the pavilion end. Absolutely glorious day here. So here we go. Let's play. Goodman in. Slater leaves that one alone. A little bit of movement there for Goodman early on. Just going away from Slater. Slater's got a cracking average in List A cricket. The average is over 50 in List A cricket.
Yeah, and that's not over a small number of games either, is it?
He's a very, very good player. Chesterfield lad, born under the crooked spire. Here he is about to face Goodman. Just plays that one out to mid-on.
So there are 2 players in the Notts team who, at the start of next season, will have done the triumvirate, which is Leicester, Notts and Derbyshire. Slater's done it already.
Zach Chappell.
And Zach Chappell will do it at the start of next season.
Yeah. Yeah, Slater was only on loan there, wasn't he? He was loaned out to Leicestershire.
Yeah, but, the point is that they've still played for all 3.
Yeah. Oh, that's down the leg side, and that's the first extra of the morning. Umpires today are Naeem Ashraf, who is standing at the pavilion end.
And James Middlebrook.
Who
I associate with Essex more than anybody else.
Yeah. Goodman into the crease. And that's down the leg side. That's going to be the first boundary. I'm not sure if that's off the hip. Or, no, it's runs. It was a very fine tickle from Slater.
Well, this is the, we think is the international strip here at the Seat Unique Stadium. It is very central and the boundaries are really deep today. Both sides of the wicket, they are back as far as you can have them just about. So I think that says that Gloucestershire are going to effectively ask Notts to work the ball around.
Goodman in. That's a better line there.
You know, it'll make the boundaries harder to get, and it'll make the spin bowlers all the more important. I've been talking to somebody since the game on Sunday when I wasn't here, and they said the big thing was that the spinners bowled really slowly. Almost taking pace off the ball for us to bowl, almost the spinners taking pace off the ball.
Yeah. Goodman into the crease, and that's a good leave there from Slater. Yeah, I think this wicket will turn. I think it will be what's called a Bunsen in the trade. And, you know, I think that Gloucestershire have got Zafar Gahar, they've got Tom Smith, they've got Jack Taylor, and they've got Ollie Price if they need it as well. Nottinghamshire don't seem to have that many spinners in their side.
Well, only two, neither of whom are very experienced in terms of first team cricket.
Goodman. Yeah, and that's thick outside edge, but he was always in control of that. That runs away down to third. That's the end of the first over. Not 6 for none. Slater with 5 and the wide as well.
So he's looking out there just to see who Gloucestershire are going to open with, and Jared Warner is going to have the honour from this Ashley Down Road end. So I say a slightly different view to Sunday. I haven't been out in the middle, but the pitch looks very dry. But as it is the international wicket, it's liable to be a good batting strip, you would think. Ollie Price just the one slip for Gloucestershire at the moment. And it'll be Sol Buddinger to face. The Notts have 2 left-handers at the top of the order. And it's going to be pretty warm work for the bowlers out there today. Wouldn't be surprised if we have a couple of drinks breaks. Maybe at 16 and 32. They might even do 3. Anyway, here's Warner with this really sprinty approach of his, and that's outside the off stump and quite wide enough outside the off stump for James Biddlebrook to call that as a wide. Notts so far, so they've played 2-1-2. They beat Sussex at home. Well, they scored 290 batting first and won quite comfortably, and then that win over Somerset. Gloucestershire, of course, starting with that defeat up at Cheltenham by Warwickshire when Dom Sibley got 100, and then losing at Sussex where they really conceded too many batting first, and then the win on Sunday. Warner again in from this Ashley Down Road end, chopped away just to the right of the fielder at backward point, and it's raced away for 4. Ben Wells is there, but he couldn't lay a hand on that.
That was in the air for a while. That wasn't a million miles away from Ben Wells there, and it was an extravagant shot there from Buddinger.
It is actually Slater on strike. Warner in, and he lets that go. Outside the off-stump, you have Buddinger's squad number is 1, and you don't get very many players who decide that that should be their squad number. I think when Gloucestershire's squad numbers were first done, they did them in alphabetical order. So Mark Alleyne, as captain, was squad number 1.
Yeah.
But I think it's unusual for a young man to say that that's the squad number he wants, albeit it could be his position in the batting order, and that may be why he wants it.
Possibly. It's even rarer in football for an outfield player.
Warner in once more and cracked by Slater straight to Wells again. He might have got that on his foot by the looks of the way he just hobbled away. So the field for Warner, he's got a third man and a fine leg, just the one slip. And with those two men out, everybody else is inside the circle. Not a bad crowd in. It's hard to tell with the two stands at the pavilion end of the ground. Normally those people might be spread further round, but they've got offered a different view by those stands being in. And here's Warner again. Oh, that's a good carry. And that was nice shape from Jared Warner. Taken quite high up by James Bracey.
Yeah, a little bit of life in this Bristol wicket by the look of it, which is always encouraging to see.
Let's have a second look at this. See how brown that pitch is, but nice. And look where Bracey's taking that shoulder height.
He's quicker than he looks, Jared Warner. I thought he bowled really well in the game against Somerset here the other day. I thought his spell changed the momentum of the game, and you know, in cricket, momentum is everything. I think.
Starts his run from just about the edge of the 30-yard circle. Comes in now. That's down the leg side. That will be a wide.
Yeah, momentum is a hell of a lot in the game of cricket, isn't it? And Somerset were flying in that game. They were 57 for none off 10. Jared Warner comes on. He changes it. He nicked Renshaw off. It wasn't given, which caused a big hoo-ha. There was a lot of verbal going on. And Van Meekeren then nicked Renshaw off. Again, it wasn't given. The octane levels went through the roof. And then eventually Warner nicked off Renshaw with probably a little word of don't use up all the hot water in the showers. So.
Warner again over the wicket and just nudged by Slater into the leg side, but straight to Thomas Smith. There's no run. One thing about Warner is he's not the fastest walker back to his mark, is he? It's quite a long run too, so he will take a little while to get through his overs in this opening spell.
The thing is, they're going to bowl three spinners. They'll whistle through their overs. I think
that will balance it up. You would certainly think.
Jack Taylor there mid-off, played a captain's role in the game on Sunday. 4 for 31 and 77 not out. Absolutely outstanding.
Marcus Harris is at mid-on, and here is Warner again. Slater again straight to Thomas Smith. That's why he's there, to stop those singles. So Warner and Goodman have conceded 12 in the first couple of overs, but there's been some wides in there, and they'll want to tighten that line up a bit. Don't want to give Notts too many freebies at the top of the order. As I say, the word is that Hasib Hamid will probably bat at 3, but if they got a good start, then young Ben Martindale may come in first wicket down. Obviously, it wasn't here on Sunday. What do you reckon the crowd would have been on Sunday? Was it half full? Do you reckon?
Yeah, I'd say there was probably maybe 4,000 here, perhaps. Yeah, we'll find out. We'll get our men on the case as Goodman comes in, and that's a firm-looking drive there by Bodinger. Goes out to the skipper. Mid-off. He likes the skipper from mid-off, doesn't he?
Yes.
Some skippers like first slip. He's a mid-off man.
See where Zafar is. He's in the covers at the moment, I think.
Goodman in, and that's just tickled around the corner. He might get 2, actually. Yeah, he will. There's Zafar. Out at deep square.
So who is that under the cap then? In the guy's Dent under the
Dent's extra.
Yeah, almost everybody's wearing a cap today. It just the way, of course, because Dent throws left-handed, as he was creeping in.
Yeah.
At this distance.
Goodman in, and that's crashed, and Tom Smith there in the covers. So we've got Bracey keeping wicket. Ollie Price is at first slip. How long he stays there for, I don't know. We've got Ben Wells at backward point. Then we've got Tom Smith, Chris Dent at extra, Jack Taylor at mid-off, down at third. Trying to see who that is.
Van Meekeren, I think.
Yeah, as Goodman comes in, and that's well bowled. Squares Budinger up a little bit. Jack Taylor at mid-off, Marcus Harris at mid-on. Just on the 45 inside the ring is Jared Warner, because you're only allowed 2 outside the ring. It is Van Meekeren down at third. And at deep square, we've got Zafar Gahar.
And you've got a good number of left-handed throwers in that team as well, so you're not got to be careful when they're looking for their sharp singles.
It's just whipped onto the leg side, just manufactured a single there. Moves the score on to 15.
Dad's mind's drifting towards ice cream already. I'd say it is a community day here today. Quite a few different enterprises have set up on the Kennington Avenue side of the ground, including representatives from both the Army and the RAF.
Yeah, if you...
Good stop from Goodman.
If you're in the Bristol area, then we have got a wonderful day come down, because it's community day and it's in partnership with Bowler, and it brings together businesses and organisations from the local area, and to celebrate the community that Gloucestershire County Cricket Club represent in Bristol. We've got the Army, the Navy, the RAF. There's an interactive field hospital, some military fitness drills. You'll be out there, Ian, won't you, giving it some?
In this heat.
You can test your reactions on the reaction wall. You can test your cricket and your football skills. Bristol Rovers are here. Good night, Irene. There's chess.
All sorts, basically. Budinger faces a new over from Jared Warner from this Ashley Down Road end, and just tucks that into the leg side. No run though. Fielding by Marcus Harris. You
can challenge an international master of chess. Yeah, not just like some master, like a schoolmaster, a chess master. And he's going to be blindfolded.
Oh.
Yeah. You can look inside emergency vehicles, fire engine, ambulance, and a riot van. And trust me, Ian Randall hasn't seen the inside of one of those since last Friday night when he had a few too many to drink in a pub in Gloucester.
I got to recap a great conversation I had with someone the other day. Here is clipped off his hip by Budinger. They'll take one anyway, but that was a good stop. Tom Smith is on the 45 at short fine leg. That would easily have gone for 4. So I had a conversation. I was at a wedding on Sunday. I had a conversation with a member of the family of the groom.
Okay.
And I said to him, because he's a big Gloucester Rugby supporter, did he remember a guy at Gloucester Rugby called Will James, who played in the second row?
Right.
And when he retired, he went to be effectively head of sport at Ampleforth College in North Yorkshire.
Strong rugby there.
Warner in once more, again down the leg side. Will they run a bye? They won't. And will it be called as a wide?
Ooh, that's a drop catch.
Ooh, interesting. It's not.
Let's have a look at this on the replay.
It's not called as a wide, and
it might come off the hip.
Possibly. We can't show you a replay of that, I'm afraid. So only those absolutely out there in the middle will be clear on whether that was a chance or not. Warner to Slatter, who slashes that into the offside, and it just dropped short of the fielder extra cover. Zafar, I think he was in two minds there. Does he dive forward, or does he just try and make sure he stops the ball? And he went for the safer option. I'm not sure he would have reached it. Was it just short?
I don't think it was. He was just short, but I tell you what, it was in the air for a long time. Slater playing with fire here.
I will complete that Ampleforth College story because there is a cricket reference to it. And a player that I do not remember. Here is Warner in once more. That's cracked through the gap this time. And Notts will get 4. Slater got that in the gap between Wells and Zafra, and it went out away to the point boundary for 4. Notts to 20 without loss.
That's a nice shot. That's lovely placement there from the Chesterfield lad.
So,
yeah,
Will James, Ampleforth College.
Yeah.
And I remembered this, and there was a photograph posted yesterday by Paul Smith, former Warwickshire all-rounder, of the team that played for Warwickshire. I think he said it was the 1984 Benson and Hedges against Yorkshire at Headingley.
Right.
Team photograph, and Smith obviously is in the shot. Warner in again, and again played into the offside by Slater, straight to Zaffa. End of Warner's over, 20 for no wicket off 4, and he's inviting people to name the other players in the squad. And one particularly keen person, not me, I hasten to add, got all of them. And one of the players in that shot is now the headmaster at Ampleforth College. Robin Dyer, his name was.
Ooh, yeah.
Looked about 6'9". Played
Glasses.
Yes.
Yeah.
Played as an opening batsman, I think.
Yeah.
But as I say, now headmaster at Ampleforth College. So.
And he'd have opened up with David Smith, not the Surrey.
KD Smith.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, correct.
Goodman into the wicket, and that's crashed away by Budinga. Good bit of work by Tom Smith. They scamper through for a single.
To be fair, Dennis Amos was also in that team shot, so it might be that Amos would have opened. But
Jeff Humpage?
Yes, correct. Yeah, Norman Gifford.
Gladstone Small?
Gladstone Small, yeah.
Tim Munton, or was it before his time?
No, not Munton. Anton Ferreira.
Oh, yeah. He had a good moustache.
He did.
Proper moustache he had.
And Chris Old was also in that shot.
Chile, yeah.
So anyway, just the Ampleforth College link kind of amused me in a way.
Goodman's going to go round the wicket now to Slater, and that's short and pulled. A lot of work there for Zafar Gahar. He's out in the deep, and they run one on his arm.
Big boundaries today.
2 to Slater. 23
they're
for
right out, just about as far as they could go. So it is going to be a case really for the batsmen. They've got to work the ball into the gaps. We could see a lot of threes today. I mean, I would say that it could easily be an 80-yard boundary square of the wicket on both sides.
Paul Smith had an amazing story, didn't he? Where he was one of the fastest bowlers around. That's played pleasantly by Slater out to the skipper Jack Taylor at mid-off. 23 for none. Slater's on 15. Budinga's on 5. Paul Smith was, George DeBell tells me, he thinks he was one of the quickest in the world. I know George is a Warwickshire fan. But yeah, I mean, if George DeBell says that, then... And then he ended up homeless, didn't he? He had drink and drug problems. That's pleasantly worked off his hip out to Zafar. He's only going to get the one. It's gone straight to him. Zafar chucks it in on
just
the bounce.
Just to complete that story, Robin Dyer, 65 first-class matches, 2,843 runs at 27. So, you know, okay, not staggeringly good, but not terrible either.
No. And Paul Smith, he ended up homeless in Compton in Los Angeles. And he's an interesting guy. He's got an interesting story. He's turned his life around. That's again just nurdled off the hip out to Zafar. Going to get one there, Budinga. Yeah, he ended up in Compton in Los Angeles. Turned his life around, and he's all right. We had him on our podcast last year along with Gladstone Small, and they lived together, and he's got a wonderful story of not being able to find any saucepans in the house, and he was hungry, so he cooked baked beans in the kettle. That's pulled fiercely, but straight to Zafar by Slater. And that completes the over. So we're on 26 for none. Well, it might be 27. No, 26. Slater's on 17. Buddinger's on 6. And that's the end of the 5th over.
Yes, Buddinger's not had much of the strike, to be fair. He's only faced 9 deliveries so far. So, reasonable start for Notts. I think the one thing I would say from what I've seen at the moment is that there is a bit of bounce in this pitch, but there does look to be, it's quite slow. Warner in, and Slater says no to a single. That's pushed out into the offside. So Gloucestershire have got 4 men saving 1 on the offside for Slater.
Looks a good batting track, this.
It does look a good pitch, but you wonder what
if it's going to turn.
Yeah, A, will it turn, and B, so the one thing that it does strike is there's not a huge amount of pace in the pitch, I would say. So if it's going to turn, will it turn slowly? And then it's a question of, you know, how do you keep the scoreboard ticking against the slower bowlers? Warner staying around the wicket. That is short. It's hooked, and it will go for 4. Down to deep backward square leg. There is a gap there with the man up, and plenty of time for Slater to get into position here. See how short and this actually is. Yeah, it's always going down the leg side. Slater just able to really help that on its way.
Yeah, Slater looks like he's the danger man. He's the one they want. Slater and Hamid are, and Lyndon James are the sort of experienced guys in this Notts lineup, and he looks like the man they want. Got double 100 earlier in the season.
Warner staying around the wicket. That's a better line, and pushed out to Zafar. Not given the new ball today.
No, no.
Perhaps a touch surprising that on Sunday, but it certainly made Somerset think a bit.
Drop us a line if you're tuning in to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. If you're a Gloucestershire fan,
yeah, there's the box, top right hand corner of your screen.
Or if you're tuning in from the East Midlands, drop us a line.
Warner off this quite long run, running away from our commentary position. In, and that's just dropped off the body of Slater back down the pitch. I mean, the one stat, and it only really hits home when you read something like this. Notts haven't played here at Bristol in a List A game since 2009.
Wow.
And they haven't played Gloucestershire away in a List A game since 2011, and that game was at Cheltenham. So they don't meet very often in this particular format. And because of their time in different divisions of the Championship, they've not played each other much in 4-day cricket either. Warner again off the back foot once more from Slater, straight into the offside. Again, good fielding from Chris Dent.
Both have won it in recent years, though, haven't they? Both won the Royal London Cup.
Yeah, Notts won it in 2017. Gloucestershire 2015, obviously. Last year, Notts didn't get to the knockout stages, so to speak, and they are hit heavily with calls to the 100. 5 of their players with 6 of their players with the Trent Rockets. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Beautifully timed. That's 4 from the moment it left Slater's bat. It was just pitched up a little bit further. He just leant into it. And as Dan has said so often this season, this outfield is like glass. It raced away. And Notts are racing away too here. There's a second look at that. Just literally all in the timing. Didn't overhit it. Almost steered it. And Notts have got 34 on the board after 6 overs, and Slater into his stride already here. He looks the important wicket. In fact, Jack Taylor's not going to wait any longer. He wants to get his spinners into the game.
Yeah, we're going to see Zafar Gahar come in from the pavilion end. He likes to go around the wicket to the left hand as he varies it. I think he'll change the angles up a little bit.
You saw Goodman's figures there, 3 overs for 15.
Best bowling for Nottinghamshire is in a game against Gloucestershire. At Stroud in 1956 by a chap called Ken Smales. 10 for 66. William the Conqueror of analysis. Zafar in. And Budinga turns that one around the corner. Ben Wells in that position where he's going to be busy. He's a good fielder, Ben Wells. He's normally a wicket keeper, but Bracey's got the gloves at the moment, but he's still a very sharp fielder. He's quick across the ground. In fact, they've moved him now, and he's going to go into sort of more of a mid-wicket with Warner on the 45, and the man out in the deep is going to come backward of square. A deep backward square.
So 2 men out on the leg side.
Yeah. Budinga tries to whip that one through there. Yeah, Zafar's going to bowl a tight line, not give him too much width. He's got 4 on the offside. He's got 3 in the circle on the leg side with a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. That's a lovely shot though from Budinga. What timing that is.
Right
down the ground, 4 runs.
Right under his nose, that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But just kept a very tight setup. Here's a view from behind Zafar. We're at the other end, but this is a good indication of how much he's literally squeezed it out from right by his toes.
And that is crunched as well. That's going to go for just the one there. That's Paul van Meekeren, I think, out in the deep.
Is that
no?
Goodman, I think.
Yeah.
Van Meekeren's down here at short third man.
Zafar in. Oh, that's the big appeal there. Zafar's fancies it. Umpire James Middlebrook having none of it at all. I'm a big fan of Trent Bridge, Ian. Are you a fan of Trent Bridge?
I do like it as a test venue.
Oh, I love Trent Bridge. I like the people up there. They're a good laugh. There's the replay. Ooh. Here's Zafar again.
Would have to have turned quite a bit, that. I'm not saying it didn't, but would have had to have straightened quite a long way to get the call.
That's the end of the 7th over. Not 39 for none.
Yeah, that was interesting that one of the at one end who's seen spin within the power play, but that may be the way Gloucestershire try and check this run rate. Jack Taylor's going to give Warner at least one more.
Yeah, that was the tactic on Sunday against Somerset. They brought them on after in the 7th over. They just gave Goodman 3 overs.
Say though, Zafar actually opened on Sunday, which was I thought was a very interesting call, but left field kind of call. Budinga's on strike though. Now to Warner. He stepped outside his off stump here, pulled it way behind square on the leg side. It is hauled in by Van Meekeren, and they'll come back. Oh, they'll say they come back. They've only taken 1.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty there.
I think maybe that does emphasise that even with the short ball, it's not as the surface may be true, but I suspect it's comparatively slow. So, say pace off will be the key element to this. Warner back at the end of his run, and that's squeezed away off the back foot down to Goodman. Bit of a fumble, but they'll get away with a single. He's down in front of the club office and the smaller of the 2 scoreboards here at the Seat Unique Stadium. I think Trent Bridge probably quite a, if I can put it like this, it's quite a an intimate test ground. It's quite small as playing area wise.
Yeah,
and everybody feels as if they're really on top of everything.
And the bars are like not sort of bars like you get in most cricket grounds. They're actually pubs that go onto the street on the other side. I love Trent Bridge.
Warner again from the Ashley Down Road end. Oh, that's a deliberate late nudge down to third man, and Buddingham will pick up one more. I think I'm right in saying my second day at a test match was at Trent Bridge. I went to Lords, I think, for one day before that.
Yeah.
But I saw John Bracewell make a century for New Zealand. Ooh. At Trent Bridge.
86?
Yes, that might be right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That might be about right. Warner with no close fielders now. Didn't take long for the slip to come out. And worked all past Tom Smith's dive, and that will go down to the boundary for 4 at fine leg. Smith is up there. Clearly stops the single, but if it beats him, it will absolutely rattle away. And you might say that it's not, this format of the game doesn't draw the same sort of excitement over 3.5 hours that a T20 would, but the crowd are quite quiet at the moment, and that's because these two are because they're getting settled. 46 already on the board. Slater's got 13 of them, and that's pulled away. Look at wider Van Meekeren, and he's picking up the short stuff here and putting it away powerfully on the leg side. Nothing Van Meekeren can do about that latest boundary. And 50 up for Notts in only the 8th over.
Jared Warner not happy with himself down there.
He's deep in thought as he walks back. Started over the wicket to both these two, but has switched and then stayed around the wicket, trying to change the angle a bit. And again, Slater just pushes that out of the offside. Doesn't pick up a single, but they've had another good over there. Notts 50 for no wicket off 8. And I did say at the 5 to 11 today that they do back their batting, and therefore they would expect to score heavily. And then, although the pitch may not suit their quicker bowlers, and they've got two inexperienced spinners in terms of first team cricket, they would just generally have a very confident aura about them, and that's just the way they play their cricket, isn't it? And that's a bit what we saw when Zach Chappell came on loan, to be fair. He had that sort of just that confident sense about him, didn't he?
Yeah, I think Peter Moores also gives them that confidence, and if they do get out that way, then that's life. They're encouraged to play positively. Here's Zafar in, and Buddingham just works him round the corner to Paul Van Meekeren. No run.
Warner's 4 overs have cost 30. Maybe a change coming at this end.
I think, yeah, maybe we might see Van Meekeren, or that's just again nurdled into the onside by Buddingham.
It would be an early introduction for Tom Smith, perhaps, but it wouldn't be completely out of the question.
Zafar, and that's a big hoik. That's gone in the air. Is that going to be out? Oh, it's actually plugged and not even gone for 4. Jack Taylor's done, or is it Harris? Has done some.
It's Jack Taylor.
He's done some wonderful work down there. I'm not sure what.
I think that's bounced and come up, and he's flicked it back.
Yeah, let's have a look.
He's not reached it, but he's just almost flipped it. He's flipped it back.
It's amazing work. That's another heave by Buddingham, who's almost put it down the throat of Jared Warner. That deep backward square. Buddingham's, he's not pretty to watch, but he's getting the scoreboard moving.
Well, these two are attacking the board here, almost as they did at Somerset in their match last week.
Zaffa. Oh, that's well bowled. That goes straight on with the arm and beats Slater on the outside edge. Bracey whipping off the bails. Notts have played at Grantham recently, haven't they? Which is a...
And I think they are going back there.
Yeah, lovely venue. There's a big appeal there. Middlebrook having none of it. That completes the over. Yeah, they played at Grantham. They've played at Cleethorpes in the past. Let's look at that LBW. Oh.
I think I'd be asking for that. It might be going over the top. He was a little bit high, perhaps.
But yeah, Cleethorpes is a long way from Nottingham, isn't it, to play?
It is. It's about as far as taking Lancashire to said, but we don't want to get involved in political arguments about where they should or shouldn't be playing.
But they also used to get massive crowds at Worksop at the old town ground there. They used to play Yorkshire there regularly, and you know, all the miners would come, you know, to get on the bus at Sheffield or Barnsley or whatever, because Worksop's only just over the border from South Yorkshire.
North, very much in the north of the county, isn't it?
Yeah, until the miners' strike in the 80s, where things were rather fractious between Nottinghamshire and their Yorkshire counterparts.
Here's Van Meekeren then into the attack from this Ashley down road end. It tries to slide one across Budinger, who is trying to play a shotter ball at the moment. 53 Notts have got. This is the last over of the power play, and then I think we will see, from a Gloucestershire point of view, a change of tack in terms of the pace of the bowling. The spinners will come right into play. And Meekeren again wandering back quite slowly to his mark, not quite as long a run as Warner's. Comes in again, and again that's short. Where's he hit? Where's he had that? That's gone a long way. Climbed into that has Budinger, and it's gone all the way for 6 into the mound stand. I lost sight of that in the air. That was a big hit. And these are long square boundaries on the ground today.
Good pick up.
And he's not much foot movement, and he's whipped that away.
Gone straight through the exit
to deep square, and they're going to ask for another ball, or whether someone's going to have to manage to find it. There's some just batsmen have only been out in the middle for 40 minutes, but whilst they do find the ball, one of the not squad members have brought out some towels and drinks for the batsmen, and there's going to be a chat now between Marcus Harris and Jack Taylor in terms of a field setting, I think, on that leg side.
Yeah, it's Tom Smith who's got sort of quite a good view of him, and he is just picking it up off his hip. It's not actually even that short, but he's picking it up there, and that seems to be his shot. He's a whacker, isn't he, Budinger? He's not pretty to watch, but he's effective, because they're not even out of the power play yet, and the scoreboard, they're going at 6 and over.
Very similar to the start that Somerset made, but that fell away for them. Here's Van Meekeren. Oh, that's gone straight down the ground. That's a lovely shot over long off. That will go 2 bounces 4.
That's a more authentic cricket shot there.
Budinger starting to get his eyes and technique in line here.
One hand. Just one hand.
But just trying to take it through the line, not hitting across it.
He's unorthodox.
Waits again for Van Meekeren. As you can see, 63 for no loss, or slower ball. And squeezed down past Warner. There's a chase round the outfield, and they'll come back for 2. Notts at the moment giving themselves a good base to work from, but the key element will be, how will these two cope against the slower bowlers. Zaffar's bowled 2 overs for 8 at the moment. This is the last over of the power play. And that's fired away. That's 4 more away through mid-wicket. And Van Meekeren proving an expensive introduction here into the attack. A 6 and 2 4s in this over. Budinger, again, not much foot movement. Just really hand-eye coordination. And when he hits the ball very hard, again, just taking his guard again, probably taking off stump by the looks of that.
Yeah, he's gives it a whack, doesn't he?
Yeah, Van Meekeren's having to try something else here, so he's going to come around the wicket. Still, he has no mid-wicket out. He only have 2 men out, of course, at the moment. So he's going to try a different angle to Budinger, who's all slammed it back, and it's a very difficult caught and bowled on the follow-through. So Budinger, having got to 32, he's dropped off the last ball of the power play, and Notts get to the end of the power play on 70 without loss. But this is a hard chance. He's not really balanced to take it, and Budinger has a life. 70 for no wicket. The last 5 overs have cost 34.
Yeah, we've had an email in from Andy Easom in Long Eaton. That's where Gary Birtles was from, wasn't he? I think.
That's right.
Yeah. He's an avid Notts fan watching from Long Eaton on the Notts Derby border. Spin options for Notts: Fateh Singh, the very promising England under-19 cap. Matt Montgomery maybe will twirl a few. Ben Slater has bagged a couple of very fortunate wickets, he says, this season, and Sol Budinger can bowl. Obviously, Liam Patterson-White is on debut for England Lions. He said he's not been to Neville Road since the NatWest semi-final of 1987, when Andy Pick destroyed the home side's batting with 5 for 22. Well, thanks for your email, Andy. Good to hear from you. Hope you're enjoying the stream here. Zafar Gahar comes in, and that's whacked miles there by Budinger, and that is not a million miles away from the windscreen of the police car down there, which you don't want to go destroying police property. That's a massive 6. And there
were some spectators down there who I think, and then they almost went to duck because they couldn't maybe follow the trajectory of that shot, and it was going at such a rate that you just are thankful that it bounced on the car park tarmac there and through just past that police car, as you mentioned. It was part of the community day here. But if Budinger is going to stay out in the middle for any length of time, the scoring rate is going to rise rapidly.
It certainly is, and the Avon and Somerset police would be probably of a mind to save the taxpayer a few quid and possibly move their car down there. There it is. It sort of went not a million miles away from that police and dog estate car there. Here's Zafar. Budinger works him into the onside. Field now spread. So we've got 5 inside the ring now.
So
Slater's going to face.
Yeah, long on is now out, unsurprisingly. As well as the man out on the leg side.
And that could be down his throat. That's gone up in the air. And that's a great catch. Absolutely outstanding from Chris Dent there, running back over his head. And that gets rid of the very dangerous Ben Slater for 34. What a good catch that was.
Well, almost the ideal man to have under that catch. Dent, one of the best catchers in the Gloucestershire side, and he gets a well-deserved pat there from Marcus Harris, because and Ollie Price too. That was a tremendous bit of work coming over your shoulder, never easy. And Zafar finally has a breakthrough for Gloucestershire, but it's a good start for Notts.
It's an outstanding start for Nottinghamshire. They're going at over 7 and over here.
And I therefore would suspect that it will be Martindale to come in at number 3. We were told that he would be at 3 if they had a good start, but that is not him. That is Hasib Hamid.
No, it's Martindale. They say on the scoreboard.
That's interesting. They're saying it's Martindale, but
no, it's Hamid. They've changed it to Hamid.
Yeah, I thought it was Hamid because he was coming out as a right-handed batsman would, and Martindale is a left-hander. So that suggests to me that it will be the Notts captain, Hasib Hamid. And just to pick up on Andy's email, he's quite right to say that Singh and Montgomery would be the 2 spinners. I think my balance to that would be neither of them have an awful lot of experience in first team cricket as bowlers. That would be my only caveat to his point, but he's right to say that they are the 2 spin options for Notts, the 2 main spin options for Notts today.
Hasib Hamid played in the Ashes, made his debut all the way back in 2015 for Lancashire.
He's still only 25.
He was thought of as the next Atherton, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And then he lost form and went to Notts in 2020. Anyway, he's going to face his first ball from Zafar Gahan. He hits that firmly. He's came under a bit of criticism. He's had a really good start for England, didn't he, in India in 2016. He was the youngest England opening debutant. Here's Zafar to him, and he plays that one watchfully off the back foot out to Goodman at deep cover. He's off the mark.
He's got, first class wise, he's got 5,000 runs at 34, which is, perfectly respectable.
He's a decent player.
He's
a decent player. He knows his areas, and he's Zafar going to bowl to Budinger, and Budinger crashes that. That could be. Oh, that wasn't a million miles away from Goodman out there. It's gone for 6, all the way for 6, but he's nearly put that one down the throat of Goodman. And no, I thought it was 4. Yeah.
It's just changed it. It just dropped just short of the rope. Not much in that, mind you.
No.
Very, very close. And in a sense, all Hamid needs to do here, from a Notts perspective, is just push the singles and give Budinger the strike. Because if he sticks around for another 20 minutes, then Notts are going to have a very, very advanced score compared to the number of overs bowled. I mean, 82 off 11 with only 1 wicket down. They will be looking. Well, you could be looking at 350, couldn't you? Here,
you could be. If Budinger gets going. The other place Nottinghamshire have played, another outground of theirs, is Welbeck Colliery, where they played in recent years, which I believe is the home of Jake Ball, and they have a Welbeck weekender. They don't tend to use outgrounds very much, Nottinghamshire.
Well, they wouldn't be alone in that, would they?
No, they certainly wouldn't.
A slip in for Hasib Hamid. Paul Van Meekeren's going to continue to bowl to him and just tucks him up there. That's just dribbled out into the leg side. Zafar, having had the success in his last over, is now on the single at mid-wicket. So the bowling figures at the moment: Zafar 3 overs, 1 for 20. Jared Warner 4 overs for 30. Goodman 3 overs for 15. Van Meekeren, first over cost 17. There he is once more, steered by Hamid. Just off his hip down towards long leg. We'll just pick up one. Gloucestershire might quite like to have Hamid on strike for a while, because he might just calm his approach and his desire to just get himself in might just slow things down a little bit.
Yeah, I think Budinger will give you a chance, though. I don't think he cares that the field's spread. I think he'll just play in his idiosyncratic style.
Well, he's got it's only his 11th match in a List A format. He's got 2 50s already, and he's got 44 here. Oh, yeah, that went off the toe end of the bat. And he's gone out on the offside. He's picked up a rather ugly single. But it's one approach. I'm not saying it's necessarily absolutely textbook, but it's effective for Notts at the moment. Short from Van Meekeren, and a little scoop straight to third man by Hasib Hamid. He can't believe he's done that, and Tom Smith has picked up a very simple catch. He didn't have to move. And Hasib Hamid has given his wicket away there, really. Here's the second look at this. He's played the scoop, couldn't have played it with a more pinpoint accuracy to the man on the boundary at third man. Smith picks up a catch, and it's 84 for 2.
Yeah, Hamid goes for 2, and that's 2 of probably their most experienced batsmen gone there, Nottinghamshire, and Gloucestershire will be hoping that there's a callowness to some of the youngsters here. But Lyndon James is a good cricketer. I think we're going to see Matt Montgomery now, aren't we? He coming full.
It is Montgomery at 4.
Yeah,
yes.
He's a South African who had a very good record out there, and having been on the receiving end of Ryan Rickleton at Cheltenham College, Gloucestershire will know all about these young up-and-coming South African batsmen. Certain Mr. Stubbs had a good time here at Bristol as well, didn't he, in the T20?
He did. And Van Meekeren will feel a bit better about life, having had that very expensive first over. He's now picked up a wicket. I tend to think of Paul as somebody who, he's a wicket taker, but he can be expensive. And, you know, 548 at Sussex is kind of typical sort of figures where you think, oh, he's still conceding quite a lot of runs, but he is taking wickets. So can he do that again here? That's a very short one. And I was just confirming whether that was called as a no ball or not, and the answer to that is no. And the slip has gone back in for Montgomery. Got an 87 in the win over Sussex in the first match.
22 years old. He was leading scorer for KwaZulu-Natal in the 2019 Cricket South Africa Provincial One Day Challenge.
Van Meekeren in very warm sunshine, bowls, and Montgomery defends. At the end of a successful over for Van Meekeren after a very loose first one, but Notts 84 for 2 after 12. They won the toss, and the 2 men out. Slater very well caught by Dentov Zafar for 34, and then Hasib Hamid, who just steered Van Meekeren to Smith on the third man fence. Sounds a strange thing to say that, but it was almost like a scoop shot, but he played it perfectly straight to the fielder. Hasib Hamid out for 2.
Zafar's going to continue from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to the explosive Buringa.
His wicket now looks like the big one, doesn't it?
Yep, here's Zafar into him, and he goes hoiking across the line and misses it. Zafar, can't take your eyes off this guy. That's a big, thick outside edge. He's going to get 4 runs for it, but it wasn't pretty, and I'm not sure he meant to get it there.
3 men out on the leg side, so there isn't the same cover on the offside for Zafar here. That's a slash past Van Meekeren at short third man. And they're just going to move him a little bit wider, if anything, rather than finer. Buddinga on 49.
Zafar into him, and he plays that one back to Zafar, who misfields, but the ball just dribbles out to Chris Dent at mid-wicket.
He's only faced 32 balls. He's playing it like a T20 effectively, isn't he?
Yeah. And he just plays that into the onside. That's going to be his 50. And that's off 33 balls. Well batted, Solomon Budinger.
5 4s and 2 6s.
Yeah. Had some emails coming. Chris from Ravenshead, enjoying your commentary, especially the note that us not supporters are a good laugh. It's just down the leg side. Montgomery tickles it round the corner, but doesn't get any runs.
With the right hander in, they've got the slip. Ollie Price back in for Montgomery.
Oh, and that's well bowled by Zafar. Bracey's got his hands on his head, his gloves on his head. That completes the over. 89 for 2. Budinger just got to his 50. Montgomery yet to score. The men out this morning were Ben Slater, who was caught by a running catch over his head at mid-wicket from Chris Dent. Excellent bit of work there. And then Hasib Hamid uppercut one straight to Tom Smith at third man, who didn't even have to move. Anyway, Chris from Ravenshead, he said, enjoying your commentary, especially the note us not supporters, a good laugh. Taken as a compliment, that one. He said, you mentioned Ken Smales. He was famous for his 10-wicket haul in one innings, and he was little. He was a friend and neighbour of his granddad when he was little. He was the secretary of Nottingham Forest for a long time. I can't call him Notts Forest.
Budinger has pulled Van Meekeren into the mound stand for 6 more. And these boundaries are big today on the Seat Unique Stadium, square of the wicket, and Budinger is making it look like he's had a tennis ball being bowled to him here. Anything short, he's just picking it up. It almost looked as if he didn't think he'd middled that, but that went fully 10, 12 rows back. Van Meekeren can't understand what is going on down the other end.
I think you've got to go over the wicket and bowl it across him. I think bowling it into his body, he loves it there.
And also, if it's back of a length, he's just picking it up. Van Meekeren again, that's a slightly slower ball. He's chopped that away down to I think Warner, who's down in front of the club office for a single.
Yeah, so Ken Smales, Secretary of Nottingham Forest, helping Brian Clough with his exploits. A man of many stories. That's from Chris from Ravenshead. You must not call them Notts Forest. They get really touchy out there about it.
Indeed.
Really
and Andy is back in touch on the email. Says that Grantham has 2 Royal London games coming up with home fixtures. Previously they've suffered washouts there, but Notty thinks this coming Sunday, changing the weather next week. Yeah, indeed, that's probably true. Van Meekeren into Montgomery, who slaps that into the ground. I was just looking at the sort of the longer term forecast. Hopefully Gloucestershire can get through to next Wednesday's home game with Leicestershire with the weather still dry. I think it might change a bit after that. They've got 2 away games then to finish the group, one at Radlett, which Dan said he could walk to with a bit of luck, and also one at the Oval. So sponsors offered for Dan's walk to Radlett. 96 for 2 here. I jest. Here is Van Meekeren with a slip in, bowling to Montgomery, who dabs that all down into the ground on the bounce to James Bracey.
You know me, and I'll walk about as well as an Australian batsman, you know, so when he's gloved one to gully. But keep your emails coming through to us. There's the replay of that last ball. Keep them coming in to commentators at glossccc.co.uk, and Ian Randall will answer all your really difficult questions, and I'll read out the light entertainment.
Van Meekeren back at the end of his run. Pardon me. Ian Montgomery plays that into the ground. He's having a good look here, and actually if you are a Nottinghamshire supporter and watching it with us today, obviously very happy to have your company. We'll try and be as fair and balanced as we normally are on the play out in the middle, but of course Notts are top of the 2nd division at the moment. If you have any steer or view on what you would like to see with the structure of the red ball game. In fact, the structure of all the matches. Do drop us a note. I'm always interested to see what other county supporters think. Montgomery plays. That's a nice shot. That's away past Ben Wells, and that will go for 4 past point. That was a lovely stroke. It was a square drive, but he really got on top of it. And Van Meekeren, having been hit around by Buddinga by dropping it short, pitched this one up. And Matthew Montgomery's played it on the bounce through, and Knott's 100 is up. 100 for 2 off 14 overs. It's a 50 over a side game. Gloucestershire spinners have got to really apply the brake.
Certainly have. Certainly have. Yeah, as Ian said there, we'll try and be as balanced as we can. Unfortunately for all you Nottinghamshire fans, we won't be as biased towards your side maybe as Dave Bracegirdle on the BBC, but we'll try and keep it neutral. We'll try and keep it neutral. Here's Zafar Gahar going to bowl at Buddinga. Here he is. Buddinga chops that one. Gets it in the gap again. He was in the air for a long time. And he gets 4 runs, but I think he slashes away at the ball, and I'm not sure Gloucestershire know where to set the field here. I'm not sure Buddinga knows where it's going, actually.
Well, they've tried to close off his big scoring areas of the ground by putting a deep point, a deep mid-wicket and a deep long on out.
Yeah.
So he's got to find other areas, and he's improvising.
Zafar's going to go over the wicket. He's taking an off-stump guard again. Here he is, Zafar to him. He defends that one back down.
61 off 37 he is now. And it is just the sort of innings you want at the start of a
slogs that one across the line.
Game like this.
Outside off stump, and he plays it out to mid-on.
I mean, in a way, it takes the scoreboard pressure away from the batsmen who are following, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. Zafar going back around the wicket to the right-handed Montgomery.
I don't know what Notts think might be a decent total on this pitch.
It's just nudged into it. I think it's a 300 wicket. I really do. I think it's a 300 wicket. I think it's. I think the outfield's like lightning, and although the square boundaries are pushed quite square, that is carved away through the offside. He's going to get 4 runs there. Goodman can't quite get around to that deep cover, and Zafar just giving him a little bit of width there. Takes the scoreboard on to 109 for 2. Buddinga's on 62. Montgomery on 8.
Zafar's bowled. He's taken 1 for 34 in only 5 overs, and that is much more expensive than you'd normally expect.
Yeah, I think it's time to get the spinners on. Well, I think it's time to get Tom Smith into the game.
I'm surprised that Van Meekeren's going to keep going here. He's going at 10 and over.
And the skipper, fresh from his 4 for 31 the other day. I think he's the.
I wonder if he'd like to get Buddinga out first. I think. I mean, Notts have only got. There isn't another left-hander until you get right down in amongst the. Actually, Martindale might give it a bit of a biff, but he's a youngster, so a bit less experienced. But I think they want to get Buddinga out before Jack Taylor tries his leg spin against him.
He keeps chipping it just short of field as though Ian. Buddinga light, perhaps.
He's been thinking of that one for the last 10 minutes. Van Meekeren then to have a 4th over in this spell, and Buddinga goes for the little deft dab.
But you see, even that, it shows
down to Goodman.
It shows the pace of this outfield, where it's, you know, I mean, it's just a deflection, and if it misses the fielder, it's 4 runs.
It is going really quickly.
Yeah.
Just to recap, we said who Gloucestershire's players are before. You'll be familiar who their players out are for the 100. Notts have lost 10 in all. People like Ben Duckett and Alex Hales would have been strengthened their batting considerably. Montgomery waits and squeezes a single out to Warner on the deep square leg boundary. So they've lost Jake Ball, Matt Carter, Joe Clark, Ben Duckett, Luke Fletcher, Calvin Harrison, and then Alex Hales, Tom Moore, Steve Mullaney and Samit Patel, all to the Trent Rockets, those last 4, along with Fletcher and Carter. So it's a bit harsh to say it's a second 11, but it's definitely a sort of a squad fringe team they've got out today, with a debutant in it as well in Ben Nartindale, who we'll see shortly. Here's Van Meekeren in again, chopped into the ground this time by Budinger. He thinks about taking more than one, but I just wonder whether Jack Taylor was just doing some limbering up there, the Gloucestershire spinner, and it does look like a pace off kind of day, and you wonder, someone like Brett Hutton might be really hittable on this pitch, alternatively because he's not a really quick seam bowler, although actually he might be harder to get away.
Yeah, he's a good bowler, Brett Hutton.
Van Meekeren in into Montgomery. Oh, he's beaten him there. I think that really did. I think it nipped off the seam, or it just went on with the arm and it just got a bit of bounce from the Dutchman.
Cut him in half.
Here's a second look at this. Yeah, it's not moved. It's just the angle. Maybe there's a little bit of pace there got through him. Montgomery on 9. Waits for Van Meekeren, stays over the wicket, and again Montgomery defends. Out to Chris Dent. Good catch that was. Slater was starting to really motor, but when you're running away from the play, ball coming over your shoulder, you've got to judge them really well. And what's the point? When he'd actually caught the ball, it's the impact when you come to the ground, because your elbows hit the floor and sometimes the ball bounces out, but Dent was having none of that. Van Meekeren, and again, clipped past the fielder at backward point. That will go for 4 as well. Ben Wells thought for a moment he had a chance of catching that, but it was going so quickly.
Yeah, there's too much width here from the Gloucestershire bowlers, though. They're not either bowling one side of the wicket or the other, and that makes it very hard for Jack Taylor to set a field. And what we're seeing here is 3 good deliveries and 3 with width, which allows the Nottinghamshire batsmen just to throw their hands through the ball, which Budinger especially is doing with aplomb, and you saw Montgomery do it there.
Well, as you can tell from the board, 116 for 2 off 16 overs. There's been a bit of tap for everybody. Van Meekeren 4 overs for 37. Zafar 5 overs for 34. He bowled a bit in the power play, but Jack Taylor's now going to come on and bowl his wrist spin from the pavilion end.
Yeah, fantastic on Sunday, 4 for 31 as we said, and popular man in these parts, just signed a 2-year deal as well. Here he comes into Budinger. Whoa, there could be a run out here. No, there's not. Montgomery wanted the single. Budinger was sleeping a little bit. And Budinger nearly barbecued Montgomery there. Here he comes. A little bit of width. Budinger slices across a cut, but it goes out to Tom Smith out at deep cover.
Can I have a translation, please? What do you mean by barbecued?
Sold him down the river.
Right. I agree. It was a poor call for a single. They got away with it.
Here's Taylor through to the right-handed Montgomery. And already.
Taylor's got 3 men out for the miscue.
Here he comes. Over the wicket. Well bowled. Montgomery plays it back to him.
That's what I was told, having had a debrief with somebody about the game on Sunday, is that the Gloucestershire spinners bowled slowly.
Here he comes in, and that is good dots here.
Montgomery just having a look at the moment.
And that goes up in the air. That's going to be Bracey's, and that is out. Jack Taylor strikes again. The skipper brings himself on, as he did on Sunday, and strikes again in his first over. And that's the end of Montgomery. Ball went nowhere. Wasn't really there to be pulled. And this is what happens when you create pressure. Is batsmen then try and force the issue. And that is the end of Matt Montgomery.
But there is no scoreboard pressure for Notts, is there? 117 for 3. They're going along at more than a run a ball here, and Montgomery needn't have played that aggressive pull shot. Now, if they're going to keep going like this, Notts may end up doing what Somerset did and end up, well short of the total they want and not using up their overs properly.
Yeah, certainly. I think when Tom Smith comes on as well, he's going to sort of strangle it a little bit, and I think it's with 3 of the major batsmen back in the hutch. If Budinger goes shortly, along with James, they're in big trouble here.
Well, it will be Lyndon James who walks out now at number 5. But a wicket for Taylor in his first over, off the last ball of his first over, actually. I think the Gloucestershire player's just taking the opportunity to have some drinks as that wicket fell. But
I've not seen this guy, Lyndon James. Whenever I see him on a scorecard, I always think of Leighton James, the old Burnley winger.
I mean, he's not played an awful lot of white ball cricket. It's only his 10th game. He took all his wickets in one spell. So 5 for 48 he took in one game, but apart from that, hasn't actually bowled in any other match. So here today, we are going to see now spin at both ends. Tom Smith's going to be introduced, and they're going to perhaps, in a way, take a little bit of a chance against Budinger. So the left-hander against the left-arm spinner, just to try and get that run rate down off the quicker bowlers, and try and force Budinger to make his own pace on the shot now, rather than let the bowlers do it for him. Clipped back to the bowler off the first delivery. Our good friend Jerry Wolstenholme's been in touch again. We might get him at the end of the over. It's hard within a spinner's over to do too much. Again, clipped nicely off his legs, straight down the ground by Budinger to Marcus Harris. So let's look at the field for the new batsman here, the right-hander. Still a mid-wicket out, and now a deep extra cover as well. But there's just been a word from Budinger to Lyndon James. And Smith will come around the wicket to the right-hander. Oh, James wants a single here, and he'll get one. Marcus Zafagahar with the attempted throw at the bowler's end, and the field now drops out in every sense. So a long on goes out, deep square goes out, and Budinger with the short straight boundary goes for it. Has he cleared Marcus Harris? He has. And that's gone all the way for 6. That's the shot he wanted to play. Gloucestershire have got Harris out at long on, but they say the shorter boundaries are the straight ones, and Budinger found enough on that. Here's a second look at it. Smith has to gamble this, of course. It was in the slot, and even though Harris was well back, nothing he could do about that. Knots up to 125 for 3. Budinger not quite so happy with anything that's outside the off stump, but he's got to 73, playing things in his own way, and it's been a very effective innings for Notts.
It's been absolute carnage, isn't it? It's vandalism of the highest order.
So what does James do? 4 on the single for Tom Smith here on the offside, and he's clipped it straight to Jack Taylor at mid-on. So the end of Tom Smith's over. I think they're kind of prepared a little bit to see if they can try and tease Budinger out, but so he's got 73. Jerry, by the way, has been in touch. He said, Ken, call me old-fashioned if you will, but my future for the game is go back to one division championship, as in days of yore. I appreciate all the arguments being about meaningless matches, but there are some of those even in the 2-division structure. Sorry to be a stick in the mud, he said. It's my age. Jerry, everybody's entitled to an opinion, and thank you for yours.
Yeah, there are a number of people who share that opinion as well, Jerry, and I think it's a valid one. Here's Jack Taylor to Budinger, plays that one in the air again. He's going to get a couple for it, but he's well, I suppose you make your own luck because you spread the field and then the ball goes into the gaps, but
6 sixes and 4 fours. Sorry, 6 fours and 4 sixes, is it?
That's gone down the ground. Couple of bounces out to long on. 1-2-9 for 3. Good to see some good youngsters coming through the Notts set up though. Sammy King, part of their academy group. Budinger's, although he's an Aussie, he's come through their setup. That's played out to long off, which gets James 1-2. Fateh Singh coming through, because they've not always had the reputation for doing that, have they? They've tended to
cherry pick a bit.
Cherry pick somewhat, as one Leicestershire fan told me. It's ironic that Robin Hood's county robbed the poor. And that's up in the air. That's going to be 6 again from Budinger. He's picked that one up from... Oh, it was a straight delivery. Let's have a look at this on the replay again. That's gone towards that police car. He's going to be in trouble with those big burly army boys down there. They're a little bit short perhaps, but he latches onto anything that's just not quite the right length.
And it plays it from the crease. I say there's almost no foot movement. Just it's very, very good hand-eye coordination, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he's not prepared to go aerial either, because he knows he just hits the ball so powerfully.
Taylor into him. There's that. Played out to Chris Dent, mid wicket, no run.
I don't think he's what you could say authentically driven anything.
No. That's horribly played out to mid off. Taylor pushing that one just a little bit wide from him, and it's like it's
the old pie chart would show almost every. It's a bit like Dom Sibley, but in a rather different way. Almost everything's on the leg side.
There's the bowling figures.
But whereas Sibley was quite content at Cheltenham to sort of work everything off his hip to sort of square leg and behind square, Budinger's prepared to go almost anywhere in the arc on the leg side. Tom Smith to Lyndon James. He partially stops. Attempted drive past him, but they can pick up one anyway. And this is the 20th over. Notts 137 for 3. Probably Martindale due in next, then Schaddendorf, and you're then into the bowlers. So it's a fairly long tail.
Still going at 7 and over though, aren't they?
Yeah, that's why there's a chat now between bowler and captain. What can they do to? Well, I think calming shot. Budinger down is not going to be that easy, so they've got to get him out. How can they do that? Oh, Smith almost induced a leading edge there.
Yeah, I don't think the way he plays, he's gonna, you know, well, if he bats the 50, he's gonna get 300 there.
Well, Smith again with the field very well spread. Again, that's played late. The definite cut down to short third man for a single. He takes the Velcro off his gloves after every ball, Solberdinger. Even if he's on the strike, he'll undo them and do them up again.
Yeah.
Clearly a man of habit. Lyndon James waits for Smith. He's coming round the wicket to the right-hander. What's fired in, that's gone straight to Dent. That short cover, he's in on that single. Try and keep you up to date with the other matches today. There are a clutch of them. But Smith here, around the wicket. James again tries to punch it past Dent. Another good stop. He's ideal in that position.
Pudding has also beaten his top score, which was 71 against Yorkshire at York last year, where he got 7 4s and 4 6s in that one as well.
Smaller ground, I suspect, than this one. And then James pushes a single up to long off. So Yorkshire are 99 for 2 in the 23rd over against Glamorgan. There's a police horse on duty on the ground today, not because of any particular, in fact there are 2 of them, not because of any I say particular crowd troubles, but as part of the community day. And
you don't want to be around that area when Pudding is batting, I tell you. Well, James is facing Taylor now, but I'll move the horses out of the way.
Middlesex 126 for 2 after 21 against Surrey in the derby. Durham 114 for 1 off 22 against Somerset. So sides batting first, doing pretty well generally.
Taylor in, and that's played to mid wicket there by James. That's again played into the same area. James just rocking onto the back foot there. Taylor. James swatting him away square the wicket, and he's going to get 4 runs. Goodman can't quite get there on the boundary. And I think they're going to swap Goodman with Jared Warner, who's a little bit more mobile perhaps.
That's a very polite way of putting it down. I think Dom Goodman, he has his height, of course, gives him an advantage when he bowls, but he wouldn't be the most mobile in the field.
No. And that's again not there to be cut. Nottinghamshire batsmen coming in and all want to put bat to ball, don't they? It's a long way to go in this game, and Taylor comes in. That's better. That's played down to long on. There's a long way to go in this game. What they don't want to be is exposing their tails so they're skittled out for 230, 240. When they bat properly here, they'll get 300.
Might get north of 300.
Especially if this guy gets going. There he goes again. That one has gone backward a square. That's going to roll away across the old practice wicket, and it's going to be 4 runs. Tom Smith can't get round from cover. Taylor just giving him a little bit too much width there. So that takes the score on to 148 for 3. Puddinger's on 87.
So he scored 87 in 86 minutes.
Yeah.
But it's not. You think that's okay? That's pretty quick. Yeah, but actually, you want to look at the balls faced. He's only faced 54 balls here, and they are creating scoreboard pressure for Gloucestershire later on with this innings, big time.
Yeah, Budding's played in the Sheffield Shield under-19 competition for Brisbane Heat, or Brisbane, or Queensland.
Smith to continue. So spin from both ends at the moment. Still quite a way short of halfway, and James plays that into his pad. Could have rebounded back onto his stumps. Didn't do so. But yeah, Budinger is a one-man destruction unit at the moment. He's at the wrong non-striker's end. Smith to James, who plays that into the ground, fielded off his own bowling.
Then James works up, lad. Although he wouldn't have played for Nottinghamshire at that town ground.
Stands up and punches the single up to mid-on. Jack Taylor with a sharp bit of work, but Budinger answered the call. And now fielders head off into the country, so to speak. Deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on as far as they can go. And Jack Taylor and Tom Smith having another chat about how they're going to try and winkle out a mistake from Budinger. Smith over the wicket, and Budinger again plays that little deft dab as a chase for Warner. They'll take two probably as he goes down towards the Thatcher's bar, and they'll come back for a second. So he's sort of different shot, if you like, as Notts 150 comes up. His different shot to the big biff over the leg side is the little late dab.
Yeah, he's distinctly unorthodox, and he's driving Jack Taylor round the bend here.
Smith in again, and that's six more, I think, unless Marcus Harris can get underneath this, which he might be able to, and he does. Budinger goes. Marcus Harris gets underneath it at long on, takes the catch, and that is a key wicket. It might just check the run rate, and it might also open one end for Gloucestershire here. Budinger finally holes out. He didn't think he got as much on as he might have done, and Harris takes the catch, fingers up Australian style down in front of the apartments here, and Budinger finally holes out, but he's made 89 here, 89 out of 151 for 4, and even if Notts shouldn't produce too much more from here, they're still in the game.
It always makes me laugh when batsmen play in this fashion. They then hole out and they go off absolutely like furious with themselves. Jason Roy does it for England as well. You think, well, if you play that way, you're going to get out that way, you know. But they're fuming with themselves, and but it was an entertaining knock from Budinger. It wasn't the most pleasing one we've seen this season. 89
off 56 balls, 7 fours and 5 sixes. It was a bludgeoning knock, wasn't it?
Certainly was.
So now we have the debutant in Ben Martindale. Only club Notts announced yesterday that he'd signed a pro contract for the rest of this tournament. Come through their academy, 19 years old, bowls a bit and bats left-handed, averaging nearly 30 in the second team.
Was his dad at Notts as well?
He was, yeah. Duncan.
Yeah.
Quite right. And he faces now Tom Smith from this Ashley Down Road end. It's tossed up and clipped away into the... So there's pick up one. And you would think that the approach of these two would be just to work the scoreboard for a while, because they've got the base to work from. They've got plenty of time. They could take 4 singles and over for the next 10 overs, and they still have 200 off 30.
Yeah, I mean, nudge it around for 5 and over, which is easy on this pitch. For the next 20 overs, which takes you up to 250 and then leaves you the last 8 overs to have a mad dash. But they won't want to lose any more wickets here, Nottinghamshire. Here's Jack Taylor to Martindale. He plays that again. They goes crashing. They don't hang around, these boys from the East Midlands, do they, Ian?
They got a fast bus back due at 4 o'clock or something.
Taylor in. Martindale punches that one out to cover. He looks quite correct.
But it comes back to perhaps the Peter Moore's way. Just play positively.
Yeah. Oh, that's well bowled by Taylor. Martindale digs that one out.
Good cricket from both there. He picked that. Jack Taylor tried to deceive him with the length, and Martindale picked it.
Here he comes, and it's good stuff from Jack Taylor. Just trying to build pressure on the youngster. He'll want a boundary early on just to get him up and running. And that is a caught and bowled. Jack Taylor hit firmly back. And that's a great bit of work from the Gloucestershire skipper. It really was. He hit it, drilled it back at him. And he's gone diving away to his left and almost sort of taken it behind him in a way. It's a really good bit of work. Oh, great bit. Great grab. And Nottinghamshire now have gone from 117 to 2 and storming this to 152 for 5. And it's game on.
Is this a bit what Somerset did on Sunday? I mean, they had a very good start and then ended up at 199 and didn't use all their overs up.
Yeah, they did. Somerset threw their wickets away. It was again pressure from Gloucestershire that created that, but there was a horrendous run out in the middle there where both, I think it was Rue and it was Bartlett and Goldsworthy both got stuck down at the same end. And we're seeing Gloucestershire here turn the screw a little bit, just as they did on Sunday. I think Zach Chappell will be boys will be having a few words with him when he comes out to bat. Spent most of the season on loan here.
Now the main screen has gone off. I wonder whether that's young Fateh Singh coming out, because he's the only left-hander left in the batting order, and that looks like a left-hander walking out to the middle. So the main scoreboard has just gone off for the moment.
It is
Fateh Singh. So he's come in ahead of Shardendorf, Hutton, and then Chappell and Patterson would be down the order. But you say he is a left-hander, so he's trying to perhaps just change the angle a little bit with the leg spinner.
Here he is facing Taylor and plays out to mid-off, and that's a wicket maiden for Jack Taylor. Well bowled.
A very, very good caught and bowled. Low, diving to his left, and he's taken now 2 for 20 in 4 overs. Smith's taken 1 for 16 in 3, and these two have just squeezed the run rate in the middle overs, exactly what Gloucestershire would have wanted, and they've also importantly now got Notts 5 down. And it's a little bit what Gloucestershire faced at Cheltenham against Warwickshire when Zafar Gahar tried to steer the lower part of the innings. You sort of go into your shell a little bit. Smith coming round the wicket, that's worked away. Tall figure of James out to deep mid wicket, and we're probably, not certain to, but probably entering a quieter period for Notts batting wise, you would think.
You'd think so. That's the police dogs that you can hear on our outside effects, Mike, I should imagine.
Smith then to James for the first time. Oh, and he's almost steered that on the up to Zafar Gahar, it's just short of him. That short extra. He's probably a yard too deep there. Is he tempted to go in a little bit further, I wonder? Did Smith just hold that one back a little bit? Oh, outside the off stump, and Singh doesn't read it. And
just 18 years old.
He was bowling in the nets in this morning when we arrived. Here he is now having to bat, though. Having to bat much earlier than they might have expected. You know, for Notts to be 5 down and you haven't used up half your overs, it just changes the tactics in the second half, doesn't it?
Certainly does.
Smith in again, and Fazli Singh goes straight down the ground. That was a bold shot. There was nobody back at long on, and he's hit Tom Smith over the top of mid on for 4. It's attacking cricket, this, isn't it?
Certainly is. It's
So now Harris has gone back.
It's making me chuckle.
What happens now? That was tossed right up.
Again, he plays it firmly, doesn't he? He's like, you know, there's no soft hands there.
No, end of Smith's over. 4 overs, 1 for 21.
I wonder if it's... Trent Bridge has got a reputation for big scoring in white ball cricket in recent years, isn't it? We saw England get 400 there, didn't we, the other year?
That's quite right.
And I'm wondering if maybe they're encouraged to play that way because of where their home ground is. And
on the basis that they wouldn't play here. Well, they haven't played here, as you know, since 2009. So quite a lot of these players may never have played here before and not know, you know, how the wicket actually is. That's possible.
Yeah. That's played out by Lyndon James out to long off. Lyndon James, product of, well, he's from Worksop, went to Oakham School, where I think Frank Hayes is the cricket master, isn't he? The former Lancashire and England. He was in England for a little bit. That's bunted out to long on by Singh. Yeah, he's a... was Derek Randall there as well at Oakham? He was,
I don't know.
I don't think so. I think maybe Grantham he was possibly. Well bowled Jack Taylor. Bowling the right length, giving Lyndon James something to think about there. Lyndon Wallace James, fantastic name, isn't it? Taylor in. Sounds like something out of a Agatha Christie novel, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Andy from Long Eaton's been back on. He says he's unlucky to bowl today because he has a lower back problem. Buddinger, he says, has only 1 gear. He said, but he's a shoo-in for the 100 and franchise cricket in time, in his opinion. I don't think we'd disagree with that.
Whipped through the onside by Singh.
Yes, he'd be interesting to watch in some of the other franchise cricket competitions, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Sol Buddinger.
Yeah. James just plays that one out to Ben Wells, who fields at mid-wicket. Remember using 2 balls in the Royal London Cup, so that one goes back to the umpire, who puts it in his pocket, and Naeem Ashraf at this end takes one out of his pocket. We'll give it to Tom Smith.
Halfway then.
So Lyndon Wallace James isn't as fantastic a name as the guy who was in the Nottinghamshire squad but didn't quite make it, who is Toby Henry Somerville Petman, who went to Tunbridge School and has a double first in classics from Oxford University. Been at 3 counties this year. He's a Nottinghamshire player. He's been on loan at Derbyshire and Kent. Took 340 at Queen's Park, Chesterfield against Middlesex.
Here's Tom Smith then to start the 26th over. Notts 161 for 5 at halfway. So they're rattling along, but they are 5 wickets down. Buddinger out for 87. Smith forcing Martindale, the left-hander, to go back into his crease with a much straighter ball. It was almost delivered from in front of the stumps, because Smith's arm is not the highest now in his career, so if he's bowling over the wicket, it's almost coming from off stump with that arm, but he's going round the wicket to James. 5 saving a single inside the circle, 4 out, and that's chopped to Wells at backward point. So for the right-hander,
I'm looking forward to seeing Singh bowl, actually.
He's got long on and long off, out, and that's just over the head of Chris Dent from Lyndon James. I don't think Dent probably would have reached it, but it was one of those ones where you moral victory to the bowler. And now for Martindale, they've got 2 men out on the leg side and a long on as back as well as a deep cover. They still think he's going to go straight down the ground again. He's not. He's bumped that short, and Harris, so that's a Singh, I should say. Apologies. Harris fields it long on. James into the ground, fielded by Smith off his own bowling. So Smith has got through half his spell at this Ashley Down Road end. He has 1 wicket, Jack Taylor has 2, Van Meekeren and Zafar Gahar each with 1. Smith 1 for 25, Taylor 2 for 24, Van Meekeren 1 for 37, but that was on 24 overs, and Zafar 1 for 34 from 5. I think the question would be how long do you go with these spinners, and the answer is Jack Taylor's going to try something a bit different here and bring Ollie Price on with his off spin.
Yeah, we're going to have a bowl at young Singh. 18 years old in the England under-19 squad. Made his debut for Yorkshire last year, aged just 17 in List A cricket, and he's played in the 2 games so far. He didn't bowl in the game against Somerset, and he took 2 for 37 in the game against Sussex. Here's Ollie Price around the wicket to him, and he works that one pleasantly into the onside, out to Jared Warner.
So Gloucestershire, actually, we were a little bit critical of them at the start, but they've only bowled 3 wides. There have been no extras of any sort apart from that. So no balls, no leg byes, no byes.
It's good discipline.
They've tightened it up.
Price in, and that's a bit of bottom hand comes in there from James, gets it out to long on.
I suspect that Ollie Price is liable to have more joy against Singh, I would say.
Yeah, around the wicket, turning the ball away from the left-hander. Singh thinks about the single, but Goodman in quickly.
We've mentioned about, potentially having more joy with bowling it slowly, and that's what Ollie Price tends to do.
Ooh, that one turns away. Singh wasn't a very good delivery, a little bit short, but Singh doesn't cash in on it. And that's well bowled. They're going to scamper through for a 1 though. Got to be careful in there with Chris Dent prowling that area. He's very quick across the ground. And that's just again, James plays it out to long on. That completes the over, 168 for 5 off 27.
Yeah, I've probably worked out here that they just need to rotate the strike a little bit, these two. Schadendorf, Hutton, Chappell and Patterson to come. But this is the 6th wicket pair. And Gloucestershire might feel they can get through one of these two. One end is open.
Hutton can bat. Hutton's no fool with the bat. He gives it a whack, I think.
With the spinners on, how long can they keep their patience? Smith around the wicket to James, who tries to tuck him up. That goes straight to Jack Taylor at mid-on. So not really good start. 70 for no wicket in the power play. And then Gloucester have just picked up a wicket when they've needed one. Since then, they could do with another here just before these two get set. Smith around the wicket. James again plays that into the ground, fielded on the tumble by Dom Goodman. That's probably a better position for him, where he's not having a lot of ground to cover around the boundary. He's in short on the single there. James, see that's tossed up. It's a bit wider from Smith, trying to perhaps entice the hoik, but just goes down the ground to Marcus Harris at long on. A reminder of our email address. James perhaps can put that up in the top right hand corner of the screen in a moment. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. There it is. If you want to get in touch with us, by all means do join the stream coverage today of this Royal London Cup game. One more this time to Singh.
He looks a nice player, this lad. Singh. Very correct. Got nice timing.
James waits for Smith again into the same area, straight to Goodman. Just tightening things up if they can on the leg side here, not giving James too much room to work in. Wide to the wicket from Smith, and he's found a gap on the offside here. So chase for Marcus Harris. They'll probably only get one out to long off. James will keep the strike. And Notts 171 for 5, as you can see there. James has 18 and Fateh Singh has 11.
Still going at 6 and over.
There's the board, which shows how much Sol Budinger dominated it. 89 he got, and it was an explosive knock. That's the best way you can describe it. Had a good base with Ben Slater at the start. 70 for no wicket in the power play. Slater made 34.
Price in. Oh, that's nearly a caught and bowled. He's going to get 4 runs for it, because he's absolutely nailed that one back. Lyndon James there nearly takes out Singh. And it wasn't a million miles away from the hand of Ollie Price. Let's have a look at this one again. See if we can. We'll come on to that, hopefully. Here's Price into a bowl. Oh, I thought he'd bowled him there.
I think Price did as well.
Yeah, James cutting when one wasn't really there to cut. And James is the experienced man here. He needs just to that's chopped into the pad of Bracey. That's drilled out to mid-off. And James looks like he's here to put bat to ball, doesn't he? There, that's chopped away. Warner's quick across the ground. That's great work there by Jared Warner out on the deep cover boundary. Keeps it down to 1.
I think James doesn't want Gloucestershire to feel that they can just bowl to him.
Yeah.
He's just trying to say, oh, come on then, I'm going to improvise. I'm not going to get bogged down here.
Oh, that's bowled him. Oh, stumped. No. Bracey fancied it. It's turned past the outside edge, and let's see if we can have a look at this. Bracey was very confident there. Let's have a look. Oh, his heel's up in the air. His heel is in the air. We can't tell from that angle. There's Price in, and that's well fielded there by Chris Dent. 176 for 5.
It would be quite something if he had a bowl. Not unknown, but he hasn't bowled in a first-team game for a long time, Chris Dent.
Yeah.
But there's the Notts card.
Does he bowl a bit of left arm spin?
He does, yeah.
Yeah.
But as I say, he's not bowled for a very long time. And Jack Taylor is going to just take Tom Smith out of the firing line at the moment. So he's bowled 6 overs for 27. And he's bringing Van Meekeren back to see if he can just nip out one of these two.
Yeah, he's got to get his seamers through their overs, hasn't he? And you know, now that the dangerous Budinga is out of the equation.
But equally, you'd have to say that he's got to, or he ought probably to think about bowling 30 overs of spin. Anyway, here's Van Meekeren back for a second spell, and James works that into the leg side and he'll pick up 1. So at the moment, 16 overs of spin have been sent down by Gloucestershire, 16 overs out of 29. So in theory they could bowl 14 of the last 20 of spin if they wanted to. But he's just keeping these two guessing here with a change. Perhaps Van Meekeren can just be a stand breaker. Comes into bowls to Singh, who defends comfortably. These two came together at 152, so they've added 25 at the moment.
Lovely day here, isn't it? It's going to be 31 later on. Well, probably is now, actually. No breeze. Sky azure blue.
Yes, the Azuri, definitely. Van Meekeren back at the end of his run. Singh waits back, raised. Oh, that's beaten him outside the off stump. That's just pushed and prodded at that. Just a reminder too, if you do like your cricket and you live in the Bristol area, the Gloucestershire Cricket Lovers Society have meetings through the winter on much colder days than this. It's generally, I think, on the on a Monday night, starting in October, and I'll give you some of their speakers during next winter during the course of this over. All the details are going to be updated shortly on the main Gloucestershire website. It's pulled round the corner off a little flick off the hip, really, more than anything else from Singh. Let's pick up 1 run. So Paul Pridgeon, who I think is standing down at Worcestershire at the end of this season. He has been director of cricket there. Derek Pringle. Phil Neal obviously had an important management job with the England team after his playing days at Worcester were over. Richard Gould, who's the chief executive at Bristol City, but has a background in cricket, particularly at Surrey. Devon Malcolm and our good friend Kevin Howells, all on the roster for this winter. Van Meekeren in short, very short, outside the off stump, and no shot from Lyndon James. If you want to join membership...
Oh, he has given a wide.
Oh, he has given a wide, rather belatedly. Didn't indicate that he was going to.
He's also given one over the shoulder. I don't know if he's given that on height.
It was very short. Come back to the details about the Gloucestershire Cricket Lovers after this ball from Van Meekeren. That's cracked away. There is a man out by James, straight to Smith at deep point. They'll take 1. The meetings are held here at the Seat Unique Stadium, and I say you can get details from the club, and all the details will be updated shortly on the Gloucestershire Cricket website. But I was just handed the leaflet from David Oates this morning. So there are 7 meetings, and the total membership cost is £22 for those 7 meetings. That looks pretty good value to me, and they meet here at Neville Road during the winter, starting in October. Here is Good shot into the air and caught by Jack Taylor. Singh goes, Van Meekeren gets his wicket. Taylor at mid-off takes the catch. And it was a clip which the youngster didn't time as he wanted to. Probably got caught in two minds there a bit. Here's a second look at it. Oh yeah, he's got almost a leading edge with no foot movement. And Jack Taylor takes the catch and knots a 6 down. 100 and... my score screen's just frozen. 180 for 6.
Yeah, I think Van Meekeren has just bowled out a little bit slower. Foxed Fateh Singh there. I think he just rolled his fingers over the ball. And I think it's an intelligent bit of bowling from the Dutchman, foxing the youngster. And Nottinghamshire need to just keep it tidy for a little bit, because at the moment they're in danger of getting done for 220.
Well, Gloucestershire, to come back to the point that I said, if Slater and Puddingham hung around for any length of time, Notts might get 350. Gloucestershire would be very disappointed from here if they got anywhere close to 300 with only 4 wickets left.
They would be. It's a good deck though. It's one of those ones that's really hard to call, isn't it? Because it's such a good deck. The outfield is, you know, it's like a snooker table, and it really, really is. I mean, they should be getting 260 from here, but they've only got 4 wickets left.
So Van Meekeren did the job there. 2 for 41 he's got, and that may mean now that Smith can go back on now that the left-hander's out.
Quite possibly, yeah. Going to see Dane Shadendorf.
And the Ollie Price experiment was brief. Zafar Gahar is back into the attack too.
Yep, Shadendorf from Harare in Zimbabwe, but he's not going to face. It's going to be Lyndon James facing. And Zafar is about to just set his field before he bowls. Bit of pressure here on James.
He's got 25 off 36 balls at the moment.
Just nudged into the onside and comfortable single. Yeah, James from Worksop, we said, and we spoke about the town ground that was used. Hasn't been used by Nottinghamshire since 1988. Always used to play Yorkshire there. Get big crowds come over from the coal fields of both sets of fans. Zafar into Schadendorf. Plays his club cricket for Caythorpe Cricket Club in the Notts Premier. Here's Zafar into him and just wanting to get off the mark.
Got the slip back in.
Yeah, and just opening the face there as well. "20 years old, Shadendorf. Pleasant shot out to Chris Dent. No timing there.
Interesting the Notts scenario. In the last 10 overs, so in overs 20 and 30, they scored 36 runs and lost 3 wickets.
It's well bowled by Zafar.
So that was, in a sense, quite a good break applied by Gloucestershire, considering where Notts were, and you know, nothing applies the break more than taking wickets.
Zafar, that's a nice shot there by Schadendorf. Just for one, he's going to retain the strike. 182 for 6. James on 26. Schadendorf just come to the crease on 1. Zafar's 1 for 36 off 6. Van Meekeren 2 for 41 off 5. He's dismissed Hamid and Singh. So the Nottinghamshire wickets to fall. First of all was Ben Slater, caught by Chris Dent, running backwards over his shoulder off the bowling of Zafar Gahar. Puddingham opened and he was out for 89. A bright and breezy 89, caught by Marcus Harris off the bowling of Tom Smith. Hamid caught Smith, bowled Paul van Meekeren for 2. Montgomery caught Bracey, bowled Jack Taylor for 13. Martindale caught and bowled by Jack Taylor, and Singh has just gone caught by Taylor off the bowling of Paul van Meekeren.
Lots will pick up one more. Van Meekeren, having got the wicket in the last over, is staying on here. Schaddendorf has a single. So the main scoreboard, I wonder if it's blown a fuse. It's not running, it's not on at all at the moment, hence why the main board is on the Kennington Avenue side of the ground, which is actually quite a good thing because there's almost no spectators on that side, so everybody can see the board.
It's got too hot, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Van Meekeren in, all short, and James tempted into the pull, but gets underneath it, gets no bounce on it at all.
I think a similar thing might happen to us at about 3 o'clock this afternoon. I think we might overheat and just give up the ghost.
I wonder about putting something over our kit that brings you the broadcast. I might actually go and get something out of the car at the interval. That might help, just to take a bit of the heat off it. Here is Van Meekeren in, that's down the leg side, and he's given us a wide. Yeah, to come back to your point about both sides of the wicket, with Van Meekeren you do get a little bit of that, don't you?
You do. He's inconsistent. He's got potential, though, Paul van Meekeren. He's got a lot of potential, but he's going to bowl some absolute corkers, and
he's going to get hit on other occasions.
Yeah, he's going to bowl some toffee, as they say.
That's pitched up, almost at Yorker length, beats the dive of Ollie Price. There's a chase round the boundary for Warner. They'll pick up 2, he'll hold it in, and James adds another couple. He's not dealing in many boundaries here, Lyndon James.
No, but they're going at 6 and over. Doesn't need to. He
just
needs to work it around for 10 overs.
The point is that the men ahead of him have done the decent thing. They've got the scoreboard really racing along, so Notts have got a bid in hand here, and Van Meekeren in again to James, who's pulled that into the leg side. Where's that gone? I've lost sight of it, and it's gone all the way for 4 away to deep mid wicket.
Nailed that one.
Nothing Warner could do to stop that. Here's a second look at it. How cleanly did he hit this? Actually, it wasn't really timed, but with only one man out on the leg side, James goes into the 30s.
I'd like to see the spinners come back on now.
Van Meekeren again, and James will steer that down to wide third man. Goodman's on the chase. They'll pick up 1 and they'll come back for the second one on the arm. He's right by the stumps to return, but the length of the boundaries out square of the wicket today, and indeed down towards the where the steps are, up towards the players' pavilion. Comfortable too.
James looks a lot more comfortable with pace on the ball, doesn't he? Just using the pace of Van Meekeren to work the ball around.
He's taken, well, you can see his figures there, 2 for 51. This is only his 6th over. I think I'm with you, I'd have the spinners back on. Van Meekeren again, and defended by James. Van Meekeren then 2 for 51 off 6 overs. Plenty of spin options left for Jack Taylor, and I think Tom Smith ought to be back on at this Ashley Down Road end. There's a chat between James Bracey, who's the vice captain of course, and Jack Taylor here. Zafar is going to continue. He's still got 4 overs left, so I think if I was Taylor I'd be looking to go deep into the Notts innings with the slower bowlers here.
Yeah, Jack Taylor's still got 5 left.
Smith's got 4 and Zafar has got 4, so there's plenty of options.
Zafar from the pavilion end, and Schardendorf plays that back to him, showing him respect. Played in both the Royal London Cup games for Notts this year. Got 15 in the game against Sussex, didn't bat in the game against Somerset. That's a big shot there and well fielded by
Dom Goodman.
It's Goodman again. Yeah, out mid-off.
Zaffa wouldn't mind seeing Schardendorf use his feet like that.
He used his feet and he drilled it at Goodman. And the man goes back there. Bit of protection. He likes to drive by the look of it, Schardendorf.
Well, he's got the live wire that's Dent now at that sort of quite straight extra cover, and he's got Goodman back at long off.
And that's brilliant from Dent in that area. Well called, Ian Randall on the commentary. He prowls, doesn't he? He's like a panther in the covers. Oh, and that's drop chance there by Ollie Price. It flew. Schardendorf threw his bat at that one and it absolutely flew. It would have been a brilliant catch. Oh, I think it might have come off Bracey's glove. Onto Price, perhaps. Here's Zaffa. In and James plays that one elegantly. Out to Goodman at long off. Completes the over. 194 for 6 after 33.
Yeah, Dan White on the PA's just announcing the score round the ground after each over at the moment, because obviously the one main board should be seen by everybody, but from our angle it may be awkward to see because of the sunlight almost. So that's one of the issues I think some of the spectators had on occasions at Cheltenham, and it was almost easier to see with those blue graphics that we had towards the end of the festival. Almost the blue ones were easier than the yellow and white, but that's the yellow and white on the board today, and Dan's wish that the spinners are now from both ends is indeed upheld. So Tom Smith is back. And
what about the day at Cheltenham when it got to 38 degrees and it turned red?
Yeah, well, I think that was just it saying, you know, flashing a warning light at us, basically. Welcome if you're joining us from the East Midlands today, by the way, on the stream. Lovely to have you. And certainly not to making this an interesting tussle here, because even if they were to collapse from here, they'd still have a score that they might think gives them a chance. At the moment, 17 overs from here, they could still get 300 if one of these two really beds in and then is able to accelerate at the end. Oh, that's James skewing that off the outside of third of his bat. It's gone past Ben Wells and they've picked up 2 to a chase. Again, that's Goodman again, out this time on the point boundary. Probably shouldn't have been 2 there because Wells is disappointed it's got past him. But it's a false shot, and that's what Smith is trying to induce here. James again clips that in more measured fashion. Down to Ollie Price. Long on. Now what they probably rather bowl at Schardendorf actually.
Yeah, an experienced campaigner, Tom Smith.
Long on and long off out. Smith in. Schardendorf does use his feet but doesn't absolutely crash it away through the offside. Plays it, in fact, in the end, quite in measured fashion down the ground to Marcus Harris at long off. He and Ollie Price are the boundary riders for Smith here. James isn't going to go there. He's going to work that away to Warner at deep square. One more.
This is all Nottinghamshire need.
They've got to
do.
keep their heads here, haven't they, these two?
So all they need to do is just work the ones around for 10 overs.
The two, you know, they got to two. Say they were even at 250 with 5 overs to go. They'd still have a chance. There's a chance of a stumping there. Bracey thinks he's got him, and he has. Chardendorf goes. Almost, the umpire almost didn't need to give that. Chardendorf almost walked.
I think it's caught, but is it caught behind?
Is it caught behind? Let's have a look. Yes, his back foot absolutely rooted, and it was given by the umpire. Just look that Bracey looked towards the umpire at point, and that way I thought he wondered if it was a stumping, but as it is a caught behind. And Smith's return is a profitable one for Jack Taylor, and Notts now are 6 down and 7 down, in fact, with that wicket. And now you would have said there is a danger that they may not use all their overs. What will be the tactic here? Is James going to say, well, I'm not sure about the support at the other end, so I'm going to really have a dart and see what I can get? Or is he happy that he may get Hutton or Chappell in particular to hang about for him, and seeing if they can bat relatively sensibly? Brett Hutton is the man in at number 9.
Yeah,
this is where Somerset were 199 on Sunday, weren't they? 199 all out. So yeah, Gloucestershire have done. I think from 100 for 2 after 14 overs, they could have been looking at a seriously big score. And now they're into the tail. And Hutton's not a mug, but he wouldn't bat very often in this form of the game, and his average at nearly 25 is largely due to a few not outs. So what will his approach be here?
He likes to put bat to ball though as well, doesn't he, Hutton?
Well, let's see what his tactic is. Smith around the wicket to him, and a wicket for Smith in that over. Hutton sees the last ball out defensively. Smith's taken 2 for 32 from 7 overs. He and Zafar have 3 overs each left, and there is to be a strong argument for those two bowling straight through for the next 6.
Yeah, I think so. Or, you know, if the batsmen start to look comfortable against Zafar, Jack Taylor can winkle through a few overs from that end as well, and just, I know both of them turn the ball away from the right-hander, but it's just different sorts of trajectory, isn't it? And turn with the right arm leg break.
Smith gets a good hand from the man stand as he goes back to his fielding position.
Zafar to James, who plays that into the onside. James on to 39 now. Needs to manage this innings. Whipped into the onside, where Wells does the fielding.
They might still think they can get at least another 50 between these three wickets, particularly if James can marshal it a bit.
It's an easy single out to Goodman at long off. So we're going to see Zafar to Brett the Hitman Hutton, as he's known. 29-year-old made his debut all the way back in 2011.
This is his second spell at Notts, hasn't he? He's been away and back again.
He went to Northants from 2018 to 2020. It's just played back. Got 200 first-class wickets. He's averaged 24 with the batting list day cricket, so he's no mug. And just defends that. He's going to just have a look. He doesn't need. That's 200 up, by the way.
35th over for the 200, as you can see, bottom of your screen.
Defended.
Yeah, he's having a very good look. It's not like you're facing the, how can I put this, the military medium trundlers in this situation. It's the spinners do demand that you have a look at them. And there is the Notts card, dominated as you can see by the 89 from Budinger, but also James is still there, and he's just trying to hold this lower part of the innings together with a responsible knock. This is by far and away his highest score in list A, and he's got plenty of time to add to it as well. Well, the main scoreboard's back. Turned into the onside by James. He'll pick up one as Smith into his 8th over. Did he bowl from this end on Sunday?
He did.
Yeah,
he did. And Zafar bowled from both ends. Jack Taylor bowled from the pavilion end.
Smith's, he's worked with this short straight boundary often enough to know what's necessary. And Brett Hutton just as watchful against the former Sussex and Middlesex spinner. Worked into the leg side. That was a bit short from Smith, really. It gave Hutton enough time to just work that into the gap, and they'll just take one. Zafar apologises for the second bounce on the throw. I think a few club wicket keepers who had had a word about that. Ollie Price and Marcus Harris go back onto the rope for James. Long on and long off. Smith tries to tease him. James uses his feet, but again doesn't go for the aerial route, just content to push the single. And if they're sensible, that's what Notts will be doing. He's only hit 3 boundaries, Lyndon James. He's just, in a sense, provided the absolute archetypal middle order innings that you want in a 50 over game. You've got the time, use it. Have a look, work the score, just keep the scoreboard ticking along. Hutton waits for Smith in case drawn forward. That's another tidy over from Tom Smith. His figures now 2 for 35 from 8 overs. In the old days of the John Player League and the CB40, that would be deemed as a good stint, but he's still got 2 overs left available, of course. And batsman having a chat in the middle. Notts won the toss today, shouldn't forget that. And here they are with still 14 overs to bat, and they're 7 down.
Yeah, you mentioned John Player. I think one of Notts' old grounds was the John Player ground in Nottingham. Zafar in, and Hutton just noodles around the corner. They think about 2, but they don't take it. Some good old famous people from Nottingham. Sue Pollard from Heidi High.
Really?
Yeah. Zafar in, defended, and there's always the chance of seeing Ed Balls and Kenneth Clark having a political punch-up behind the Lace Market after a night out in the old trip to Jerusalem, the oldest pub in England. Zafar in, no run.
Yeah, I think the impression you get from Hutton here is that he's not a driver, or not. He doesn't. If he's drawn forward, he only seems to defend at the moment. Little
plays that one out to long off.
Little punch up the ground there, but
20 past 1.
Is he called that as a no ball?
Oh.
He has called that as a no ball, I think.
Oh, yeah, and it's a free hit.
Zafar's bowled a no ball off about 5 paces.
Oh dear.
I don't think I've seen him bowl a
no, I don't
before.
think I have. Gloucestershire have had a no ball problem all season, but Zafar hasn't been one of the
culprits.
No. He's bowled him with the no ball, with the free hit. So umpire's got his arm outstretched, but I think he's just holding up play for the time being now.
Yeah, I don't think perhaps the crowd saw the signal.
No.
James has got 43.
Zafar. In, and that's nearly bowled him again. Just goes past the outside edge into the gloves.
Looks as if he was backing away there.
Yeah, he's trying to manufacture a shot there. He's trying to make room for himself. Here's Zafar again. And he does there. Gets bat on that one, only to find Jared Warner patrolling the deep cover boundary. 208 for 7. 37 overs gone.
So Jack Taylor probably is in that area now. He's just starting to think about permutations. Zafar's got 1 over left, so there wouldn't seem an awful lot of point in not bowling him out.
Yeah.
Tom Smith's got 2 left, and he's just having a chat here with Jared Warner. I wonder if he's thinking that he wants to keep the spin going from the pavilion end with the slightly longer straight boundary, and therefore he may leave Smith to succeed Zafar, hence why he's bringing Warner back.
Or himself with Smith possibly at the end, because Smith's the, he's the main spinner, isn't he? He's the experienced guy, been around the block, got the T-shirt, and I wonder if he's just holding Smith back for the end.
Well, so they're going to bring Warner back anyway from this Ashley Down Road end. Still got 13 overs to go. Knots 208 for 7. They could still get well north of 250 here. Warner down the leg side. He's appealing for a catch, but only bowler and keeper interested. Often gives you a clue. And Nashim Ashraf, our umpire at this end, not interested.
Ooh.
Yeah, the overall rate still above 5.5 for knots. So they've got a reasonably experienced attack. Dane Patterson, Brett Hutton, Zach Chappell, who we haven't seen bat yet. That's almost half volley length from Warner, but it's not bowled really fast, so by taking the pace off, they've kept them down to a single. So the question will be, how will, as James ambles down to the non-striker's end, how will Hutton do now against the seamers? James now has the same score as his shirt number.
Rod from Nottingham has been in touch on the email, enjoying the commentary. So it's great commentary. Well, thank you, Rod.
Here's Warner in once more, and again Hutton content to defend.
He said, was Patterson White included in your absentee list? Yes, he was. Yeah, he's playing for the Lions. He said also Notts play at Cleethorpes, partly because it is a popular holiday resort from Nottingham. 70 miles, or 70 plus miles. It's the closest resort. Was Skegness closer?
Yeah, I would have thought Skegness was
Skeg. If I were you, Rod, I'd have gone to Skeg, mate. Or Hunstanton.
Oh, that's Norfolk, though.
Yeah, but it's not far. Just go across the wash, get a boat from Boston.
Warner to Hutton. Oh, just perhaps him on the thigh pad. They're going to scramble through for... Oh, I see it was inside edge there. So, one more to Hutton's total. And Lyndon James, he's made 45 off 57 balls, so he's really has rotated the strike well. Only 3 fours, so he's worked out where his areas are that he can score, and there is plenty of spaces in this big Bristol outfield today. Jones tries to crash that past Ben Wells at point, can't do it. That's Ollie Price actually there, not Ben Wells. Apologies to him.
Have you been to Skegness on your holidays, Ian?
I haven't been to Skegness.
No, I've never been there.
I've been further up the east coast.
Scarborough?
Whitby.
Whitby's very nice. Nice part of it. Staithes is a lovely village.
Yes, if you keep going up that coast, it's very picturesque up there.
Until you hit Redcar. Once you get a Redcar, in fact, that is probably the ugliest road I've ever travelled on in Britain. Is the road between Redcar and Middlesbrough, which is just wall-to-wall oil refineries along the side of the Tees.
Yeah, and if you want talking about sort of scenic cricket grounds, the one that sits below the castle at Bamburgh, if you know that shot,
up in Northumberland,
is very, very picturesque. I'll use that phrase again.
Yeah,
lovely spot. So Zaffar's going to bowl his last over. 1 for 44 from 9. That's a good comeback. He's the last four have only cost him. Last four have only cost him 10 runs.
Yeah, just changing the film. I'd also say the M54 that goes past Runcorn and Ellesmere Port takes some beating for oil refinery ugliness as well.
Mm. There are a few roads in the Potteries that might run that close. To be fair, a lot of field changing going on here. Jack Taylor's coming across to the leg side.
They've got those big cooling chimneys just outside Nottingham, actually, on the M1, haven't they?
Yeah.
Which is not... I think it's sort of more Newark that way, isn't it?
You can see them off junction 24.
Yeah, here's Zaffar. Oh, that's just dropped short of Ollie Price. Let's have a look at this again. Is that a drop or is that just short of him?
The impression I had was that it was short.
Yeah, I thought it was short. Zaffar blocked. Yeah, it was short. Just didn't quite carry. That's the second ball there, which was just blocked. No alarms there.
Yeah, Hutton has the potential to be bamboozled a bit by a spinner here, I think.
He's played that one nicely enough. He's played that out to long off. 211 for 7. Zach Chappell, though, we've seen him this season. He likes to put bat to ball as well, doesn't he? He's no wallflower, as they say. Zaffar in. James.
I think he's
defends solidly.
The impression he got from James is that he's worked out. He's got to bat, if not right through, to very close to the end here.
Yeah. He's got 11 overs left. And that's played to Taylor at sort of maybe a wide mid-wicket. And Jack Taylor is warming up now, swinging his arms around. Zaffar tosses that one up. Oh, misfields that. That's one more. Allows James to retain the strike.
End of Zaffar's spell.
Yeah, so Zaffar is 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 46. His wicket was the crucial one of Ben Slater.
Good catch from Dent, that was. Wicket takers for Gloucestershire, as you can see. Zafar with just the one. Van Meekeren with 2. Jack Taylor with 2. Tom Smith with 2. Van Meekeren's 2 have cost him 51 runs though, and that's only 6 overs. So Warner's going to continue here. Clock just ticking round to 1:30. Gloucestershire bowled 39 overs in 2.5 hours. So probably looking at a sort of, if they bat through knots, could be a 2:15 sort of end of innings. Warner back for a second spell. Worked by James into the leg side. They'll want 2, but Jack Taylor's onto it quickly, and they won't get more than 2 to his arm, and that will keep Hutton back on strike. And from a Gloucestershire perspective, they'll be quite happy if James is not facing.
Yeah.
Because the impression you think you'd get is that he may unleash some shots later. At the moment, he's playing quite a reserved role, but it's an important one for the visitors. Get them through as many of their overs and use them up as they can. Only 3 wickets left. Warner to Hutton. into the offside cry of wait. That's a good stop from Ben Wells. There's no run there. And how often have we said, was it, I think it may have been the game at Hove where Gloucestershire lost. I think they were 3 wickets down in the power play, and you think, they're not going to chase 330 from there, not without a superhuman effort from somebody. And it didn't happen. And in a way, if you're a lot of wickets down quite early, all the tail can do. Hutton has tried to get that past Wells. He has done. Smith will mop it up wide out on the point boundary, and they've gone back for 2 there. There should have only been 1 there, but there was a double fumble from Tom Smith, so Notts got back for 2. But they can't really go launching at it with only 3 wickets in hand.
Not yet. Wait till 44 maybe, just nerdle it around for 5 overs here.
You kind of know we're in that period where you're waiting for the acceleration to come if Gloucestershire don't split these 2 up, which they're going to try and do. Hutton, that's a bit too short from Warner. Hutton's got that away off his hip, and that will come to Zafar, but his throw is in quickly and they'll only get 1. But Nott's sights are probably a bit lower now than they might have been, say, 15 overs in.
Yeah, well, the first 10 overs went for 70, the next one went for 71, then the next 10, with the introduction of spin, only went for 39.
Warner. He's bowled him! James goes, he's misjudged that, and Jared Warner's got a really big wicket there. There you can see the stump knocked back. Lovely sight for a fast bowler, middle stump that was too. And Warner has picked up a big wicket here. James has played all round that, and he departs for 47, and Gloucestershire really now will want to try and wrap this up quickly with no established batsman left, just 9-10 Jack to scramble what they can.
He deserves that, Jared Warner. I think he's come on, he's done a good job here, and he offers something a little bit different to this attack, I think. He's quite reasonably accurate, he's got a little bit of extra nip, and I like him. I really do like Jared Warner. I think he adds value to this side. As we see Zach Chappell make his way out to the middle and gets a warm round of applause. He's a popular man in these parts, having spent a couple of months on loan.
Off to Derbyshire, of course, next season. Notts already know that he signed a deal to go there. His deal at Trentbridge was up.
Yeah, said there was a bit more carry in the wicket. I think Gloucestershire may well have been interested in him, but said there was a bit more carry in the wicket at Derby, which influenced his decision. So that's an interesting point, actually, because if Gloucestershire are interested in bringing new bowlers to the club, which is an inference that Dale Bengerstein has made, in the sense that the club has not this year had bowlers to take 20 wickets in red ball cricket to win matches. I wonder how much a bowler would be influenced by the type of surface he might be coming to bowl on at a new club. Oh, massively. I think you are. I think you'd always look, if you're a spinner, maybe at the start of the season, you'd think, oh, I fancy a bowl at Essex, or I fancy a bowl at Taunton this year. So, I think it's a huge part of that.
So Chappell, face to face Warner first ball, and he's got that off his legs. Probably just as well he hit it, actually, because it might have been given as a wide otherwise. And they're going to pick up a comfortable 2 out to Dom Goodman on the Kennington Avenue boundary. But Warner's got a wicket in what is his 6th over. He's taken 1 for 37. Zafar is now through, so Jack Taylor is going to come back to bowl at the tail enders, and here is the last phase of the innings. So Gloucestershire now can have 5 men out if they wish. What have Notts got left in the tank in the last 10 overs? Well,
yeah. 77 for 5 off the last 20 overs, Nottinghamshire, and it's been a really good fight back. As we thought though, the spinners come on and they're hard to get away. If they can winkle out these last 2 wickets quickly, it could be.
So Gloucestershire currently bowled 23 overs. Sorry, as you were, 25 overs of spin, and Notts really have only got, you would argue, probably 20 in the team.
Jack Taylor in as Hutton plays that out into the offside.
I wonder what Notts' target will be here. 4 overs at 4 or 5 and over. They may get to 240, and then they get to that psychological figure of 250, and then say, right, okay, time to have a dart here.
Yeah, I think
even if there's only 4 overs left.
And that's biffed. One bounce over sort of cow corner by Chappell. I think he's laid his intentions out.
It was a short arm jab, wasn't it?
It wasn't even short ball. It was like just. It was a short arm jab. That's the only way to describe it. Maybe a little short, but it was. He's a strong lad, though, isn't he? He's a lovely guy, actually, Zach Chappell. He was very popular in this neck of the woods.
So now long on, deep mid wicket and deep backward square out.
Taylor tosses that one a little higher. Chappell defends. Got the same squad number, 32, as he had here at Gloucestershire. Oh, and that goes cutting and misses it. This time he's got his name spelt correctly on his shirt, unlike.
Well, he had 3 shirts at Gloucestershire with them incorrectly and 3 shirts with them spelt correctly.
Yeah. Oh, that's well bowled by Taylor. Went by the nickname of Zach Chappell, didn't he, here for a while?
It was 1 P and 2 L's, wasn't it?
And Zach with the same way as he spells Jacques Callis. That's a nice shot. I can only find Chris Dent in the covers. 223 for 8. 9 overs to go.
Yes, Jack Taylor back into the attack from the pavilion end. There was a bit of a aggressive onslaught at the top of the Notts innings today after they won the toss. Slater and Budinger 70 in the power play. Slater finally went for 34. Budinger went on to make 89 from 56 balls, and the rest of the innings really held together by Lyndon James until he was bowled by Warner in his last over for 47. He's going to keep going here with Brett Hutton on strike. Warner to bowl to him. That's short. Where's Hutton pulled that to? He's pulled that away for 4 through mid wicket. That was too short. And Hutton quickly onto it. And I think I'd be perhaps thinking about Smith, although Smith's only got 2 overs left, so you've got to be a little bit careful. If Taylor thinks he's going to bowl out from the pavilion end, you've got to have your quicker bowlers from this Ashley Down Road end, and Warner can't bowl that length. If it's in the slot and he hits it over the top, fair enough, but you can't bowl it short. That's better. Very close to being LBW, but it's perhaps umpire Ashraf thought that was going down the leg side.
Oh, I'd like to have another look at this. This looks rather adjacent, and Jazza thinks the same.
It's the same ball that got James. It's not quite as straight. Oh, he thinks it's going down the leg side. It's the only thing you can deduce. It's him on the back pad. Very full. Warner grins at Marcus Harris as he turns round at the end of his run. Chappell on strike now. And Warner might have bowled a little bit to him in the nets in the
they're good mates,
last couple of months.
They're good mates, these two. Jared Warner would love to get Zach Chappell out.
228 knots still, and they even 230 all out. They're not out of the game here.
No, they're certainly not. They've got something to bowl at already. Just how much they can extend it by.
Warner again to Chappell. Oh, where's that gone? That's clubbed that high over long on. That'll be 4 more. Jack Taylor is not quite all the way out at long on, but he will be now. That is the shortest boundary on the ground, that one to long on. It's where the apartments just curve round. It's slightly shorter straight anyway, but Michael Klinger used to talk a lot about attacking that area. That's what Chappell did there. 232 for 8. He's into double figures. Warner to bowl to him. That's the off stump, and Chappell is backed away, so not given as a wide. 8 overs after this still to go. Warner's trying to find that straight Yorker again, isn't he? Do you think?
Yeah, I think he just needs to vary his pace here. Chappell swinging through the line. Just maybe a slower ball at him. Slower ball Yorker.
Well, he found the one for James, that's for sure. And they're going to bring a man up now at fine legs. Ollie Price is Zafika Haas coming up there, and they've put an extra man out on the leg side for Chappell, and that was pitched up. That was probably the right ball to bowl to him, but he's clipped it straight to Marcus Harris on the bounce mid-off.
Zafika Haas was just ambling there. He was right on the edge there as Jared Warner approached the crease.
I think he might have been called for a no ball.
Nearly. I was just ambling in there. I was thinking, get a move on, Zephyr.
232 for 8. 8 overs to go. And chat between Tom Smith and Jack Taylor potentially here. Maybe about Smith having a couple of overs, which would be, say, overs 44 and 46 from this Ashley Down Road end, potentially. That's probably what they're looking at. And then one of the quick bowlers back if knots are still in at that stage. But Taylor himself is going to keep going from the pavilion end.
Yeah, as much spin as you can. Got to maximise.
He's got 4 overs left, so he could bowl right through to the close here.
Here he is, as that's played with no timing there from the man they call the hitman.
No, that should be Hatton, shouldn't it?
I think that's where it comes from. Right, yeah,
fair enough.
Yeah. And that's cut away. That's better from Hutton.
He looks.
Do you remember the Hitman and Her? Do you remember that programme? It was on a Saturday night. Awful. Was it Pete Waterman and Michaela Strachan? Always from some horrendous nightclub in like Nelson in Lancashire or Darwin or somewhere like that. Here's Jack Taylor. That's played in Dent Fields.
I think both these two probably prefer the trajectory of a seam bowler to a spinner.
Yeah. And that goes down the ground, and that's 6. That's a nice shot there from Zach Chappell.
Just played through the line of that.
Yeah.
That was a bit fuller for him. It's just a clip down the ground.
It was. He tries to do the same there, and that goes through everyone, James Bracey included. And he's probably going to run away for 4 byes, just about.
4 off the bat.
Oh, it's off the bat. It's off the inside edge. Well, sometimes you make your own luck in this game. And Score starting to creep up here. Taylor and Chappell defends that one.
I don't know who it was against, but Chappell does have a 50 in List A cricket.
That's the end of the over. 243 for 8. Chappell's on 20 already. Hutton on 13. And Gloucestershire will just be wanting to see the back of one of these two, which then opens the door to Dane Patterson. Nottinghamshire, obviously, with this season.
Yeah, these two added 27. And in fact, they were one. I mean, obviously, they were 199 for 6, but 199 for 7. And now they've added 44, having lost the 7th wicket. And I think this is
215 for 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But these two are starting to get away, aren't they? 28 for
I think this is the right move to get Smith back. He's got 2 overs left. And he's got Hutton to bowl to first up. Clip to short fine leg. They think about it as a sharpish single, but I think Hutton's view probably is, well, Zach, you're the bigger hitter. So if I just feed you the strike, then we may have a chance of advancing this score. There's a bit of a chat between keeper and bowler. I wonder if James Bracey's thinking about maybe tactics on a stumping with Chappell. This is the 44th over of a possible 50. Smith round the wicket, goes a bit wider, and that's away. Oh, it was away past Dent. He actually made a good stop in the end. Been busy in the outfield as usual. Dent today made one outstanding catch. Chappell again, bit squeezed for space by Thomas Smith. Wanted to play it squarer than he was able to. Just unable to push it back down the pitch. You can see Smith's figures there, 2 for 36. Trots in again round the wicket. Chappell hoiks that to long on. He wanted to play that away through the offside and got rather too far round on the angle, so he's content with 1. And Jack Taylor walks back again to the rope. That long on for Hutton. I suspect he's less likely to go for the big shot. No, it's just a nudge into the leg side. And
good cricket from these two.
Yeah, and Chappell's picked the ball to hit, and Hutton has just kept him sensible company, really. Only hit 1 boundary, but he's just ticked up the singles. Chappell waits again for Smith, and again there might be 2 here. There's a chase in from Ollie Price, but they'll keep them down to 1. The point is, again, it's another over without a wicket lost, and Notts will be, I think they're definitely going to be competitive with this now from here. If they got to 280, that might still take some getting.
Certainly will, but even now you'd fancy yourself to get 5 and over on this wicket. You know, if you break it down and you think, right, all you need, because the last 10 overs here at Bristol, you can get 80 off the last 10 if you got wickets in hand. That's biffed away and the onside, and that's going to go all the way for 6. Another one to Zach Chappell. That brings up the 250, and this is starting to run away from Gloucestershire a little bit.
Need to split these two.
Chappell's moved on to 28. Taylor into Chappell, who then whacks that one down the ground, and he gets 1. And I think you've got to try and bowl at Hutton as much as possible. He plays one back to Taylor. No run.
Yeah, that's got to be the tactic.
And that just goes for one. We do apologise if you just lost us there on the commentary. Having a few technical problems in the heat, I think. 2-6-7 for 8 the score now. Hutton 23, Chapel 32.
Van Meekeren then to continue from this Ashley Down Road end. Works away.
These two have now put on 53. It could be crucial runs for the Outlaws. Van Meekeren in, and that's gone up in the air. That should be out. Jack Taylor, and makes no mistake. That's the end of Zach Chappell. He goes for the same number as on the back of his shirt, 32. And that was a very, very good innings from the man who spent most of the summer on loan here at Gloucestershire. Slightly slower ball there from Van Meekeren, I think.
Eventually, though, Gloucestershire split that ninth wicket partnership. But Notts have really made the most of that blistering start, haven't they? They batted all the way down the order, and now, okay, they're within 4 overs of the end with the last pair together, and I suspect that may be notice for Brett Hutton to say, okay, I've got licence now, with Dane Patterson at the other end, who has played a lot of list A cricket, but he's not known for his batting.
No, he's a very good bowler. Man who's moved across the Cape. Plays for Eastern Province now, started at Western Province. 4 wickets for South Africa in 2 tests, and he's 4 one-day internationals for them. And he's an integral reason why Nottinghamshire are part of the top of Division 2. Good player. Their runs as well. Duckett's got a lot of runs this season, hasn't he, for them?
He has.
4-day cricket. Joe Clark.
So Van Meekeren, again, 3 wickets today, but he's had to buy them a bit. 2 balls left in this over, and Jack Taylor is going to put a slip back in, I think. Only Price going to the first slip position at the far end. So Van Meekeren then to Dane Patterson, who keeps it out. That's probably all he wanted to do at this point. He's got 1 ball left in the over to survive, and then Hutton can do what he thinks at the far end.
I wouldn't say he played that with a
huge amount of confidence.
Huge amount of confidence or panache.
Clock just ticking round to 2 o'clock. 4 overs left. And Meekeren in. Oh, Patterson goes down the ground. That will go for 4. He's played through the line of that. That was in the slot. He said, right, okay, I'm going to go for it. And played a perfectly reasonable shot with mid on and mid off up. And Patterson, as you'll see here, takes Van Meekeren's figures to 3 for 60. Notts 272 for 9, 4 overs to go.
Yeah, we're going to see Tom Smith back into the attack.
So this is Smith's last over, isn't it? My screen is just frozen temporarily, but I think Smith has bowled 9, so he's got 1 left. And then the question is, what does Jack Taylor do out the other end if he still needs anybody?
Well, he can go to Jared maybe, or he can maybe go to himself. Or he's got Dom Goodman.
He may not need any of them.
Smith. Oh, threw us all there. Oh, I don't know if Smith pulled a muscle there in his leg. But he's grabbed his calf and he's treading a little gingerly back to his mark. .272 for 9. That's played by Hutton out. They're going to want 2, but they don't get it. Harris quick off that line out, long on.
Yeah, Smith started this over with 2 for 39. This is his last. So Jack Taylor's got 2 left. And then the question would be,
Smith in, and
who might bowl the other one if Taylor changes ends?
Patterson.
Maybe Warner, I'd have thought.
Patterson having a look leg side. I wonder where this one's going. And Smith just tucks him up for room a little bit. Clever bowling by this experienced campaigner, slow left armour Tom Smith. Again, doesn't allow Patterson to swing his arms to get those levers going.
Now they really wouldn't mind giving Patterson a single here.
No, they probably wouldn't.
4 balls gone.
Smith, and Patterson plays it out to Harris at long on, and with 1 left in the over.
Can Smith keep Hutton down at this end? That's what Gloucestershire will want.
And that completes Tom Smith's spell. So he's gone 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 41. And yet again he's bowled those middle overs really well, isn't he? He's a very good bowler, very good cricketer. His wickets included removing the dangerous Boudinga as well as Schardendorf.
Oh, Van Meekeren's going to continue. Obviously he did get the wicket of Chappell, but is he going to be able to finish things off here? He's almost gone at 9 and over today. 3 for 60 from 7 overs.
I think this is a 300 wicket though. I really do. I think if Gloucestershire bat well, they can win this. I think it's. I think Nottinghamshire might be slightly disappointed with this score.
Well, they got a great start, and that's what Gloucestershire will need in the chase. They'll need
all
their main run getters to step up.
They'll need a big innings from Dent and big innings from Harris and Bracey. Someone in there has to go in and go big.
Jack Taylor again going out to the long on boundary. Was setting his field. They've got a man out at deep cover for Van Meekeren. And it's short and attempted cut away, but not middled.
I was looking down to third man. He's cut that back to Van Meekeren as the bowler.
Caught and bowled cutting. Used to saying, how are you out today? Guys padding up in the pavilion in a club match, and the man who's out walks in. Oh, how are you out today? Oh, caught and bowled cutting.
It's got to be a very slow wicket, isn't it?
And Meekeren back at the end of his run. And past the white disc of his stride pattern. And that's gone aerial into the gap, I think. Smith won't reach it. Gets to it on the bounce. And they'll take 1. But they've got Hutton back on strike, which is arguably what Notts would rather have, rather than Patterson. But there was a point. They were 5 down at halfway. 5 down at 25 overs, and you do wonder sometimes whether teams can then bat out the other 25 overs with the last 5 wickets, and Notts are going to get very close to doing that. And they've also added over 100 runs to the score as well. Almost a full toss from Van Meekeren, but Hutton couldn't club it away. Straight to Dent.
Well bowled, right in the block hole there.
It's going to be very warm conditions for the Notts fielders later on. Cloudless blue sky over the ground here today. Some of the spectators, unsurprisingly, are watching with umbrellas up, which is a very sensible move in this heat. Short from Van Meekeren, and 1 for the over, says umpire Naheem Ashraf. Man out at deep square for Hutton, and at deep mid wicket, and at long on, and unsurprisingly at this stage of the innings. Not having got to this position with 89 from Sol Budinger and 47 from Lyndon James. Van Meekeren again. Hutton's hit on the pad, but again, he's kept down at that end, so just a little bit of a squeeze being applied here by Gloucestershire late on. Still 3 men saving the single on the offside for Van Meekeren, but nobody in on the leg side at all. He's clipped that down the leg side, that will be a wide. Got the angle on that wrong. Even at this stage, that was a poor error. You think perhaps he's one of those bowlers, Van Meekeren, who's always trying something. He's not content just to bowl sort of a line length. He's always trying to vary what the batsman gets from him, and to that end, that's why you get the errors to some degree. That's a very good length ball to bowl to a number 9. Hutton does well to keep it out. So in the end, off that over, just the wide and a single. 276 for 9, 2 overs to go.
Meekeren gone for 62 off 8 though. It's
You can't have too many bowlers doing that in list A cricket, can you?
No, you can't.
And now the discussion
Here we go.
about
see Jared Warner.
Who's going to bowl out at the far end. So it will be Warner. This is the last over from the pavilion end. The spectators sat outside in the pavilion today, not in the sun at the moment, because the sun hasn't quite got round to their part of the ground. They're still in the shade.
Yeah. Warner into the crease, and that is gone over the top of long off, and that goes one bounce into those aforementioned spectators and goes for 4 runs, brings up the 280.
Notts got 290 against Sussex in their opening game.
They'll want 300 here. Every run is crucial. This is one-day cricket. Warner in, and that's gone down the ground. That's just going to go one bounce. Out to Zafar, down at long off. It's a wonderful history between these two sides. You watch other competitions taking place at the moment, there's not the history that these two clubs have got. There, players playing for the badge here. Great to see. Warner in, and that's a dropped chance, caught and bowled. It was nailed back at him. In fact, he did well to actually keep it to a dot ball. Let's have a look. I don't think this is a bump ball. I think he's absolutely smashed this one back at Warner. Here he comes. And that's well bowled. Slower ball out the back of the hand there. From Jared Warner. He thinks about it, Warner, doesn't he? He's got... I quite like him.
I'm sure you're almost on a hiding to nothing though in this position, aren't you?
Massively.
Even with the last pair together, Patterson is at, I think the non-strikers in the moment, but Hutton's got to 25. He's played reasonably sensibly.
Here he comes in, still attacking the crease, and that has gone out to deep backward square just for a single. I think you're on a hiding to nothing being a seam bowler on this wicket, if I'm honest with you. I just think that there's just nothing in it for the seamers at all, and it's you want to get your spinners onto it, into the action as soon as you can.
So bear in mind, I thought that Notts really only they haven't got their front line spinner.
Warner in, leg stump Yorker, that goes down the ground to Zafar Gahar, who keeps it down to 1 with a great bit of fielding and a good arm. 283 for 9 at the end of the 49th over.
And Gloucestershire have
There's the bowling figures.
30 overs of spin. So 10 from Zafar, 10 from Tom Smith, 8 from Jack Taylor and 2 from Ollie Price. So 30 overs of spin, and the Nottinghamshire spinners, Fateh, or the main spinners, I've put this way, Fateh Singh and Matthew Montgomery only have 2 wickets in List A cricket between them, and only have those 2 wickets for Singh are the only 2 wickets that those 2 bowlers have taken in first team cricket. Van Meekeren then to bowl the last over. What's Patterson going to do here? He's going to go away into the leg side, and he's got hold of that, and that's gone for 6 to mid-wicket. He's got Ollie Price out there at sort of the old-fashioned club position of cow corner, and he's got a deep mid-wicket as well, and Patterson split the 2 of them.
Quick email from Tom. Here we go.
It's really pulled that round, and there's nothing that Ollie Price can do to haul that in, and Dan's target for Notts are getting to 300. He's very close to it now. 289 for 9. Will they fall just short? Has Patterson got other ideas, perhaps? Van Meekeren to bowl to him. That's too short to play that shot again, and it's following him as well, so he'll just punch a single down to long on.
Tom's been in touch from Rainstop Play, Inspection 3 blog. Great blog. Great to be back watching cricket in the sunshine, listening to you guys. Good fight back from Glos when it looked to be running away from them. Holidays are good, but being back in Bristol feels great.
Van Meekeren to Hutton. What's he got left in the tank here? He's again just played that sensibly up to long on. Didn't try and overhit it. I was conscious that Patterson's got some levers at the far end who might be able to still do some damage.
Jerry Wolstenholme, Zach Chappell's only List A half century was 59 not out for Leicestershire against Durham in 2017. That 32 was his second best score, previously 31 against Worcestershire in his first ever List A game in 2015. And
thank you, Jerry. I say we've got we're on sort of temporary battery power at the moment just to get us to the end of the innings, so we can review everything technically at that point. Here is Van Meekeren. Oh, Patterson again, he's followed by that one. All he can do is get that up to long on and to Jack Taylor once more. So 2 balls to go, and Patterson is clubbed his way to 19.
I've got one I'll come on to at the end of the innings. Okay, it's from Nigel McKinnon, who's a Nottingham member. And
is it one of those long, thoughtful ones?
It's a thoughtful one. It's not long, but it's thoughtful, and it makes an interesting point, actually.
Van Meekeren then, second to last ball of the innings. Short, up in the air, it's going to drop safe. Jack Taylor will come and get it again from long on, and they'll take 1. So Notts are going to get to the end of their 50 overs. 1 ball remaining. And Hutton on strike for the last ball. That's if Patterson's on strike. Do him a disservice. Van Meekeren then to try and close things out, and that's again room made by Patterson. They'll try and run two, they won't make it, they'll get one, and in the end Hutton is run out off the last ball. So Notts finish on 294 all out at the end of their 50 overs. So Gloucestershire have got to basically score at 6 and over to win. And I will give you the full bowling figures when our computer has updated. But Dan, if you just want to just do that email from
certainly.
Our Nottinghamshire friend.
Yeah, Nigel McKinnon's saying, firstly, thanks to all the commentators, camera operators and all involved in live streaming, which is a good point because it's not just us guys, it's all the guys in the background as well. As a 75-year-old, it makes following your team and away matches particularly very pleasurable. Secondly, I've always thought 50 over and T20 cricket would be improved by insisting there must be a fielder at first or second slip throughout the game. Slip fielding is a great skill for spectators to enjoy and for cricketers to practice in match situations. It helps to make cricket the game it is. Would welcome your views. Not for me, but I do agree with what there is, that there should be a limit on fielders within the arc. I think it's too much of a batsman's game as it is, Nigel, especially with those wonderful bats being made in your neck of the woods up in Nottingham, up at Gunham Moor and B3 and those people up there. And bats are just becoming so good. I wouldn't load the game any more in favour of batsmen at the moment. But it's an interesting point, Nigel. Very interesting point.
So, and there is the full scorecard. I don't know whether James can hold that on the screen for a moment. No, in fact, he can't. 294 all out Notts in the end, with Brett Hutton run out. There is the final card. Hutton run out for 28. But look at those contributions at the bottom of the order. 9, 10, 11. They have contributed nearly 80 runs for 81 runs to the Notts total. 294 set up by Buddinger's 89 at the top, and I think perhaps we thought mistakenly that when Lyndon James was out, Gloucestershire might be able to get through the tail and keep Notts down to a more manageable total than 295. The final figures for Gloucestershire: Goodman 3 overs for 15, didn't bowl after the power play. Warner 8 overs 1 for 53. Zafar 10 overs 1 for 46. Paul Van Meekeren 9 overs 3 for 73, again very expensive. Jack Taylor 8 overs 2 for 56. Tom Smith, the most economical, 10 overs 2 for 41, and Ollie Price just bowled 2 overs for 9 runs. But Gloucestershire did use 30 overs of spin in that innings. 30 overs out of 50. Do Notts have that option, or will the spinners do the job for them? We should be back with you shortly before 3 o'clock for the resumption, with Gloucestershire needing 295 to win. It promises to be a good chase. Join us shortly before 3. Don't put it on yet. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. I mean, okay, I'll talk so you just check. Umpires and players back on their way here at the Seat Unique Stadium. If we're honest, the powering of this second half of this match may be a little done on a wing and a prayer, because we cannot tell. The mains power has sort of wilted in the heat, and we're trying to allow that to cool down, and we're on battery at the moment, but we don't know how long the batteries might last. So we'll see. Hopefully we can get through the rest of the afternoon. The pictures I don't think will be affected. You will have the pictures at all times, but we may not. We'll see on the commentary. What we do know is that Gloucestershire are chasing 295 to win, and they've got to score at basically 6 and over to win this game, and it will be, as has tended to be the case in this competition, Chris Dent and Ben Wells who are going to open the batting, and Zach Chappell is going to open the bowling for Notts from the far end of the ground, the pavilion end. Montgomery and James in the slips, so Notts going for early wickets here.
Wells will take the first delivery. Here comes Chappell into the crease. That's got to be... He's asked the question. It's got to be close. I think it's probably just angling down. But Ian, how do you think Gloucestershire will approach this? Do you think they'll try and get off to a fast start, or do you think it'll be wickets in hand and then go for the runs at the back end of the innings?
They can't afford to loiter too much.
No,
I don't think. The power play is there for a reason, so I think they'll try and be positive, these two.
Chappell. Oh, and that's nearly chopped on by Wells. Just a little bit late on it. Plays it into the ground and it just bobbles over the top of off stump. Let's have a look at this again. Here we go. Chappell, get that extra bounce. And it just goes over the top of off stump. Chappell past the umpire, and that's a shot down to third where Patterson does the fielding, and Gloucestershire off the mark.
Wells really, I think, has got his place in this tournament because of the 124 that he made against Wiltshire in that 50 over game at Cheltenham.
Yeah, and he did very well against Warwickshire. I thought
76.
Well. Yeah,
from memory.
Yeah.
But he probably needs to back that up again now. He's had a couple of low scores since.
Chappell to Dent. Just plays into his pads, angles into his pads. One thing he won't want to do is give Chris Dent any width.
And we were talking about, the fact that the Notts boys haven't played on this ground. Probably most of them ever. Similarly, Gloucestershire would not have faced some of these Notts bowlers very much.
No.
It's a two-edged sword, that.
Just nudged into the onside. Dent's off the mark now as well. Roasting hot day here in Bristol. Cracking the flags, as they say.
It'll be roasting Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday too. So actually, our good friend Ed Seaborn, who will be doing the commentary up at Durham with Martin Emerson, might be heading to one of the best places in the country. Might be a bit cooler up there.
Chappell in, played nicely by Wells, straight back to him. Chappell gets a hand on it. That completes the over. 2 off the first over.
That game against Durham is on Friday. You can follow that through our colleagues at Durham with the stream provided by the club, and commentary from Martin and from Ed Seaborn from Chester Street Friday from 11 o'clock.
Martin Emerson's not a fan of the heat. Doesn't get much up there. And when he does get the heat, he doesn't like it very much.
So, I'm not going to, I think, give Brett Hutton the new ball at this, yes, Ashley Down road end. So, I'm going to keep Patterson back for the moment.
It's good to see game getting played in the Isle of Wight yesterday, wasn't it, Ian?
I saw a little bit of the footage from that game, actually, and the outfield looked like straw.
It did. It did.
Here is Hutton then. Oh, the splay-footed run comes in and bowls to Dent. That's a good ball. Just outside the off stump. He's not express pace, Brett Hutton, but he tries to make up for that with accuracy.
Thought they'd bowled him.
It was not taken cleanly, to be fair, by Dane Schuddendorf. Here is Hutton again. That's almost in the slot for Dent. He's driven that down the ground. There's a chase for Hamid up towards the rope at long off, and they'll take. Well, they want to take 3 actually. That's a bold bit of running, and they've made it. That's quite something to take 3 to that boundary, which is not the longest. The fact that Hamid just hauled it in after a chase meant that they could come back for the 3rd run. This, of course, is in the power play, so you only got 2 men outside the circle at this point.
He's quick, isn't he, Hamid? He's quick across the ground. Like a whippet.
So, still 2 slips in, and now Wells on a strike. And that's full length. Perhaps the one thing Notts might have learned from their innings is not to bowl short. That's where Gloucestershire perhaps erred a bit too much. Yes, there's the surprise of the short ball, but Buddinger was absolutely taking everything to the cleaners that was short. Wells punches that away through the offside. That's a nice shot. He didn't overhit that. That's going to go to the rope now. That's a very square cover, and that's a boundary to the young wicketkeeper batsman. Nice looking shot.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm a fan of cricket being played in the Isle of Wight. I think it, go and take the game to the people there. And I saw Andrew Rad on my Facebook. He was getting a ferry over there, and I asked him to pick me up some duty free off the ferry there as well. But,
well, did you say there was a hosepipe ban on the Isle of Wight at the moment?
Yeah, I believe so.
Probably explains why the outfield was so parched. Hutton in. Again, Wells defends, but lost his target, 295 to win. And if they're going to have a realistic chance of going any further in this tournament, I just said to somebody before play today, I thought that out of this game, the Durham game and the Leicestershire game, they certainly had to win 2.
I thought that. They called over and it's 1 ball short. It's only 5 balls gone in the over.
They're going to come back for the extra delivery. That's unusual. First class umpires don't normally get that wrong, particularly at the start of an innings.
Well, they normally signal halfway like that, 3 with a sort of motion of around the stomach, and then they give 2 for 2 to go.
So Wells mustn't lose his concentration off the extra ball. Clipped into the leg side, but straight to the man at square leg, who now retreats. That's Ben Martindale, I think, there. The young man making his debut. Doesn't have a squad number on his back. He batted with 95 on his back, but maybe he's only got 1 shirt with a number on. You know what it's like. Change a shirt mid-innings and the other one doesn't have a number. Chris Dent hands the ball.
Was it the prisoner? He said, "I am not a number, I am a free man." Wasn't it? Was it the prisoner? That's your hero, Ian. Come on.
Chris Dent could do with a score today. Hasn't really made a big contribution yet in this competition.
Chappell to Dent, who works that one into the onside. Runs the first one quickly. There's never a 2 there though.
Just a reminder, if you're joining us at 5 to 3 on this Wednesday afternoon, James will put our email address in the top right hand corner of your screen in a moment or two. Just a reminder, if you'd like to get in touch on the email, there we are, commentators@glossccc.co.uk.
Had some lovely emails from Nottinghamshire members this morning, didn't we? Good bunch. Lovely people.
Knowledgeable, generally.
They are.
They're good, cricket.
They're a good cricket crowd up there. Chappell comes in. That's played nicely by Wells. No run though. Goes to mid-off. They're knowledgeable and they're fair. And they're not partisan. They appreciate good cricket, don't they?
Just trying to reshuffle things a bit so I can keep half an eye on the computer scoreboard.
Chappell. Wells again plays pleasantly. Chappell just bowling a nagging line and length here, not allowing Wells any freebies. 10 for none. 2.3 overs gone. Yeah, keep your emails coming into us. And we want to hear from you lovely Gloucestershire fans as well, if you're not here on the ground. Chappell. That just goes over the top of cover. Wells dicing with danger there. It's going to be hauled in. That's a great bit of work there by, is that Martindale?
It is Martindale, I think.
Yeah, it's a great bit of work by the young lad. Wells gets 3, but it wasn't a long way over his head, was it?
With only 2 men out, certainly took some risks. Buddinger took some risks in the first 10 overs. They got 70 for no wicket. But as soon as the pace went off the ball, the scoring rate fell away.
Chappell, Dent cuts with no timing though.
They've taken the 1 slip out already.
Yeah.
So just Montgomery in at slip at the moment.
Ground looking arid. The outfield's very green. They've done a lot of work here whilst we were in Cheltenham. There were international games going on, but they've got some water into it. Oh, that's a good delivery. That beats Dent.
It's the second time Shuddendorf hasn't taken that ball cleanly, though.
Yeah.
There was one in Hutton's first over, and then that one there, which he didn't get as far as the keeper.
I think it was a slower ball. I think Chappell's bowled the off cutter there, rolled his fingers over it, and it didn't quite carry, and went past the outside edge of the left-handed Dent. 13 for none, trailing by 281.
295 the target. Marcus Harris probably due in at 3, then James Bracey, and then Ollie Price, Jack Taylor, Zafar Gahal. That's where the bulk of the runs have got to come from. Down as far as Zafar. Hutton in, second over from him, chopped away by Ben Wells, but they've got a third man for Hutton down in front of the clock at the pavilion end. And to be fair to the umpires in that first innings, and this may have happened at the fall of the wickets, there was not an obvious drinks break. I think
no, they just bring them on.
They just brought them on at a point when wickets fell, just to try and keep the game moving. Hutton to Dent. Plays that nicely out through the gap through extra cover. There'll be a chase on. They should get a couple. They probably won't get one on the throw, although Dent might try for it. And there's it all. Wells has slipped. He's got to get back, which he will do. There was probably never a third run there. That's not the longest part of the ground to return the throw from. And I think that might be Patterson who was on the chase there.
We don't want him barbecued, as we said earlier, do we, Ian?
No. That would have been a bad error to have a run out at that stage. Hutton again to Dent, and he thinks he's nicked it, and Dent has walked anyway. It's a good delivery from Hutton. He had bowled one of those in his first over. Didn't find the edge, but did on that occasion. And Dent goes for 7. This was just a textbook new ball delivery, really. Dent pushed forward. And a pretty easy decision for the umpire. And Dent almost...
He walked
anyway.
Yeah, but...
The left-hander is gone for 7 and Gloucestershire are 16 for 1.
Exactly the same mode of dismissal as he was out on Sunday. And Dent goes for 7. And Gloucestershire cannot lose too many wickets early on here.
No, they were left to chase, what was it, 335 against Sussex, and they ended up getting 280, but they were so far behind that Sussex probably knew they had more than enough in the bag, even though I think Bracey got 87 and there was sort of 30s right through the middle order. But when you've got 295 to get, as you said, somebody's got to make a big contribution. Buddingham made 89 for Notts, and then James made 47 through the middle order, and he got the bit of the bonus with those 80 runs from the last 3, 9, 10, 11, 80 runs between them. But Gloucestershire would say, or they would acknowledge, I'm sure that by and large you wouldn't expect their 9, 10, 11 to get 80 between them. It would be a much more of it's a top order situation. So Marcus Harris is in at number 3.
You never know.
Got his his half century against Somerset. That was a necessary score for him. He looked a bit scratchy in the other games.
I wouldn't say he was fluent against Somerset, but he showed character. He ground it out a little bit.
Well, one left-hander replaced by another here, and Hutton, the wicket in the locker. Bowls to Harris, who defends.
He bowls nagging areas, doesn't he, Hutton?
Yeah, he's got not a huge number of wickets in this format, really. Only 27, but he roughly goes at 1 wicket per match. That's his kind of ratio. And that would be very similar to for example, someone like Tom Smith, who's almost at the same. Again, Hutton, good shape to that. I say he wouldn't be express, but he wouldn't even be probably not much more than a fast medium actually. But it's to do with what he does with the ball more than the pace he bowls it at. And that perhaps is why he's used with the new ball as opposed to bowling with an old one, because he's got the extra hardness that might just give him a bit of bounce. And then again, Harris lets that go outside the off stump. So Hutton gets a good round of applause from his teammates. Gloucestershire 16 for 1, and Chris Dent, the man out, as you can see, caught behind by Schardendorf off Hutton.
That siren you can hear in the background, it's not Ian Randall's taxi. It's community day here at Bristol. We've got the police, we've got the army, we've got the RAF, we've got 22 battalion, was it, I think? with some shell gun that can fire 17 kilometres. Chapel in. Pleasantly played. Chapel. Into the wicket, past the umpire. Yes, Wells cuts that one, only to point. Yeah, Community Day here. Army, police, RAF, police dogs, police horses. Bristol Rovers. They're all here. Fantastic initiative from Pete Lamb, Jess Jones and the team there in the office. Shot by Wells. He's clubbed him over the top. And that's what you've got to do to Chapel, I think. I think you've got to actually stop him from bowling that line and length, because he could bowl there all day. And you have to take the initiative and make him bowl in other areas.
Or mid on and mid off up. That was what Wells deemed was a safe shot to take on. Apologies for that last
that's all right.
Interruption. That's what my dad would say. That's gone down the wrong way.
It was like, remember when the Queen Mother had the fishbone in her throat?
Yeah, it was a bit like that.
I was almost doing the Heimlich manoeuvre on you there, Ian. Chapel in, and Wells cuts, but nothing there. Yeah, I was getting close to doing the Heimlich manoeuvre.
I wish I knew what that was.
It's well, you get the pressure on the solar plexus and you remove an object out the windpipe,
right,
which can fly out of the room.
Yeah, I mean, even in our commentary position today, you know, taking on water is important, and Dan made that point very forcibly over lunch. Of course, you take it on, it can cause problems.
Chapel in, and that's clipped over the top pleasantly by Wells, and he's going to get 4 more.
It's a clever shot, that, because I think Chapel may have seen him coming, but he improvised with use of his feet.
He did. He moved leg side. Chapel followed him, and he's still played it. There we go.
Can't believe he played that shot, the bowler.
Chapel in, and that's played into the onside.
Good stop.
Yeah, that's Lyndon James in there, isn't it?
Yeah, he played a sensible knock today. It doesn't look a big score in the context of the match. I mean, got 47, but he just stabilised that middle part of the innings. Didn't allow a clatter of wickets to go down together, and just played sensibly with the lower order. Yes, he got out. He misjudged a full ball from Warner eventually, but he made 47 important runs.
Gloucestershire going at 5 and over, but they've lost Chris Dent.
Here is Hutton again from this Ashley Down Road end, and that's punched by Harry. So he'll get a single, partly stopped by Hutton off his own bowling, and Hasib Hamid with a
awful throw,
a terrible throw to the keeper's end. He's the captain. There's the only way you can excuse it. You can excuse that. He got his geography completely wrong. That's almost as bad as the one Warwickshire fielder who, during the game at Cheltenham, threw to the wrong square.
Yeah.
That was moderately funny, but Hasib Hamid cannot have that excuse. So now Hutton to Wells. He's not bowled at him very much. Wells punches that into the point region. Good stop. Again, that's Martindale, I think.
Yeah,
there.
he's a good fielder.
Didn't make an awful lot of impact with the bat today.
Just asking though how close he should be in there. Number 295 is the target. Long way off at the moment, but we're in the early stages of the chase.
Good start this though.
Hutton back at the end of his run. And away from us into Wells, who again uses his feet just to thinks about going aggressively down the ground, but in the end he steers. I think that might be Singh down there in front of the clock and one of the floodlight pylons, which are not being used today obviously. There is actually one game today that I think the Lancashire-Worcestershire match is floodlit. Well, I say it's floodlit. It started, I think, at 1 o'clock. So they might get through without using the lights, but it's kind of a day-night game in a way. Hutton into Harris. Oh, again, cry of no. And whether Harris in particular will kind of try and play the anchor role. So you might argue somebody, putting a batted aggressively to get his 89 rather than saying I will bat through. His line was, well, I'll get as many as I can as quickly as I can. Harris's view may be a bit different. Yeah,
Harris will be wanting to be there, not out at the end.
Hutton to bowl to him. Clipped wide of Hamid at mid-on. Wells answered the call for a single, which he got.
Harris spent last season on loan at Gloucestershire, so I'm sure he'd like to put one over their East Midlands rivals.
So Martindale's going back out onto the boundary at deep square now for Wells. And the other man out is at third man. Threw him the offside 3 on the leg for saving the single. And Wells has beaten that man at point, and that I think will go all the way for 4. It will to the boundary in front of the man stand. He's played that shot twice now.
That was that short.
That was well placed.
It's not even that short.
Singh couldn't cut it off. Yes, again, it's played from really all about the body weight really, and transfer of the body weight to be in the right position. So 31 for 1 after 4 overs.
And we're going to see Dane Patterson come into the attack by the look of it, replacing Zach Chappell.
Chappell 2 overs for 14.
And the pavilion end. Patterson, good record in white ball cricket. Took 4 for 32 for South Africa against England in a T20 back in 2018 at Cardiff.
He's played nearly 100 List A games, so he's of the side available to Notts today. He would have played more 50 over matches than anybody else.
Yeah.
So they put the second slip back in. Hutton's gone in at second slip alongside Montgomery.
Here he comes. Harris plays him out to mid-off. Crowd intrigued here. What way is this game going to go?
There's not a mileage yet. Just to give you the scores at halfway in the other matches. Might get a chance during this over because Patterson's got a...
Yeah, here he is in past the umpire. Harris lets that one go.
The game that started later than the rest, and that's not because of weather, just the fact that it is a later start at Old Trafford. Worcestershire 74 for 1 in the 18th against Lancashire.
Patterson in from the pavilion end, past the umpire. Harris clips him pleasantly to wide mid-on, and it goes through him actually. There's going to be runs here, probably 3 of them. There's a long old boundary down there, and I think that's Zach Chappell there apologising for his fielding. Mid on. 3 to Harris.
At Cardiff, Yorkshire 257 for 9, Glamorgan 16 for 2 in reply.
Ooh.
And at Radlett, Middlesex 351 for 7 against Surrey. Big 100 there for Stephen Eskenazi.
Patterson, and that's it at Chapel. Ball seems to be following him a little bit.
Surrey 18 for 1 in reply, and at Taunton, Durham 342 all out against Somerset, who are 18 without loss. So some big scores around today. I mean, the Radlett one, it's a small ground there, so 351 for 7 might not be quite as much as it looks. Eskenazi made 182 of that innings.
Patterson into Wells, squares him up a little, plays it into the offside. 34 for 1. Nearly 7 overs gone. Still going at 5 and over. They'll take 5 and over here. Take 5 and over up till 40. Get 200, leave yourself 95 off the last 10.
I think I'd want 25 more than that at that stage.
Patterson, and Wells plays that out to mid-on. Throw comes in, but Harris scampers home. So that's 35 for 1 off 7.
My sort of mental arithmetic for the last 10 is 75.
Okay.
75 with wickets in hand, you tend to favour the batting team.
Yeah.
If it's more than that, someone's got to really climb into an over or 2.
Yeah, I just think that the outfield is so quick here that can work for and against the batting side though as well, because when it's slow there can be 2s out into the deep fielders. When it's this quick it goes straight out there. But I'd fancy the batting side in that situation.
Well, here's Brett Hutton to continue his opening spell, and Wells has squeezed that off an inside edge into the onside. He didn't know where that had gone, I don't think, but Harris answered his call for a single, and it will say 1 in the book. So Wells advances.
Yeah, good cricket from Harris.
24. That wasn't the most convincing stroke, though. We're still in the power play here, so not going to have 2 men out. And Hasib Hamid persisting with 2 slips for Hutton. He wants to make a change though, I think. Maybe after this ball. Hutton in. Harris, we thought about 1 there, there wasn't one. Up to Hasib Hamid. At mid-on, so on the onside, apart from Hamid, they've only really got Ben Slater at mid-wicket, wasn't it? They're trusting Hutton to bowl, maybe 4th stump, and that's at times what we didn't see from the Gloucestershire bowlers. That real discipline to bowl one side of the wicket, not from the quicker bowlers anyway. Hutton in. It's cracked through the offside, that will go for 4. That's well placed. Good shot from Marcus Harris again, and it was a no ball as well. Again, didn't try to overhit. Second look at this. I'll say there's no call.
No call for a no ball.
That was a false alarm on the no ball there. I don't know.
We'll see from this shot here from Harris.
It's pleasantly played down the ground. There's a chase.
Trying to see that is with 90 on his back. Is that Martin though?
No, that is seeing. So Martindale came out to bat in a shirt that had 95 on the back.
Here's Singh. Oh. Here's Singh.
Oh, yeah, we thought Singh's number was 98.
That's what it is on the Trent Bridge website.
So unless he's borrowed a jumper from somebody, or he borrowed a shirt.
It's got Singh written on the back of it, I think.
Well, perhaps they've employed...
He's throwing it left arm.
Yeah, it is him. Harris waits again for Hutton. Pushed again up to the mid-off. Notts tried to plug that gap with an extra man now on the single on the offside. And Notts have got through 8 overs that have cost them 42 in all those runs off the bat.
Yeah, Harris moving into double figures, now on to 11. Hutton 1 for 24 off 4. Bowling. Good areas, good disciplines.
And one of the Notts squad came out there with something for one of the players. I wonder if there was a message that came with it. This early, that would... Somebody might have asked for something, but the fact the skipper was involved in that conversation as well suggests there might have been a message there.
I reckon Peter Moore's looking at the data back in the dressing room. Here's Patterson. Short and pulled by Wells. Doesn't get a hold of it really. In fact, only gets a single. He fancied a second, but Marcus Harris didn't. And Wells missed out there really, because he could have almost put that anywhere. Must be a nightmare being a Nottinghamshire commentator, mustn't it, with Patterson, Patterson White. The only one I'm missing is Pogo Patterson out Grange Hill. Here's Dane Patterson. Nudged into the onside by Harris, 1 run.
Harris is just trying to get himself going at the moment, isn't he? Just trying to get the wheels of the innings turning a bit.
Absolutely boiling day here in Bristol. Spare a thought for our equipment. Oh, and that's nearly caught and bowled. Just bowls that one slightly slower, and Foxes Ben Wells there. I apologise to all Nottinghamshire fans listening in, using the phrase Foxes. Your local rivals, we don't mean to offend.
Do they consider Leicestershire or Derbyshire their truer?
Oh, well, I think a bit of both. I don't think they like either, really. Short, pulled, and Wells gets through for 1, goes out to wide mid-on. Again, he misses out on that short ball, though. I thought he might have got hold of that, but score moves on to 45. Yeah, I think it's more Derbyshire. I think they probably have a... You know, Leicestershire have struggled a lot in recent years, haven't they? And it's sad to see because, well, they won the county championship in, I think, 1997, didn't they? It's played back from Harris. Good fielding there by Patterson off his own bowling. Yeah, I think in 1997, I think at one point you had Leicester Tigers, who were rugby union champions. Leicester City had just won the Littlewoods Cup or whatever it was, or the League Cup. There's that one, it wasn't quite cool and bold. And Leicestershire have won the county championship. Well run by Harris. Oh, got to be close. Got to be close. Direct hit there. Harris scampers home.
I think he thought he'd picked his fielder there, because I think that's Hasib Hamid who was fielding at mid-off.
It's Montgomery, I think, isn't it?
I think Montgomery's been in the slips. I'm not sure who that. I thought. I must confess, I thought that was Hasib Hamid, but Sammy King's been on the field temporarily, and he's just trotting off again. I think this is Singh who's coming back out here now, down to mid-off for Harris. That was a tight call, though.
Yeah.
I think he picked his fielder. Thought he'd be all right. In the end, he was, but it was a tight old call.
Too close for comfort that for Gloucestershire fans. Gloucestershire needing to win this to stay in the competition, really.
You have to say realistic. I mean, I think last year, we may have discussed this before, the mid-innings break. 4 wins, 1 game cancelled. That was due to COVID, and 3 losses. So they got 9 points and they finished 3rd. So you think you probably got to get 10, haven't you? It's a good shot from Harris. Coming round the wicket, he's planted him away over Hasib Hamid. And out over those practice wickets for 4.
Yeah, once the ball goes over those practice wickets, got no chance of stopping it, have you? It's
again, it's firmly planted the front foot, played through the line. I think we're still in the power play at the moment, but this is the last over of it. Knots were 70 without loss at the end of the power play. Gloucestershire 50 now up. So Hutton changes his line, goes back to over the wicket again. Harris will pick up a single here, or should do. Again, that's a tight call. That's a tight call too. Again, it's Hamid. In a sense that because of the total they're chasing, they can't afford to turn down too many of these tight singles.
Paul Hibbard has been in touch on the email. So matches against Nottinghamshire at Bristol always take me back to my first visit to the county ground in 1969 with my father to see this great Sir Garfield Sobers. Fortunately, Nottinghamshire batted first, and I remember he scored a few runs. My main recollection was that the main scoreboard was over on the Kennington Avenue side of the ground.
Wells waits for Hutton. He's picked the gap. There's a man out. There's a boundary rider now out on that deep point boundary, and have to settle for a single.
He remembers David Smith and Mike Proctor opening the bowling for Gloucestershire, who regularly played 3 spinners in those days. Can you name who they are, Ian? Oh, you've got the email open. I won't. Alan Mortimer and Bissix. We were lucky as I think the other 2 days were rained off.
I've got a note from Terry on an email as well, which I'll come to in a minute. Harris has only hit a 4 in this over. Can't pierce the field there though. Goes up to Hamid at mid-on.
That's the 50 up as well.
Yes, 52-1. Terry says, without being disrespectful to Zach Chappell, who's played very well for Gloucestershire this season, it shows how depleted teams are for the Royal London due to the 100. That from being on loan to Gloucestershire because he couldn't get in the Notts team, Zach is now their opening bowler against Gloucestershire in this match. Hutton again, keeping Harris relatively quiet. He had that one boundary away over long on, but that's the end of the power play, and Gloucestershire reach it on 52-1. So they're a little bit behind where Notts were at this point, but the Notts break when Gloucestershire were in the field was chiefly applied between overs 20 and 30.
Yeah, let's have a look at sort of 35, 40 overs, because you know the breaks went on, didn't they, between overs 20 to 40, and you know Nottinghamshire only scored 70 odd.
Well, they were 100 for 2 after 14, and the 200 was up in the 35th, so they 21 overs to get the 100 between 100 and 200, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
so
or at 20 overs they were 141 for 3, and at 40 overs they were 218 for 8, but the tail wagged. Patterson into the crease to Wells, angled into his pads. The tail wagged like the happiest Labrador with a big bowl of food, didn't it?
Yeah, they 9, 10, 11 in that Notts order did a great job for their team. Hutton run out off the last ball for 28 after Chappell made 32 and Patterson was left 21 not out. And between them they hit 6 4s and 4 6s. That was a good effort from the tail.
Patterson into Wells, short. Wells pulls that one, but can only find the man out in the deep, who throws it into the gloves of Schardendorf.
Dare I say, Dan, if Gloucestershire are to go about to chase this down, they're going about it in a slightly different way. They're trying to. It's a more even pace, isn't it? I think was what they seem to be aiming at.
I think that's the way to approach it. I think wickets in hand, go 5 and over until 40, 35, and then increase the rate up to 6, maybe 7, and then have a dip at the end when you've got the wickets in hand. That's just played back there by Marcus Harris to Patterson, but Marcus Harris will be key here. James Bracey will be an integral part of this chase if it's to be successful.
And then you've got Jack Taylor and Zafar Gohar 6 and 7, who Gloucestershire will hope can accelerate the rate.
Yeah. Patterson approaching the crease down the leg side. That's going to be one more to the score as an extra.
Taken by Schardendorf diving away down the leg side.
Yeah, young keeper from Harare in Zimbabwe.
Has a UK passport though.
Yeah.
Also Montgomery does as well in this Notts team.
Yeah, he's plays his club cricket at Caythorpe Cricket Club in Nottinghamshire. That's pleasantly clipped away by Harris. They think about a second. Good pick up out there. That's Martindale out there, I think, isn't it?
Yes, I say Sammy King was on the field briefly earlier. I don't know who that was for.
He's a good fielder, Martindale, isn't he?
Yeah, it looks a good prospect. Obviously only 19 years old, but Notts clearly think quite a bit of him. He's been at the club for quite a while, coming through their academy system.
Yeah, they've got a few. Sammy King, who's the 12th man, he's part of their academy group. Oh, well, I thought he got a nick on that. Schardendorf has gone miles down the leg side and gone diving across there. The ball's obviously swung a hell of a lot after it's gone past the batsman. Let's have another look at this. This looks like an absolute corker from Patterson. Oh, nearly 4 byes. It was that good a ball.
I would say that Shodendorf might have got himself in the wrong position there. He looks to be far too far down the leg side.
Yeah. Patterson. And that's... oh, he's caught him at the second attempt. Wells goes pulling. He picks out the only man there who drops it and then catches it just before the ball hits the ground. And that's the end of Ben Wells. Can't see who's caught him there.
He's pulled that away. The camera, I don't think has spotted it either. Might be James, I think.
I think it is James. I think it is Lyndon James.
It's actually given to him. It's given us Montgomery, so I'm sure the scorers have got it right. They have a different view for the ground than we have. But Wells goes for 28, and Gloucestershire are 2 down. That was a wicket they could ill afford to lose, really. Although Wells, it looked as if a day when he wasn't quite timing things. No. Those shots that were perhaps being middled by Nottingham going for 4, he was only getting singles.
You're right. I've seen him look a lot more fluent.
So we're back to 2 left-handers again. James Bracey walking out at number 4.
Yeah. Who have they said it's called by? Called by Montgomery, have they?
He was certainly relieved, I know that much, because he thought he'd spilled it.
Yeah.
It was a bit like the one that... Did Bracey caught one in between his knees at the Cheltenham Festival, didn't he?
He did, against Hampshire off Nick Gubbins.
And that just almost sit down and then allow the ball to just run into his gloves.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that it didn't go to ground.
Sort of praying that he wasn't like a chicken laying an egg, really.
Yeah, so Wells has gone for 28, Dent for 7, both openers back in the pavilion. And this is a big partnership now, and as a result, Notts have got Fateh Singh into the attack straight away with the 2 left-handers in. Left arm spinner. I'm sure, Dan, you like me haven't seen him bowl before.
No.
So
No.
our first sighting of him. So he bowls an orthodox slow left arm, quite a short approach to the wicket. And Harris waits for him. And defends first delivery. Back up the pitch. It's quite close to the stumps. Got a simple action.
Got a nice action, actually.
Harris isn't going to allow him to just bowl to him, though, and that's clubbed away over long off. A couple of bounces into the boards for 4.
Yeah, this is crucial. Marcus Harris, Australians don't like to let spinners settle, do they? And he'll know that by targeting the spinners, Nottinghamshire are then forced to use their seam bowlers. And that, when the ball gets a little softer, could be crucial to the outcome of this game.
Swing again to Harris. Tried to steer that down past the man at short third man, couldn't get it past him. So Singh's got 4 men in the circle on the offside. He's got a boundary rider out at square cover. He's gone over the infield again here, and that's gone all the way for 6. Same area. Saw that as a safe shot. It is the shortest boundary on the ground. And Singh is relatively inexperienced.
Yeah, and I wonder if this is the right end to bowl him from as well, with a shorter boundary into that corner.
Well, somebody's got to bowl from this end.
Yeah, but I wonder if this is the end you bowl your seamers from with him.
Seeing in once more. Harris, profitable over already. Just fires that up to Lyndon James at long on, and he'll get one more. So that's the end of Singh's first over. Harris has got to 29 off 29 balls here. In fact, 30 off 30, I think he is now.
We had another email, didn't we?
That was the one I read out, I think, unless there's another one.
Oh yeah, we did read that one out.
The Paul Hibbard one you read out, and the one from Terry I read out.
Yes.
Because we're even-handed like that.
We are.
295 is the Gloucestershire target. 65 for 2 off 12. 66 for 2 off 12. The board hasn't quite ticked up on your screen. And so Harris is 30 off 30 balls at the moment.
Bracey about to face Patterson. Oh no, it's Harris, sorry. Oh, that's a lovely shot there. No need to run for that. Just leans on that and pushes it back past the bowler for 4 runs.
Nice welcome to the game for James Bracey.
Harris, he took a one, didn't he, at the end of the last over? I thought it was. These two are hard to tell apart. They're quite similar stances and height, but Harris has his feet very close together in his batting stance, whereas Bracey's are further apart. Harris just runs that one down to third. Score moves
Always
into the
helps
70s.
in the over. You've got a boundary off the first ball.
Yeah, takes the pressure off, doesn't it?
Just release, gets you part way to what you need straight, in a good way, and then you can, if there is a good ball later on, don't need to go chasing it. So umbrellas remain up around the ground, keeping off the sun. Nothing to do with the precipitation, that's for sure.
Bracey about to face his first ball. Oh, that was perilously close.
Front foot didn't go far enough across there,
It
did it?
didn't, no. Bracey needs... Here we go, here's the replay.
Back quite a long way from the body there.
The hosts will be looking to Bracey to get a score here. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's beat him authentically as opposed to being Bracey's error.
Interesting use of Patterson's first change here.
He's quite susceptible early on, Bracey. Once he gets in, he's a very hard man to prize from the crease, but early on he's a little bit dicey outside that off stump.
Well,
they're putting a slip in now.
often if you and I said, gets to 20, often gets a big score.
There we go, he's bringing... Matt Montgomery has just gone into first slip. Good move there from Hasib Hamid.
He thinks that there's a chance of Bracey flashing an edge. And you want a man in there. What's the temperature in your car when you left your house this morning? Do you know?
21.
Is it?
Yeah. That's 4 runs. Fine tickle from Bracey there. And wrong lines from Dane Patterson. And Bracey just helps it on its way around the corner.
I suspect it's not 21 in this box at the moment.
No, I would say it's probably about 35.
31.
Well, I'd say it's about 35 in the box, because we've got the sun beating directly in here. So it's 31 in the shade.
Our friend Tom from Brain Stop Play Inspection 3 says it's too hot at the apartment's end of the ground, so we've switched to the seats in front of the pavilion. Wouldn't it be great if the club could retain these for the whole season? That's the new temporary stands.
It would be. It makes it look like a really good cricket ground.
In front of the pavilion at the far end from our commentary position. And after 1 over from Singh, we're going to see Montgomery. So that experiment has been dispensed with by Hasib Hamid. We'll get to Richard's email from Cheltenham in a moment. But Hamid deciding that 1 over for 11 from Singh was too much. So Montgomery in with his orthodox off spin, and a single straight away to Marcus Harris.
I could do with Tom bringing me down a cold lager shandy from the bar. Now, I don't want any disparaging comments because I'm from London and drink shandy, but I could really do with just a cold lager shandy. It was a sort of a refreshing drink. Or even a bottle of water from someone in the club office if they're listening in.
So Bracey waits for Montgomery. Around the wicket with his off spin. Just a gentle twirl really there, and it's stopped on the dive by skipper Hamid at short extra. Montgomery doesn't hang about. Again, just float it up, and Bracey will get another single up to deep cover. Richard from Cheltenham says, just so you know we're listening, I wonder which half of which eye Ian is going to keep on the computer. Yes, that's
where he played his football in his time, outside right.
Yeah. I noticed there don't appear to be many folks in the ground today, which is a shame, perhaps not too surprising given the heat. Memories are fresh of a capacity crowd at Cheltenham for the game against Warwickshire a couple of weeks ago. Here's Montgomery. In once more, and again a single.
Now, if one of these two smashes Montgomery out the attack, Hasib Hamid has got real issues. He's got real problems.
78 for 2. Gloucestershire chasing 295. This is the 14th over. Lots of tactics of a different balance to the Gloucestershire one. Cut away by Bracey. They'll look for 2, but they'll only get 1. Again out to that deep point boundary on the Kennington Avenue side of the ground. End of the over. 79 for 2 after 14. Tony in Whitehall says, I'm sat here in the temporary Zahir Abbas stand. There is an annoying grunt when Hutton releases the ball. Surely this is not permitted under the rules of cricket, as it must distract the batsman who is facing. Interesting observation, Tony.
Oh, we had some real grunters back in the day. I think Kevin Jarvis, he was a grunter, wasn't he? Proper grunter.
Yes, he was. And briefly, Peter the Bear from Durham, who was watching the Warwickshire game at Cheltenham. We'll come back to that in a moment.
Patterson. In, pleasantly played by Bracey. Oh, it's a misfield as well. They're going to get a couple. I think that's Singh down there. Was Hamid.
Hamid.
And
he said, I'm up in Durham streaming the match. It's actually 27 degrees here. I'm staying in and watching the whole game. Top commentary. Peter, thanks for your kind comments, and I'm sure that we, or Ed in particular, will be happy to know it's only 27 degrees up in Durham at the moment.
Peter, you don't know how lucky you are. What I would give for 27 degrees right now.
Calling for 2 sweaters next.
Patterson in, Bracey. Just plays that down. Backwards square on the offside for a single.
Paul at Bristol Cricket Club says, really Nottinghamshire fans being fair, did anybody notice how grumpy and partisan the crowd at York were in the Northants-York match? Northants grounders were beaten with no applause, and in many cases the ball not stopped or thrown back. Funny old game, he says. I call him on Josh Shaw to defend his Yorkshire Tykes. Josh not with us in the box today.
Clipped away by Harris. 1 run. They could be a little bit partisan. South Africa were the worst, weren't they? You go to the real Bok heartlands, places like Pretoria, and it'll be a lovely cover drive all the way along the carpet by one of the opposition, and there'll just be dead silence. There won't be a smattering of polite applause.
Gloucestershire steady at the moment, not racing along, but
no. Patterson in, and bounce up. Bracey takes it on, misses it.
I've got to be a little bit careful with the wickets, Colin. That's the only thing I want to say.
Yeah. I agree.
If this situation was replicated after 42 overs, they'd be 240 after 42. They'd be right in the game at that stage, but they would need to have wickets in hand.
Long way to go yet, Ian. Long way to go.
Absolutely.
Long way to go. It's a funny old game, Saint, as Jimmy Greaves used to say. Bracey tucks one down. You're listening to the Saint and Greavesy of Gloucestershire cricket. Ian St Randall.
I can't do the Ian St John accent, you see. That's the thing. You might be able to do the Jimmy Greaves accent.
Well, the thing is, Ian, it's more Graham Gooch, actually, wouldn't it?
Probably. Harris 38 at better than a runner ball at the moment.
Patterson in. Harris plays that one backward of square. He's going to get 2 if he's quick. Yeah, he gets home easily.
Somebody's bringing out. Is that cold towels for the batsman? Yes, it is.
Yep, 15 overs.
Cold flannels, I would think, probably.
15 overs, 86
Drinks.
for 2.
Yes, I say not at this stage. Notts had brought up their 100, and what's interesting comparison will be at 20 overs when Notts 144 for 3. How close can Gloucestershire get to that, and can they still have just 2 wickets down at that stage? Harris is looking like he needs to be the glue. Bracey's just playing himself in. Montgomery to continue from this Ashley Down road end. Again, you're going to have to just keep on the singles. Keep ticking the score up. Gentle bowler. Gentle off spin. He's not bowled a huge amount in List A cricket. Hasn't taken a wicket yet. Bracey now waits for him. There's the sweep. Big appeal from the bowler, but he's bowling round the wickets. He's got to straighten it quite a bit. And not upheld by umpire Middlebrook. He's attempted by the reverse sweep here. Now it's a more orthodox shot again up to long on. Lyndon James is there. Montgomery looks like an Ollie Price equivalent in the Gloucestershire team, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's reasonably tidy.
Again, one more. Harris and Bracey just picking off the singles by finding the gaps at the moment.
So all they need to do. All they need to do.
Montgomery again. Tossed right up. That's firmly punched up to Hutton. Long off.
You go 6 and over.
They're milking the bowling here just at the moment.
Go 6 and over for the next 30. Takes you to 270.
Well, you're nearly there then, aren't you?
Happy days.
Well, you'd be left with
24 off 4.
24 or 4, and you'd again all comes back to the wickets column.
Yeah.
But Harris has played sensibly to get to this stage, and now we're going to have Singh from the far end by the looks of it. Again, Hasib Hamid having a chat with I think the spinner. Are we going to see Budinger bowl? That would be a bit
and he
left
bowls
field.
a little bit of part-time off breaks, I think, doesn't he? Or slow left arm, is it? He's a wicket keeper as well.
He's a Glenn Phillips.
Yeah.
Does a bit of everything. So they're trying to split the spin overs up here, Notts. So Singh almost been hit out of the attack in 1 over. Hasib Hamid is turning elsewhere.
Here he is. Looks like he bowls off breaks. And that's down the leg side. And that is going to just about be hauled in. Good bit of fielding. It's actually given us runs. Must have been a fine feather there from James Bracey. Good fielding from Zach Chappell.
Yeah, Singh and Chappell both going. No ball.
Oh, no ball. So a free hit. Here we go.
Right then, what has James Bracey got on this, I wonder?
Yeah. Free hit coming up. Statue ball from Budinger. Bracey picks it and smashes it back with a square for 4. Robert Croft used to enjoy the statue ball, didn't he?
I've never heard that.
Where he stops in his action and doesn't just waits to see what the batsman's going to do.
100 up for Gloucestershire in the 17th. That's an off spinner. I know I keep on about this. You should not be bowling a no ball.
No, you shouldn't.
I'm
with you, Ian. As a captain, you'd be furious.
However much of a part-time bowler you might be, it's not difficult still to keep your foot behind the line.
Budinger tossed up, played down the ground by Bracey.
His eyes would
That's
have
100 up, by the way.
Yeah, that was a full toss, but he didn't want to just plant it down the throat of a fielder, so he just did the sensible thing and punched it down the ground for a single.
100 up in the 17th over. Harris is just happy nerdling it about. Doesn't need to do anything different. He's an experienced man. Just work it around. Pick up what you can. Oh, that's a pie there. That's a no ball as well. Over waist height no ball. Yeah, it's a real pie there from... and
there's an official chat between the umpire and the skipper and the bowler.
It's a free hit. I don't know if it's a warning. Free hit, there we go. Smashed down the ground for 4. This looks like an expensive mistake from Hasib Hamid.
This might be 1 over only from Budinger here, I think.
Yeah. Oh, nearly takes out poor old James Middlebrook.
50 partnership now between these two with that blow.
James Middlebrook having to do a more than passable impression of Michael Flatley there to get out of the way. Budinger in, floated up. And that's played out to the covers. Don't need to lose concentration here though, Harris. What he needs to do is just, because when you get bowlers like Budinger, what you get is an absolute filthy one, and you get one that'll pitch middle stump and take the top of off, and it can be crucial.
So 17, I think, off that over, and there's the graphic of the over with 2 no balls in it. 17 off the over. There will be drinks now for the Notts fielders, and the Gloucestershire batters also getting some liquids on board as well. So 108 off 17 overs. Notts were 144 for 3 off 20. So it's very finely balanced here with 295 the target, and Gloucestershire with Ollie Price, Jack Taylor, Zafar Gahar still to come, and these two having now put on 53 for the 3rd wicket. Well, Notts probably know that, split these two up. Ollie Price, not the most experienced number 5, and then you've got to try and Gloucestershire almost would want Jack Taylor in that situation, but they've got to get some runs before Taylor gets in. On Sunday, I think when you and I had a chat yesterday, there was a sense of nervousness at one stage that Gloucestershire might be getting into a position where they were really reliant on one stand, and the stand that got them there was actually the one largely between Harris and Taylor, and then Taylor and Zafar just finished it off.
Yeah, it was, but even when Harris got out, I think the confidence is so brittle amongst Gloucestershire followers this season, because we've seen 4 wins all season in all competitions. So they're not used to winning, and actually getting over the line, you wonder if somebody's going to take that responsibility to get them over the line, and Jack Taylor certainly did that. Fantastic innings, really led from the front, showed a bit of Captain Courageous. Anyway, we're back into action.
Montgomery's bowled 2 overs for 9 before this one, so he's certainly checked the scoring amongst the slower bowlers anyway.
Yeah,
so seen 1 over for 11, Budinger 1 over for 17. Where do Notts turn if they think that Montgomery can get through a whole spell? Steered away, puff of dust as it bounces on a worn wicket there from Marcus Harris. He is up to 48.
Zach Chappell just going through his paces there, out at short 3rd man.
Montgomery, that's tossed right up. That might have been a no ball too. That felt pretty high from our vantage point, but it's got away with it. Bracey waits for him again. That's flatter, and as a result, he's just able to fiddle that out to Hasim Hamid once more. Montgomery doesn't hang about getting through his overs, that's one thing. Again, he doesn't offer Bracey any room there really, other than to play it down the ground to James at long on. Just 1 run. Thanks to our emailers, by the way, in that last batch. If you want to drop us a note, commentators@glossccc.co.uk.
We've had some good emails today.
We have.
Yeah.
Try and filter them in, and has Bracey gone? He's caught behind.
Bowled him.
Oh, it's Harris, and I think he's bowled him.
Yeah, he's just an arm ball there. Harris has gone through his gate. He's gone to force it, and he's just gone on with the arm and taken what looked like middle and leg.
Let's have a look at this. I didn't quite catch it the second time. So that's Montgomery's 1st wicket in List A cricket, and it's a big one in the context of the match, because Harris had looked settled, and now he departs for 48, and that will mean I think young Ollie Price comes down the steps with Gloucestershire 111 for 3.
Yeah, Nelson strikes. They were going along so smoothly, weren't they? They were just
stand of 56. But again, it's been kind of the issue through a lot of parts of this season. Players getting starts and not going on.
Yeah.
And that's where Notts at least had one player who went much further. Buildup made 89 opening the batting. Right, nobody else got more than 50, but that was a big score. And if Gloucestershire want to get close to this 295, then they're going to need a succession of scores, unless one of these two bats right through.
We're going to see Zach Chappell back into the attack from the pavilion end.
Montgomery, 3 overs, 1 for 12. And he's done what I was told Gloucestershire did really well on Sunday, and that he's bowled those off spinners very slowly.
Yeah.
Almost as if there's no pace on the ball at all. Therefore, you've got to make that pace with the shot that you play.
Chappell to Bracey. Oh, that's a good delivery first up. I tell you what, you get Bracey now, Notts will really fancy their chances.
Yeah, a bit of a grin from Chappell as he walks back. Yes, I think at the moment it's probably 55-45 Notts, I would say, just fractionally in their favour.
I think it's even Stevens, and the reason why is it's such a good batting track out there. Bracey defends. We'll see who's got the...
He may have to just, say, go back into his shell, but just manage the next few overs a little bit, just while Ollie Price tries to settle in here, if he can. Played some shots at Sussex when Gloucestershire had a big chase, but again, he also got in and then got out, so Price has to go on make something of one of these starts.
Played out to mid-off there. Chappell will bowl all day in these areas though, if you allow him to. Harris getting out just at the wrong time from a Gloucestershire perspective. Here's Chappell. Nice shot from Bracey. Only gets one though. Hamid comes at the cross and cuts it off. Just the single.
Yeah, Ollie Price 36 and 43 in the first 2 matches in this tournament.
They could do with something like that from him today.
Last 3 championship, in fact, last 5 championship games he played. He's got a 51, a 43, a 59, and a 23. So he's got some starts fairly regularly lately.
Yes, I did as well. Yeah.
Chappell into, and that's a pleasant shot there, out to mid-on. No run.
I don't have the balls faced for those innings in front of me, but been a kind of a sequence of scores where you feel he's got in. I mean, what he hasn't generally done though, if he has put runs on the board, he hasn't scored them slowly.
Zach Chappell. Just worked. Square the wicket, maybe just around the corner. 1 run. He's off the mark. That's a good over from Zach Chappell, just a couple from it. 112. 113 for 3.
So just
19 overs. Let's have a look at this.
This is the Montgomery to Harris wicket.
He tries to give himself a little bit of room, play it offside, and misses it, doesn't he?
The celebration was enthusiastic. His first wicket. Just looking at the Notts bowling situation. So Patterson, Chappell and Hutton are their 3 main seam bowlers. They've then got to find 20 overs from somewhere else. And at the moment, Montgomery seems to be their go-to spinner. Are they going to try and effectively try and put Gloucestershire so far behind the clock after 40 that the last 10 won't matter? Montgomery to continue. And Ollie Price respectfully forward. This is the 20th over. Price into the onside. He'll just get 1. They were never looking for more than 1 there.
Yeah, they'll happily nudge and nurdle for the next 20 overs.
Montgomery in again. A bit more of a round arm there. Bracey will get 1. Out to deep point. Wickets to fall so far in this chase of 295.
Yeah.
Dent caught behind off Hutton for 7. Wells caught by Montgomery at the second attempt off Patterson for 28, and then Harrison Montgomery's last over, and Price has scooped Montgomery straight to Hasib Hamid. He can't believe he's done that, and he can't drag himself away and not have another wicket. Montgomery, the gentlest of off spinners, has picked up 2 wickets here, and it's going to be down to Bracey and Jack Taylor, I think, if Gloucestershire are going to have any chance now at 115 for 4.
Yeah, the slowness of the wicket there, just accounting for Ollie Price, and as you said, the slower you bowl it, the harder it is to hit, and he's just got under that one a little bit, got on it a little bit early, and scooped it to mid-wicket. And
Now the situation looks rather different, because Gloucestershire are behind on the clock and they have more wickets down than Notts were at this point.
yeah,
So there has to be a rebuild, and this is the pair that Gloucestershire will think can do it.
yeah, DLS is showing 149. I know it won't ever come into it when there's no rain about, and doesn't look like it's going to rain for about another week, but it's an indicator, isn't it?
Gives you a steer of where Gloucestershire ought to be. Notts were 3 down in 20 overs. They were 5 down at 25. They were 6 down at 30. But you wouldn't think Gloucestershire can afford to be that. Not when you know what the target is. So the right-hand, left-hand combination sticks, and fresh off his unbeaten 77. Jack Taylor comes in. Price just 5 balls he faced. Out for 2. Sorry, Skip, it's down to you again. Montgomery in. Taylor slaps that down the ground for 4, first ball. That was
Have a look, Jack.
tossed up. And Jack Taylor said, right, that's in my arc. I'm going to just drive that down the ground. You can't have effectively a very part-time off-spinner
No.
bowling at the middle order in a run chase like this and not being attacked. Taylor attacks again, and that's 4 more. So he's come straight in and said he's going to try and disrupt Montgomery's rhythm here. So 2 boundaries in that over to Jack Taylor off the last 2 balls. But importantly for Notts, Montgomery has taken 2 wickets in his 4 overs. It might be 4 overs for 22, but in the context of the game, he's taken out a big run scorer who was set and a potential run scorer who wasn't. And Gloucestershire 4 down, so 123 for 4 at 20 overs. Notts 144 for 3 at the same stage.
Do you want to take this email? It's Adam, Morning Marsh. It's just played by Bracey backward. That's going to be 4 runs actually. Off Sack Chapel, we've scored to 127.
Adam Thomas is from Morton, where he said it's sunny. That's a surprise. Good to hear mention of KBS Jarvis, Kevin Bertram, Sydney Jarvis. He said he spent 3 seasons at Gloucestershire, played mainly in the Sunday League to give Courtney Walsh and Terry Alderman a rest in 1988 and 1989, one of the last true number 11s. 260 first-class matches with a batting average of 3.5, 403 runs in 17 seasons.
Chapel. Bracey plays that one down, no run.
I think actually KBS Jarvis's name was mentioned during the Cheltenham Festival. We were starting to talk about
rubbish number 11s.
Rabbits.
Yeah.
Number 11s. You know, Peter Such, Jim Griffiths, people like that.
Chandrasekhar, Pommy and Bangwa, Chris Martin. Terry Alderman reminds me of one of the famous stories. We'll come on to it after this ball as Chapel plays that into Bracey, who just rides the bounce and works it backward, square for 1 run. Graham Gooch's answer phone in 1989. Because remember, an answer phone, everyone had an answer phone around then, didn't they? No, mobile phones weren't
no,
really
phones
quite...
weren't
no,
thought of.
so you had an answer phone. And Gooch's answer phone went, I can't take your call at the moment, I'm out. Probably LBW Alderman. Which I thought was quite fair, because he was given a torrid time in that series.
Somebody at my place of work at the time had a very funny answer phone message. It's probably completely unbroadcastable, so I won't mention it.
Tell me off air, Ian. We like these ones. Chapel in. Just run down by Jack Taylor. He's got that fine. He's got another 4. He's on 12 of 3 balls.
That's where Taylor would know the geography of this ground, and the fact that that is the shortest boundary, and it just a little faint feather through the vacant slip region.
Yeah, but beware of getting it too faint, because you nick off then.
Yeah, true. But Patterson was quite wide there at third man, so he puts it through third slip. He's going to pick up another boundary.
I think what Taylor wants here is maybe a flurry of runs. I'll come on to it after this ball. That's 1 into the onside. Flurry of runs gets you to 150. Then to be more circumspect, then to work the ball around and get yourself into a position at 230, 240 where you can have, the dip, the finale, the final countdown, as Europe sang to us.
But it's a long way out from where you could lose another wicket now, and you could actually lose any competitive advantage or competitive chance that you have.
Chapel into Bracey, who nurdles that one. That's well across there from Lyndon James. Doesn't quite get to the ball at mid-wicket, but plants the seed of doubt into Bracey's mind not to take the single as it goes through to mid-on. That completes the over. 133 for 4.
Chapel 5 overs for 26. Hutton 5 overs 1 for 30. Patterson 5 overs 1 for 27. Montgomery 4 overs 2 for 22. And then Singh and Budinger between them have bowled 2 overs for 28. And now we're going to see Singh again. This is a bold move by Hasib Hamid, because Montgomery's done a really good job for him with his 4 overs, but he's seen Taylor hit him for 2 boundaries, and he's trying to buy another wicket here, I think, with the slow left armour.
He is. Jack Taylor's not the sort of man who'll let him settle, though, either. Marcus Harris took him on earlier and wouldn't allow him to settle, and Jack Taylor's not the sort of person who's going to allow Fateh Singh to bowl at him.
But equally, he knows that there's still 29 overs to go, and with his team 4 down, He cannot risk
A mistake.
another early exit here. Bracey's got to 30 off 34. Singh to Taylor, just pushes that out to Hasib Hamid, to Martindale I should say.
That's his first dot ball.
Singh around the wicket to Taylor. And Taylor's gone up towards long off with that. Lyndon James is up there. Still think that Notts have got to fiddle some overs from somewhere.
Do you think they're one bowler light?
I think that Singh and Montgomery are going to bowl 20 overs. I'm not sure that's going to happen. Singh to Bracey, staying around the wicket. Bracey a bit more tucked up by that. Maybe that's a better line for him to bowl with a reinforced leg side field. He's got 3 men saving, in fact he's got 4 men saving the single on the offside. Bracey works that into the leg side, where again there's a man 3 parts of the way to the boundary at mid-wicket, but there'll only be 1 run there.
Oh, don't we clamour for those days when it was 5 degrees here pre-season against Exeter University?
That was a cold day. Here, Taylor looking round the leg side field. Singh, he's dropped that short. And Taylor's cut it. He'll certainly get 2 here, and that's all it'll be. A comfortable 2 in the end. Singh hasn't bowled as full in this over. He's almost, dare I say it, bowling back of a length. Allowing Taylor to force it into the offside, but he's going to find it hard to find the boundary from that length of delivery. Singh just wants to check where his man at mid-wicket is. Taylor again waits for him. Almost down the leg side. That's going to beat everything. That could be 4 wides. And it is. So he's overcorrected things there, Singh. And that will be an irritant to his captain, but a freebie for Gloucestershire and an extra ball as well. How far down the leg side? Well, it's quite a long way down the leg side. Montgomery's got everything in his way there. Sorry, Shuddendorf's got everything in his way. And nothing you can do about that. And once again, chat between captain and bowler. You can understand the nerves of the young man in this situation. Only 18 years old. Again, that's short. Dabbed by Taylor, looking for a run down towards the 3rd man boundary. Chappell's after it, and he hasn't hauled it in, so that's another boundary. Jack Taylor picking up another 4 at the end of that over. So it's the spinners in a couple of the cases. Here's the second look at that little dab from Taylor. Paid that very late. Zach Chappell a bit on his heels. On the chase, couldn't hold it in.
Basically, that one down the leg side there's cost 9 runs. It was 5 wides, and then the 4 from Jack Taylor from the extra ball.
So 2 overs for 24. Singh. And can Gloucestershire get back up to where Notts were? They've had a couple of big overs which have helped them. And now Chappell back into the attack.
Here he comes to Bracey. Bracey just defends. Jack Taylor played the cut, the late cut, the dab, the run off the face, or whatever you call it, but he was very prevalent in that area to Somerset. What he does, he biffs down the ground, and then he's got the delicate side to his game as well, where he allows the ball just to come onto him and plays it late. Plays it almost when it's past him. Gets it very fine. Chappell in. Bracey just whips that one off his hip. Runs the first one hard. Just the 1 run.
Bracey's playing the Lyndon James type innings in the Notts side, isn't he? I mean, he's only hit 3 4s, and he's got 32 at almost a run a ball. So he's just been rotate all the time.
Doesn't need to do anything different. Doesn't need to do anything different at all. And he's got the gears in his game as well to be able to bat the other way, hasn't he, James Bracey?
Taylor happy against the spinners. What's he like against Zach Chappell?
That's just worked into the onside, 1 run. Chappell giving a bit of grunt, giving a bit of Kevin Jarvis there.
What was it?
One of the bowlers had a real... Old Mortensen at Derby, he was off his rocker, that guy, wasn't he? Danish guy, he was known as Blood Axe.
Well,
he had a big grunt.
We've had a correspondent earlier saying that Brett Hutton, you could hear grunt bowling from this Ashley Down Road end today.
Chappell. Oh, that's a good delivery. Again, Schardendorf not taking that one completely cleanly.
James Healy's on our cameras today. Matt is on the camera at the Ashley Down Road end of the ground, on the moving camera that follows the ball. But James Healy's on our camera duties today, and it is sweltering in here. So fair play to him for bringing the pictures to you.
Chappell just straying down the leg side to Bracey, who will work that one for 1 all day long.
I did ring James when I got to the club today, and he said, I was up at 4:45. He said I had some other work to do. 4:45 was probably nice temperature at 4:45.
Well, as you know, James Healy is an absolute legend who's with us all summer, and the integral reason why this stream's been successful, and probably approaching 2 million views over the year. That's played nicely by Taylor out to mid-off.
I know that if you are aware of a lady called Annie Chave on social media, she's a real champion of county cricket. She does a podcast, which Dan is a part of, and she also has a written publication called County Cricket Matters, and Dan has written a piece for that in which James Healy's merits are trumpeted, and quite rightly so, in terms of the work that the people behind the stream service do to bring the various pictures to you from grounds around the country, not just here in Bristol, but at Old Trafford and Canterbury and at Durham on Friday. All those people just as important.
Adam Thomas. Is it true that in 1989 summer there was graffiti on a wall in South London that said Thatcher out? I'll come on to it after this ball.
Clipped away. Singh's first ball with a new over. Healy, Bracey up again to Lyndon James at long on.
Oh, he's a good bat, that Healy.
Good bat, Healy, yep.
There's the 150 up. Yeah, someone had written Thatcher out, to which somebody had added LBW Bold Alderman. Had Dan heard or can confirm that story? No, I haven't. I've never heard that one.
So Jack Taylor now looks around the field, particularly on the leg side. 150 for 4, chasing 295. And Taylor into the air. He's fallen safe. Seeing there's a yelp there. That wasn't the most convincing stroke.
It's like one of those Jesus saves, but Keegan nets the rebound.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, quite.
We've got another email as well about rabbits.
What, as in batsmen who bat at number 11?
Yeah, not sort of Bugs Bunny type characters. Or
Sam Cook of Gloucestershire, I love watching him. Or Bomber Wells, says Jamie. Hooked away by Bracey from right in front of his stumps. He only got a single though.
When was Sam Cook at Gloucestershire? I don't.
Before my time.
Right. So like sort of Hammond Grace, that era.
I will check. No, not quite that long ago. Not quite that long ago. Seeing in once more. Gets through his overs pretty quickly.
I know Sam Cook at Essex. I know Alistair Cook at Essex. I know Sam Cook who sang It's a Wonderful World, but I don't know the Sam Cook at Gloucestershire.
Sing in once more. Taylor goes down the ground. That should be one bounce four, and is. So a couple of dot balls in that sing over, but Taylor made up for it with a straight blow down the ground. Yeah, Sam Cook, known as Sam, but actually christened Cecil. So born in 1921, passed away 1996.
Okay.
At the age of 75. Born in Tetbury.
Batting average?
500 first-class matches. Nearly 2,000 runs at 5.41. So he do rather well in our team.
Yeah, he's a bit middle order.
1,782 wickets at 21.
Fair enough. Does his job for the team.
Obviously played one test for England as well, but didn't take a wicket.
We're going to see Mr. Martindale come in, I think. I think that's him without the number on his back.
Yes, this would be a... I'll find some overs from somewhere. Notts. 24 overs gone. So 25 overs. Notts were 161 for 5. So Gloucestershire have almost caught them up with these two. So we are back on a very even keel again.
It's going to be Martindale in to Bracey, who plays him pleasantly into the covers. No run.
So Taylor's got 26 off 14 balls. And Bracey 35 off 42, but he's done a really good job since the departure of Harris.
That's nurdled into the onside. There by Bracey, picks up a single. Martindale. I was thinking earlier, Nottinghamshire's overseas, they've had over the years, they've had some wonderful overseas, from the days of Sir Garfield Sobers through to Richard Hadley, Clive Rice, Franklin Stevenson. What a signing he was, 1,000 runs and 100 wickets. I think he was the last man to do the double in 1987, I'm thinking. And that's just played out into the covers from Jack Taylor. Yeah, they've had some really good overseas. They've had some really good homegrown talent as well. Derek Randall, Paul Johnson, what a player he was. Always up there in the runs, wasn't he, every season. There's one to Taylor. But Derek Randall was one of my favourite cricketers of all time, and no game against Nottinghamshire can go without mentioning Arkle. Martindale in, Bracey plays him backward of square, and that goes for 4 runs despite the dive at backward point there. 4 more.
Stevenson's double was in 88. So
88 was it?
Good guess, Dan. The only player since the reduction in championship matches in 69, Hadley in 84 and Stevenson in 88 were the only 2 players to do what you might call the true double. I mean, the modern double is 550, isn't it, effectively?
They won the title in 84 in bizarre circumstances. Both of them made a rather sporting declaration at Taunton, I believe. That's played out to mid-on by Bracey. Takes the score on to 163. That's the end of the over. So from Derek Randall to Ian Randall.
Well, I've had details of spinner Sam Cook. here, Gloucestershire at halfway, almost on the nail of where Notts were. 163 for 4, and Notts were 161 for 5. Now the question is, have Gloucestershire got the lower order runs, or will they need the lower order runs that Notts manufactured? Singh again back for 1 over, and again having been hit out of the attack, Hasib Hamid turns back to Matthew Montgomery.
Yeah, problems for Hasib Hamid.
Montgomery, this is his 5th over, and Bracey pulls that into the leg side. Has that gone between the two fielders? It has, and he'll get 4 to mid-wicket. Montgomery looks pretty angry with himself about that, but Bracey got into position. And that's a 50 partnership between these two. 115 for 4 when Ollie Price was out. And it's been brought up in good time as well. Bracey mustn't get too excited. Having got the boundary off the first ball of the over, punches that past Montgomery's outstretched hand up to Hasib Hamid. So they've used 7 bowlers here, Notts. Patterson's bowled 5 overs, Hutton's bowled 5, Chappell's bowled 6. They've got to find some overs from somewhere else, and looks like he thinks that Montgomery is perhaps the most reliable. Field getting spread now for Taylor. Bringing mid-off up to give them an extra man out on the leg side. What's Taylor's response going to be? Just to work it into the gap, and he'll pick up a single out to Patterson at long on. Don't get excited too early.
No, it's hard work out there. I think it's actually getting hotter and hotter as the day goes on.
Montgomery twirls in again. Bracey into the ground, but he is bowling a very, very gentle pace here, and that means, oh, that's wide outside the off stump, and Bracey wanted to really climb into that, couldn't do it. For about 4 paces, Montgomery. That's on the leg stump and just turned round the corner by Bracey. That's Chappell does the fielding. And he got 1 boundary in this over though. He takes his cap. 5 overs he's bowled, 2 for 29 with that single off the last ball of that over. 170 Gloucestershire. So I say at halfway, having been in arrears early on, they've got themselves right up to where Notts were in terms of actual runs on the board. I'm not sure what the Duckworth-Lewis says at this stage, but it tends to give you a guide. But these two
says 165, I think.
So we're Gloucestershire just about where they need to be. But what they can't afford to do is to lose one of these two.
Stands below us, barely populated due to the heat here, as Martindale comes into the wicket, and that's played backward of square.
As it was described to me when the apartments were first built. I think it may have been sort of the summer after the apartments were built, and they said that because the sun comes round into the apartments late in the day, it was like sitting in a conservatory.
That's just played into the onside, scampered through for a single there from Bracey. 171 for 4. More like a greenhouse actually, but
not dissimilar. Not having to make another fielding change.
But listen, we don't whinge here. It'll soon be January, won't it, Ian? And it'll be been dark for an hour by now.
Yeah, 20 to 5. Goodness me.
Here's Martindale. Taylor doesn't time that one. Just goes backward of square on the offside.
While these two are still in, Gloucestershire still got more than a fighting chance of winning this. But a lot depends on these two.
Martindale. Taylor just nudges him round the corner. Just picks up the single. So all they need to do now is just pick up the singles for 15 overs. Let's work the ones. 4 and over.
Probably like more than 4. If they could get a boundary ball and over, that would be ideal, but they may not get that off the quicker bowlers.
Bracey smashes that one down the ground. That's going to be his 50. Well batted. The man from Winterbourne, up the road. 52 or 54 balls, James Bracey. Score 176 for 4.
It's his 6th boundary. Now then, can he go on from here? Got to 87 at Sussex when he was trying to accelerate the run rate. Target not quite as big here, but still a testing one.
Slower ball. Bracey picks it. Plays it to point. No run. It's the end of the over. So we are at 27 overs. 176 for 4.
Bracey's numbers being read out over the public address by Dan White. Michelle says, thanks for your commentaries. Over most of the season, the scoring rate hasn't been the worry. The batter sticking around long enough has been. Lots of my watching has been done behind the proverbial sofa. Really hoping that Bracey and Taylor can stick around to get us close to the target.
Was that Michelle who was out Sheldon?
It is.
Yeah, lovely lady.
And Adam just adds a point to that Franklin Stevenson double in 88. Says he scored 100 in each innings in the last match.
Wow.
Here is Montgomery, continuing from the Ashley Down Road end, and another little quiet single nudged up to Dane Patterson at long off. And Graham says, looks like the graffiti re-Thatcher, and it's an urban myth started by Mike Selvey. And Current Cricket responding to The Guardian, of course, former Middlesex man. There's a link that he's sent us to that, which I'm not going to open just a minute because there's too much excitement going on with the cricket.
Dead ball called there. The fielder was being moved as the bowler running in.
Bracey goes back into his crease and just works that up to James. Long on. Take 1. Now, thanks for your steady stream of emails today. It's been a hot old day. Maybe the coolest place to be is inside watching the stream, actually. Montgomery to Jack Taylor. Works that all round. Full swing of the bat. There's a chase down towards the ropes. Good stop. And Singh's throw in will keep them down to 2.
Great work from the youngster out there. Really good work.
This is Montgomery's 6th over.
I don't know why Montgomery's persisting in going around the wicket to Jack Taylor.
There he is again. And Taylor goes aerial. That should be 6. It's going to clear everything. Straight down the ground. Full value for that from Jack Taylor. He could see where that was in his arc and cleared the front leg out of the way. And there you can see the seats Dan was talking about. Literally right in the heart of the sun there. And a gentle off spinner right to Jack Taylor's liking. He goes to 36. Montgomery again. Taylor thought about a single to Hamid, but can't get it past him. Taylor in fact to 38. Again the little dab. It's gone straight to Chappell this time though. So that Big hit from Taylor in the over again, making the difference. 186 for 4. Gloucestershire need 109 more, and they've got. I mean, it doesn't look like much. They're going along at nearly 7 and over, and they started needing 6. So the required rate, with 22 overs left, is now under 5. And that means that Notts have got to take a couple of wickets if they can to try and stop this. They're not going to defend this total, I don't think, without dismissing at least one of these two, if not both of them.
Which is
so
yeah,
Patterson's back.
Yes, they have to break this partnership. If they don't, Gloucestershire are going to canter to victory. So here's their main man, Patterson, as Bracey plays him out to mid-off. No run.
At the moment, Taylor 38 off 24, and that's the sort of innings that has been his trademark in this form of the game. Now, can he support his keeper in England's Test player here?
Patterson past the umpire. Oh, Bracey didn't really know where that is. Taylor calls him through for a single, but Bracey,
nearly dragged on.
He did. That would be a disaster at this stage of the game, wouldn't it?
I would still say these two have got to probably get
another 60.
I was going to say at least 50 more.
Patterson. Oh, that's beautiful. Jack Taylor plays the ramp shot. Bouncer from Patterson. And Taylor just helps it on its way over the top of the keeper. 1 bounce for 4.
That's what Hamid tried to do earlier on, but he got his angles wrong and steered it straight to Tom Smith at third man. For Taylor, that was much finer.
Yeah. There's no one down here. Oh yes, there is. There's 12th man's down here, but he got it so fine. Oh, and that's another one. Taylor just drops his hands on that one though and runs it down to third. Down to the 12th man at third. I can't see who that is.
Well, King was fielding with a 94 shirt earlier on, which is his squad number, so not sure who that might be.
Bracey pulls. Gets that one in front of square. And oh, that's an outstanding piece of work on the boundary. But they're going to run 4 anyway. And that sort of commitment there is really appreciated by the home crowd here. Willing their side on. It's been a tough season. Every win, every run is precious here. They can win back-to-back games. You never know.
Jack Taylor made the point, didn't he, in the post-match interview after the Somerset game?
99 to win. As Bracey plays that one down to long leg for a single. 197 for 4 at the end of the 29th over.
Yes, Gloucestershire now, you would say, in the box seat because they are ahead on an over-to-over comparison on runs, and they've got fewer wickets down.
Yeah, but
there's no should be no complacency here. They've got the target where they want it. 97 off 21 on a good pitch with a team that you probably think is a bowler short. With 2 batsmen in, that's the key point. These 2 stick around. Gloucester should be able to see this through.
Yeah, just risk-free cricket for the next 10 overs is what's needed here. And just to get the score up to, 4 and over from here, takes it up to 240 off 39. And I think once it gets over 250, I think Nottinghamshire hearts will be broken.
Coming into his 7th over. Jack Taylor quietly plays that into the onside. Mead again does the fielding. So, in terms of trying to fiddle through the overs that they need to, Montgomery's got to bowl another 3 after this. Taylor goes down the ground again. That's a big hit. And that's also gone for 6.
Nearly took out a pigeon there as well.
Gloucester's 200 is up with that blow. Taylor just waiting for the one that is in his slot. There is a fielder running round below us, but they couldn't cut it off. And Taylor works that into the leg side. And won't get a single. Bracey turns down the single. Bracey has already got to his 50, and Taylor is now only 1 short. He's 49 off 29 balls, according to my computer. Montgomery to him. And there is Taylor's half century, a single up to Dane Patterson. 31 balls, according to my screen here. 6 fours and 2 maximum straight down the ground to the apartments below us.
Yeah, he's adored by the Bristol faithful, isn't he, Jack Taylor? And
Montgomery to Bracey. Again, just goes back into his crease. Takes the single up to long on, and there seems to be a loose ball in each Montgomery over. There's a boundary ball in each over from Montgomery at the moment.
And although it's not, Jack Taylor has got back-to-back 50s now, he'll know that his job isn't done until it's back-to-back wins.
7 overs for 48 Montgomery's bowled. So he's got to bowl another 3. And then out of the last allocation, if you like, at the moment, Notts have got to find 5 more overs yet. Singer's bowled, they've got to find 4 actually. Singer's bowled 3, Buddinger's bowled 1, and Martindale's bowled 2. So they've still got to find 4 overs. They've got to find 7 overs from their non-main seam bowlers.
Yeah,
that feels like a lot.
Patterson. Yeah, and that just worked round the corner.
I bow to my greater knowledge of my esteemed colleague, Mr. Dan Whiting, who said during commentary early on today, this is a 300 pitch. What did Notts end up with? 295. Even from a position that didn't look like they were going to get 295, they still got there. And that says as much about their batting, I think, as the pitch we're playing on.
Taylor just playing that into the offside. I think they've got their selection wrong, though, Nottinghamshire. They haven't come in with enough spinners. We saw from the game against Somerset on Sunday that you need 3 spinners here. It's so dry at Bristol at the moment. You need 3 spinners. And
I think Patterson White would have played, question.
Yeah, he would have played without a shadow, yeah.
But he's away with the Lions.
Yeah. But I think that, you have to sort of look at what's going on, and I'm surprised at Peter Moores because he's normally a very meticulous man in that respect. Patterson in, Taylor plays him on the onside. The game's not over yet, though.
No, and maybe he felt, look, I want to play my best team, even if it doesn't look the right balance of a team. as I said, I think I said to you before play started, Notts would probably trust their batting so they'll bat first and then get a score and then say, right, that'll be enough. Okay.
Yeah.
It still might be.
Yeah.
They've still got a bit in the tank, but there's a problem with a ball here by the looks of it. Unusually in a white ball game, some of the stitchings come apart somewhere. I see Hamid just having a chat with the umpires about the ball they're using from that end. But the thing is now that Gloucestershire have got the rate down to a little over 4 and over, which really means just some sensible batting should be able to get them into a position to see this through. Particularly, these two stay at the crease. Gloucestershire win. Hard to see them not getting 80 and sticking around. So the question is, can Notts get through these two and Zafar? That's what they'll need to do probably.
Patterson in to Taylor. Oh, nearly finds the edge there. Bit quicker than from Patterson. Bent his back.
This is his 7th over. He's got 3 after this. Hutton's got 5. Chappell's got 4.
Taylor won't want to get out right now. He's still got work to do. Get his side home. Get his side over the line. Patterson in. Taylor plays that one out to mid-on. And gets a single. They've broken the back of the chase. Now it's getting over the line, isn't it?
Yeah, 115 for 4 Gloucestershire when these two join forces. Now 208 for 4. And it's about the ebb and flow of a 50 over game, isn't it? You don't get this in a T20 where a side can apparently be in arrears and they can pull themselves back into contention.
Patterson's going to go around the wicket to Bracey, who just plays that one back with a square. Content just to nerdle the singles. You don't get that in the T20. You don't get that in a certain other competition going on at the moment.
No,
and
you don't.
Don't get it. You don't get the history that both these two wonderful county cricket clubs have got.
Gloucester men out. There's the bowling figures for Notts. The men out. Ben Wells for 28, caught at the second attempt by Montgomery. Dent caught behind or Shuttendorf off Hutton. Patterson was the successful bowler when Wells was out. Harris bowled by Montgomery off one that went through the gate really, and then Ollie Price clipping Montgomery to Hamid off only the 5th ball he'd faced. So I think Notts are recognising here that they can't wait any longer and they're going to bring Hutton back. And you can understand why Hamid thinks that's the case. Montgomery's bowled 7 overs for 48, but Notts need wickets and they can't leave it until the bowlers have nothing to bowl at.
No.
The game will be gone by then. So Hutton to start his 6th over, and Bracey to face, and he'll just clip that out to Hamid on the offside.
And there's his grunt. I thought it was the umpire calling a no ball, but it's Hutton's grunt, isn't it?
Yeah, there've only been 10 extras in this Gloucestershire innings. There were only 11 in the Notts innings, so it's been quite a disciplined day. Buddingham bowled 2 no balls in 1 over. That wasn't very clever. Bracey waits for Hutton again. Again, he'll steer that out, looking for a single again. That's tightish. Jack Taylor just about ran his bat in.
I think that was out with a direct hit. I think he was gone.
Hamid's had some thinking to do out in the field today. He didn't get a significant contribution with the bat. He's having to juggle a bowling attack that is strong in the seam department but short in the spin bowling department. Now, what's Jack Taylor going to... How's he going to treat Hutton here? Are they going to bat round these quicker bowlers, I wonder, a little bit? Be content to take 2 or 3 singles. Works that out again to deep square. There's Martindale out there. He only had 2 overs from the far end. Bracey to 64. Taylor's catching him up. I mean, the strike balance is not dissimilar, but Taylor going on well ahead of a runner ball at the moment.
Bracey won't worry about that. He'll worry about being here at the end.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's where in the Sussex game you felt that he had to stick around, but the rate was a lot higher than it is here. Hutton in. Bracey will try to clip but can't beat the man at short extra. Montgomery's off at mid-off. James just wiping the sweat off his forehead under that cap at mid-on. Hutton back at the end of this run, which is quite long for a bowler of his pace, but it's fairly rhythmical. And again, Bracey can't pierce the field, but he'll pick up one because he goes to the right of Hamid, who's having a big area to patrol there on the offside. Notts can still only have 4 outside the circle here. You can see on your screen that Gloucestershire target. 83, it says 82 is the trail target because Notts got 294, so they need 83 to win. And there are 18 overs after this, so the rate is well under 5. Hutton again to Taylor. Has he got that past the man at wide long on? He has. There's a chase down towards the rope, but they won't pick it up. And that is the 100 partnership between these two. And good round of applause from the crowd here at sweltering Seat Unique Stadium. This is reminiscent of some of the chases in the Championship that we saw last season. Often over a longer period, it must be said, than 50 overs. But the chat between Hamid and I think Singh, they might think about bringing him back. Can they afford to bowl Patterson and Hutton almost through here? I suppose if they bowl them through and they don't take wickets, then the game is done anyway. So it's kind of a now or not, isn't it? For Notts, it feels like it.
Yeah.
The target needed is coming down.
Patterson to Bracey, who whacks him over the top of long on. That's gone all the way for 6. That's dismissive. Brings it up to double Nelson. Wicket fell on single Nelson. Nottinghamshire will be praying that they can get one of these two out, because if they don't, this is going to be a canter for the hosts. Lovely day here, just like a haze over the city of Bristol ahead of us, over the top of the pavilion. Bracey plays that one off his legs. That gets them off the double Nelson.
And just for anyone in any doubt, we can see the Mendips.
Yeah, we can today. Yeah. Nothing coming over the top of it.
No, other than
those
baking sunshine.
Those days of the T20 games which were washed out here on Friday and Saturday nights against Essex and Glamorgan seem a distant memory. Here's Patterson into Taylor, who whacks that one over the top, and that has gone for 4, and they're now targeting Patterson as well, and this is starting.
I think they could be thinking about trying to get to these in 40 overs rather than 50, these two.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the trick is just to get there, isn't it?
Oh, it is, yeah. Undoubtedly, but they are, if Notts are wilting a bit in this heat, 67 needed. Well, certainly 45 overs. Net run rate might be important later on.
Patterson in. Taylor checks that shot, plays it out to mid-on.
It's like they just, because there was obviously we've had some very one-sided games already in this competition. Somerset's net run rate was appalling after they lost to Notts. It was something like -8. Just tell you where Gloucestershire were at the start of this game after this over.
Bracey just tickles Patterson round the corner. .229 for 4. Bracey's moved serenely on to 73. Jack Taylor bludgeoned his way to 61.
Yeah, Gloucestershire were minus 0.49 at the start of this match. So, a convincing win would probably put them into a positive net run rate situation.
Taylor whacks that one over, just over the head of mid-wicket. Nothing going Nottinghamshire's way here. I've seen those go straight down the throat of the fielder, but Jack Taylor just getting that over the head of Hasib Hamid there.
Yeah, I know we've mentioned him a lot in the field, but he hasn't been one of the boundary riders, so therefore he's been very busy in the circle.
Yeah.
And there is you've just seen a quick scan of the Gloucestershire card. 64 to win in 17 overs. Right, that's 3.5 and over. And Patterson's just having a consoling arm round the shoulder there from his captain, because he's had a bit of treatment in that last over.
Got some emails coming in.
Shall I deal with them, Dan? Or
Go on, you. Why not you, Ken?
Barry says Gloucester in a great position. The runs are not an issue. Notts will have to bowl us out. Well, I think that's definitely true. We're going to see Singh back into the attack, but while they get ready for that, thank you, Barry, for your email. And
also got Alex, Owen and Patrick watching down in Yeovil, behind the enemy lines down in Somerset territory. Go Glos.
Another chat now between Hamid, Singh and Montgomery. Montgomery, though, is not going to bowl again from this end. That didn't last long with Brett Hutton, did it? It was back for 1 over. And now Notts are trying to effectively buy this key wicket here, with Singh having bowled 3 overs for 31. And Notts know that they have to give him something to bowl at, and that 64 is about as good as it's going to get at the moment. But Gloucestershire have raced through the 100 to 200 area of this target. Singh then back into the attack with almost a half volley, which is stopped by Budinger. He certainly chanced his arm at the top of the Notts innings today for his 89. There were some big hits in there. He didn't middle everything though. Well, Bracey tries to go for the reverse sweep. That's the first time we've seen an unorthodox shot from him today, and didn't get it right at all.
He likes that reverse paddle off the quicker bowlers. I've seen him put a few away for 6.
73. He has that sort of whipped away. There is a man, Zach Chappell, out on the boundary at deep square. But Notts look to be flagging a little bit.
Yeah. Tough. Hard conditions out there.
Yep. Hard conditions, 2 batsmen well set. Not many runs to play with. Too many overs, really, to give them any kind of consolation here. If it was 7 overs to go, you might give them a chance if they just had to winkle through a couple. But Taylor goes aerial once more. Now, is that going to beat the fielder? It is. 6 more for Jack Taylor. He's picking his boundary to try and hit here, because that going towards the pavilion might have fallen short of the rope. But at this end of the ground, at the Ashley Down Road end, even though it's here to go up a long way, it went far enough. 6 more. Taylor waits for Singh and just forces that off the back foot. Nothing Montgomery could do about that previous shot. He can stop that one at the expense of a single.
Yeah, Jack Taylor being very careful. He's not putting any near the police cars that were here earlier. In fact, they've gone now. They're parked elsewhere.
Singh now to Bracey. And pulls that round to deep square. Chappell's on the run round, and they'll pick up 2. I mean, it was Taylor who really attacked Matt Renshaw at the end on Sunday, wasn't it? Was it 3 sixes and a 4 in 4 balls in the same over?
Yeah, it was. Somerset's hearts and heads were gone by then, though. But what I'm thinking here is Taylor plays the eye-catching knocks here. You know, he's 70 or 47 balls here. But James Bracey is just ticking along serenely. You don't even notice him, do you? He's 76, just set off 75 balls. He's going, run a ball. And he's just, you don't even notice him. He's just keeping the scoreboard ticking over, providing support and playing a crucial knock for his side. The captain and vice-captain playing an innings here, each of real responsibility.
Yeah, 54 to get to win, not just having a drinks break at the moment. 54 from 16 overs. Even 54 from 6 overs, you might say Gloucestershire had a chance, but 54 from 16 with only 4 wickets down. Yes, you can make a mess of it from here, but they would be having a long team meeting and a long hard look in the mirror if they didn't win from this position.
Yeah. I've seen it happen. I've been inside.
Lock-ins.
Oh,
lock-ins. No interviews.
I actually gave my side a lock-in once. We were dropping 6-7 catches a week, and we went to a side in Bedfordshire called Flitwick. Lovely ground, and again we dropped 6-7 catches and we lost the game by 3 wickets. And I was skipper and I lost it with the side. I used to save my losing it for once a season, because you can't lose it too often.
No.
You have to hold them back, yeah. But I actually booted the wall and got my foot stuck in this plaster of Paris wall. So I'm there trying to give them a rollicking and doing it one-footed.
You paid for the damage.
I think I did. I think I actually owned up to it, and they said, "Don't worry about it. Buy us a pint."
Well, I hope you've enjoyed the cricket today, because we're going to end up with very nearly 600 runs in this List A game, and you can see why. I know that the powers in cricket might not like this format as much as the others, but I tell you what, I still think there's a lot of appetite out there for people who like a full day, not just a 20 over game, but a full day where you get the opportunity just to see a side build an innings slowly, play properly in inverted commas, and you still get a result at the end of it, particularly on a day like today when you've got no weather issues at all. You can plan to come to the cricket quite some time out, knowing there's not going to be a chance to take 3 layers, waterproofs, an umbrella, none of that. And Gloucestershire have got themselves into a great position here. 54 only to win. 54 from 16 overs.
You might need an umbrella to keep the sun off your head.
That's the only reason, and several people have been watching the game today.
Yeah.
In that fashion, with an umbrella. In fact, I do know good friends, Ruth Sharville and her husband, and their travelling companions from just over the border, who follow Gloucestershire everywhere. They had their umbrellas out.
Bob and Jan.
Bob down below us at 11 o'clock this morning. They may have moved now, I think.
Yeah.
Chappell's coming back. Patterson, that consoling arm around the shoulder came after his last spate. 8 overs for 56.
Here he is. Taylor plays that into the offside, no run.
Possible one of these two might get to 100. Not certain, but possible.
Jack Longstaff, the club's marketing man, has come into the room with an umbrella, and Pete Lamb from the community office, both cultivating a few freckles today, I think. Chappell in, and Taylor just chops him down to third for a single.
Matt, our cameraman at this Ashley Down Road end, will be very grateful for that umbrella when it goes up.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take him out when they try to put it up, of course. I don't know what Pete's practical skills are like.
Bracey,
We'll soon find out.
76. Oh, it's a posh one. It's on a winder.
He wants to move it. He wants to move it across to the right and then wind it up because he's going to take Matt out otherwise.
Chappell in, Bracey defends. You can hear in the background is the sound of an umbrella going up, and not any Gloucestershire fans waving rattles like Ian Randall used to when he was a young lad at football matches.
One of those wooden ones.
Yeah.
Well, you get the clappers, don't you?
You get the clappers, but it's the old style rattle. Chappell into the crease. Bracey just nurdles him backward of square. Picks up one. Oh, they come back for two. That's great running there. Excellent stuff from Bracey. Really getting the scoreboard motoring, ticking over. 2:44 for 4. Bracey's moved on to 78.
I say there is a chance that one of these might get 100 from where we are.
Yeah. Chappell in. That's a good delivery. Bracey plays a false shot there, goes into the gloves of Chardendorf. In fact, Jack Longstaff, I believe, might be a Nottinghamshire fan from his younger days. I think he's from that neck of the woods originally. He's works for Gloucestershire now. Colours nailed to the mast. Chappell in, pulled by Bracey, and so that's going to be 4 more. Bracey moves into the 80s. Score just shy of 250 now. That is the end of the 35th over.
More importantly, Dan, the target is down below 50, and there's the card. We were talking about, starts not being converted, and here we are with 2 players converting the starts into significant contributions in the game, and so long as one of them sticks around, Gloucestershire should be absolutely fine.
I think what Dale Benkenstein will be really pleased about, though, is down to senior players. When Gloucestershire are in the mire, as they have been, they've been in the abyss, haven't they? And it's down to senior players to step up, and this is your captain and your vice captain doing that.
Singh to bowl again from this Ashley Down Road end. 4 overs for 41. He's had a bit of tap today, the young teenager. And Notts are going to struggle to set a field to Jack Taylor at the moment. Singh in, and Taylor just plays that as an orthodox shot up to Montgomery, who, to be fair, we weren't sure about his merits as a bowler ahead of this game. Hadn't taken a wicket, but 7 overs 2 for 48 for a part-time off-spinner is actually quite presentable when you look at what's happened to his teammates.
I think he bowled his first 3 for 9, didn't he, or 11?
It might have been 1 for 12, I think, after 3 overs. Bit of tap later. Singh in, Bracey comes across his stumps, not a single there. And again, Patterson will do the fielding. This is only Nott's third game, though, remember, in the tournament. Gloucestershire will have played 4 by the end of today. So that's why the win for Gloucestershire is especially important. Bracey uses his feet once more and just manufactures one more run. 250 up. 45 to win. And time is not the issue, as Barry Hook said in his email earlier. Worked into the leg side by Taylor. That's a sharp single as well. One thing saying, one or two of the Notts fielders have not looked particularly sharp.
No.
And the skipper, I might say, would be one of them.
Yeah, he's normally quite good. He was good for England at times.
Well, that's way down the leg side by Singh, and that's taken advantage of by Bracey. He's not going to miss out on that. That was way down the leg side. He just followed it, clipped it away past the man at short fine leg for an easy boundary.
They could both get their hundreds if as Bruce Forsyth used to say, they played their cards right.
Well, I didn't like to say that. The maths might not quite work for them. Bracey again just picks up the single, but again there's been a boundary ball in this over from Fateh Singh, and another chat with the young man from his captain.
Yeah, they need 39 to win. Taylor needs 27 for his 100. Bracey needs 12. So Bracey has to get to his 100 and pot it out.
Yeah, no more.
And no extras. Or, well, I mean, Taylor's sort of guy that could hit a 6 with the scores level together.
He could, yeah.
So you've got a leeway of 6.
Bracey's only other list A 100 was at Chelmsford.
And Taylor's highest list A score was the other day, wasn't it?
It was.
Chappell in Bracey drops that one at his feet. They think about a single.
Taylor needs 4 to better his best list A score in successive matches.
Yeah.
So he beat it on Sunday, and he might beat it again here. He's just one blow from beating it again.
He's got 100 in T20. Is it in T20?
He's not got a T20 100.
Is he not?
No. I think his top score was the 80 odd he made against Durham in the quarter-final.
He steps up on the big occasion though, doesn't he, Jack Taylor? Here's Chappell to Bracey, who tickles that one around the corner. Just a single. So Taylor's got to go to town here if he wants his 100.
I don't think he'll be too bothered. He might well be more bothered that his chum Bracey gets one.
I think he'd be happy with a little 84 not out. Chappell in. Well, that's intent. One bounce 4 back over the bowler's head.
Sometimes when you get into this situation, the last few runs can come quite quickly, can't they?
We saw that against Somerset on Sunday, and in a way the fielding side sort of give up, don't they? You know, it's like sort of
they kind of know that
the game's up.
Yeah, the game's up really.
Yeah.
Not so almost in that room now, I think. They probably know that they've got 34 runs to play with, that's all. And it's not about overs. If it was 46.3 overs, it's a different issue. But it's 36.3. A field change again from Hamid here. Chappell having been hit down the ground by Jack Taylor to take him to 77. So that's equalled the score from Sunday.
Here's Chappell. Oh, and Taylor tries to ramp him. And perilously close to getting a little glove on that one.
So this stand so far has been worth 146. And proper counter-attacking batting, isn't it?
Certainly is. That's the effort ball again by Chappell, and one over the shoulder for the over.
So just briefly, just Chappell's not making his way back all that quickly at the moment. Yorkshire look to have things well in hand at Cardiff. That's not in Gloucestershire's group. Yorkshire 257 for 9. Glamorgan 171 for 7 with 11 overs left. Worcestershire batting first at Old Trafford. They're almost at the end of their innings. 243 for 8 with 1 over to go.
Chappell in. Taylor pulls fiercely through mid-wicket for 4 runs. That's his highest score now in List A cricket. That's a 150 partnership as well.
At Radler, Middlesex look in control against Surrey. Middlesex 351 for 7, 208 for 7, and they've still got 16 overs to go there. And Durham are going to beat Somerset at Taunton, you'd have thought. Durham 342, rather, Somerset 195 for 8, still with 13 overs left. Now, I know Somerset bat a long way down, but that's asking a lot. Here Gloucester need 30. Singh to continue, and Bracey pinches a single that takes him to 90. They haven't been able to stop the singles down the ground to log on and long off, have they at all?
Bracey's batted really well. He's just nurdled the ball around. He's manipulated the field and picked up the ones.
So is Taylor going to attack Singh once again here? Yes, he is. He's gone down the ground again, and that's thunked into the sight screen. 6 more. Taylor has a sight in a 40 over finish here, and Gloucestershire trying to get every advantage from the net run rate they can now, because victory is definitely well within their sights, and well within their sights pretty quickly. Taylor goes aerial again. That's gone away out over the boundary again at wide long on for 6 more. Taylor's catching Bracey.
It's overtaken him. He's at 93.
Could he get there?
Be a really popular 100 this, wouldn't it?
It would. Only 17 to get. Could they manufacture it that they both get 100 out of this? It would take some doing, but you get them all in singles, you nearly do it. So Singh's been effectively blasted out of the attack here. Not much Notts can do from this position.
Yeah, he's gone for 62.
Coming back over the wicket now, and Taylor quite a shot into the leg side this time, only out to deep mid wicket, picks up 1. So as you can see on the board, Taylor now ahead of Bracey fractionally, but they're both close to a century, and you feel that it will be fitting if both got there, but it seems certain one of them will. Seeing to Bracey, he uses his feet, works that away into the leg side. Again, just take 1. Taylor could still finish it in the grand manner here. 94. He had visions of another 6 to reach his 100. Singing to, we thought things about clipping that away into the Kennington Avenue stand, I think. He didn't get anything on it. But Gloucestershire on the cusp of victory here, and it's been a really good turnaround. I think we can call it that. 115 for 4. You weren't sure where the innings was going when Ollie Price was out. But these two have put together a tremendous stand. 165 they've added. Taylor has 94 and Bracey has 91. Singh we may not see again, I suspect. He's bowled 6 overs for 64. And there has been Nott's problem today. Their spinners have not had the control that the Gloucestershire ones did.
No, I do think they've got their team selection wrong, Nottinghamshire. We said it at the start of the game, where we worried about their lack of spin options. And it's coming back to haunt them.
I did discuss the Nottinghamshire squad with Dave Bracegirdle at the football last night. The game I was at, he was also at, and I said that they haven't got a frontline spinner. He said, no, it's fine. Singh and Montgomery will 20 overs. Not quite.
This is Hutton coming in as Bracey smashes him tennis style over the top for 4 runs. 15 love.
11 required. Bracey needs 5 and Taylor needs 6. You can do the maths. It's a swat, isn't it, that?
Yeah.
Can they both do it? That's the subplot to this chase now. Can they do it inside 40 overs is the other one.
Hutton. Bracey smashes out over the top. That goes for 6. That is a brilliant 100 from James Bracey. Absolutely fantastic. Very popular man in these parts, of just 89 balls, and he milks the applause, deservedly so. Vice captain and captain out there look like they're going to take their side to victory.
Everybody in those stands in front of the pavilion on their feet. James Bracey's second one-day 100 in 50 over cricket, and his first here. The other one was at Chelmsford.
He's got the 1 there, so this Taylor now mustn't hit a 4. Taylor needs a 6 for his 100.
Gloucestershire need 4 to win, but Taylor, what he might prefer to do, how many balls left in the over?
You won't get the 1.
3 balls left. He kind of wants a single and then Bracey to block out the rest of the over,
yeah,
and then attack the other end.
Yeah.
Whoever it might be. This has turned into a really fast chase by Gloucestershire, hasn't it?
Or maybe the 2 singles and then hit the 4.
He doesn't want Bracey to get another run, does he? Ideally.
Cries of "Come on, Jack!" coming from the Marker Lane and the Jack Russell stands down below us.
The field is spread.
Hutton in to Taylor. Plays that into the onside. He's going to get 1.
So Gloucestershire need
292. They need 3 to win.
3 to win.
Taylor's on 95. Bracey needs to block these out.
He then probably needs a 2 to get the scores level, doesn't he, from that position? So two dots here.
Yeah. 2 would take him to 97, whack a 4 or a 6. Bracey about to face Hutton.
I think he knows the game now.
Yeah,
he knows the game here.
So do the crowd below us, who applaud a Winterbourne man.
ultimately that game at Chelmsford was won with Bracey's 100, but it didn't mean Gloucestershire got through. It was the last game in the group that year, and results elsewhere went against them.
Oh, Bracey takes the single, takes the strike and gets booed. Gets booed for his taking the single, and he's retained the strike.
Well, knowing Jack Taylor, I suspect he will say that the team is more important than the individual. There are the Notts bowling figures. They've been hit about a bit today, so fair to say, particularly by this partnership. And Gloucestershire are going to win this game with 10 overs to spare. 10 overs to spare, chasing nearly 300.
You said I'd got 300, right? I'm not sure I did.
It's been a big old chase, this, and they've gone about it from about the 20th over really, really rapidly, these two. Ollie Price was out, in fact, in the 20th over. And then these two have just got about their business functionally and increasingly aggressively. Bracey chops that away. That will be one more. Scores level. Captain's honour then. He can win it. He can win it with he can get 100 from here. Can he do it in the grand manner? Gloucestershire only need 1, but Taylor needs 5 for 100. Field's coming up. Singh to Taylor. Winds himself up. It's gone high in the air. And he's caught. At deep mid-wicket, going for the big hit. Singh gets a wicket with the scores level. But Taylor's going for the 100 in the grand manner, and he walks off having made 95. It's a great shame in a way, but he's done everything he could have been asked to do. And he has taken his team almost to over the line. He's taken them up to the line, and he'll get a standing ovation as he walks off. He's made 95, and he's bettered his best list A score in successive matches. He waves his bat to the crowd as he walks off. Jack Taylor, in the end, out for 95 from 55 balls. 10 fours and 5 sixes. That is a belligerent knock.
Yeah, in a way, it's nice that they both get their singular applause as they walk off the field. I know Jack Taylor would have wanted 100 there, but in a way, he deserves applause of his own as well as, along with Bracey. But both of them have been absolutely fantastic. And this is a good Nottinghamshire side. You saw what they did to Somerset, and they're a decent outfit, Nottinghamshire, and Gloucestershire have just destroyed them.
So Zafar Gahar's coming in. What a lovely position to come in at.
Hiding to nothing, I'd say.
He only needs to find a single from somewhere. He's got 4 balls left in the over. There are 10 overs left after this one, should Gloucestershire need it. He might decide just to block it out and give Bracey the honour. But the Notts field is up, unsurprisingly. It would have been fitting had Jack Taylor hit the winning run, but perhaps Zafar can do it. Not there, he won't.
Even worse probably would have been if the fielder wasn't there and it had dropped one bounce over and left him on 99 not out.
Martindale it was with the catch, by the way. Singh into bowl to Zafar. He's finished it. Straight down the ground for 4. No messing about from the all-rounder. And Gloucestershire win this game by 5 wickets with 10 overs plus in hand. That's a thumping win, and I will check the table for the net run rate shortly, but Dan, that's a really, really good chase against a side who've put we thought was a competitive total on the board, 294.
Yeah, it was a competitive total, but it goes to show if you get in on this Bristol wicket, and I think Nottinghamshire got the makeup of their side wrong there. They didn't come in with frontline spinners. I know they've been decimated with the 100 and Liam Patterson-White going off to the England Lions side, but I think they really needed 3 spinners in that lineup, and I'm surprised that Peter Moore's getting that wrong, really. But hey ho, there you go. They'll bounce back, and I'm sure when they get back to Trent Bridge, sides that have to go there, they'll make a real effort. There's James Bracey milking it, and he should do as well, because his 104 underpinned and quietly got Gloucestershire there to their target. He just nurdled the ball around, just a runner ball, just put the ball into the gaps, made the runs, manufactured it, manipulated the field, and I thought it was a really, really good innings. Jack Taylor, 95, bats in a different style to Bracey, more aggressive, more brash, but leads from the front, and along with his 2 for 56 with the ball, again, I couldn't pick a man of the match there. I'd split it down between the two of them.
Yeah, Bracey's innings certainly excellent, and what Gloucestershire have done by getting that win with more than 10 overs to go, they've almost eradicated that negative run rate. So they now played 4, 1-2, lost 2, and the run rate is minus 0.035, so fractionally minus, and that fractionally negative, and they are up to 3rd place in the table. The top 2 sides are Notts and Sussex, I should say, who they've obviously both played. They still have to go to Durham, who've only played 2 games, but look like they're going to win today. It's a tight old group, this. Yeah. And I think they're still going to have to probably win 3 of the last 4 to get through.
Yeah,
but they've given themselves a chance. They've got 4 to play. They've only got 1 here. They've got to go to Durham, they've got to go to Radlett, and they've got to go to the Oval last. Perhaps not the ideal ground to go to when perhaps the whole qualification hangs on it. But today, they've bowled Notts out for 294, the last wicket falling off the last ball of the 50th over. Sol Bunningham made 89 very destructively at the top of the order. Lyndon James 47 in the middle, and then the tail wagged at the end. Hutton, Chappell and Patterson adding 81 runs between them. Hutton was run out off the last ball. The wickets, 3 for Van Meekeren, quite expensively, 3 for 73, 2 for Jack Taylor, 2 for Tom Smith, and 1 each for Warner and Zafar Gahar. And then on the reply, Gloucestershire started reasonably well. Wells and Harris put together a decent stand for the 2nd wicket after Dent was out early. But then when Ollie Price was out, 115 for 4, you could not have predicted which way that was going to go. But Bracey and Jack Taylor absolutely took this game down by the scruff of the neck, didn't they?
Yeah, they certainly did. And they broke Nottinghamshire's hearts. And, I felt sorry for young Singh. I know he got a wicket there at the end, but he went for 69 off 6.3, I think.
A wicket to him, a wicket to Patterson, a wicket to Hutton, and 2 wickets to Matthew Montgomery. But
yeah, there's the bowling figures.
They were, we did mention this during the commentary, and I think those numbers back it up, and the margin of victory backs it up. They were a bowler short today, and Gloucestershire took full advantage of it. Thank you for your emails today throughout the commentary. Pleasure to have you with us. Ed Seymour and Martin Emerson will describe the match at Durham on Friday to you, and Dan and I will be back next Wednesday when it will be at least 20 degrees cooler, we hope, for the game here against Leicestershire, which is the last first team cricket at Bristol, potentially until the 20th of September, but Gloucestershire could change that if they can get a home draw in the knockout. If Gloucestershire go and win at Durham, it's a massive game here next Wednesday against Leicestershire, and I think there might be a decent crowd here because, Gloucestershire could possibly salvage some unique stadium with a 5-wicket win today over Nottinghamshire. From us all, goodbye.